Welcome to the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We are doing qualifying for round 5 of the Super Tour. I'm Brian Bielanski, and today 5G Gregg Ginsberg is in the house. Good morning, Greg.
Good morning, Brian. How are you doing today? Thank you for letting me sleep in, by the way. I appreciate that.
I'm just so for you, Greg. I'm just here to be there for you.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to a beautiful, beautiful morning here at Buttonwillow.
Yeah, it is a beautiful morning. I haven't even looked at the, I didn't even look at the weather is so good that I didn't even look at the weather. So it currently at Buttonwillow, 47 degrees, beautiful blue, little bit of tiny haze. There's no wind this morning. It is as good as you're ever going to get on a February day here in Kern County, California, and we've got race cars on the racetrack, Greg, and a whole bunch of them. That's
right, Brian. So we've got Spec Miata and SMX heading out, but as they're out on their out lap currently, let's do this, Brian. Let's bring up a track map of Buttonwillow and show our viewers exactly what course which one of the many different layouts of Buttonwillow our racers are on here this weekend.
Yep, this is course 25 clockwise, and there are 50 or so courses that we can do here, 25 configurations, clockwise, counterclockwise. Even I can do that math, comes out to about 50. And this is the configuration for this weekend. 21 turns, 2.92 miles. We are not using the A section for those of you who have been here before, and we are using Star Mazda, and we are not using the bus stop. So that is the configuration that you're looking at there, and big props to our director Ryan for putting the graphic together for us on the overnight, and it looks really cool. I also like how it's Hoosier Racing Tire purple is the track map. So I don't know if you did that on purpose, Ryan, but if you did, good on you. So there it is. And that's what we're going to do. We've got 7 qualifying sessions this morning, 7 races this afternoon, and then 7 races tomorrow. Greg, you weren't here with us tomorrow, Greg, on the broadcast, but I know you were peeking in. Yesterday, yes.
I plan to be here tomorrow, yes.
Yes, I'm sure yesterday. But I know you were peeking in. Did you see anything? Or what did you not see yesterday? How about that?
Well, that huge puddle. I saw that, and I'm fairly certain that is remains of last February.
It is not.
But and I think there it is, poking off the drivers there in that view of the off ramp right there. But it remained dry, which was very good. And I think we only had one driver that got stuck so far in the mud yesterday that he had to end his session. But Brian, with Spec Miata and SMX out on track, of course, this is their second qualifying session. You handled and covered qualifying yesterday with Brendan Kazmarek, and I wanted to thank Brendan. He did a wonderful job, as always, yesterday. And the races that we have starting this afternoon after lunch, the grids are going to be based on the fastest lap from either yesterday's qualifying session or this morning's qualifying session. And so in Spec Miata, our fastest driver on course yesterday was Austin Varco with a time of 2:06.98. Well, we call it a 2 minutes 7 seconds, with Wyatt Couch and David Varco rounding out your top 3. In Spec MX-5, Dave Tooker was your fastest driver. He is in the number 25 machine. He turned in a 2:02.454. Should mention that was just a couple of tenths underneath the track record that Dave set back at the majors here in January. Cooper Hicks, your second fastest driver, at a 2:02.622. So only about 2/10 of a second off, a little less than 2/10 of a second off of Tooker's times. And Jared Korth was your third fastest driver to 2:02.7. At the front of the field there in Spec MX-5, very tightly packed. And frankly, as I look at Spec Miata, with the exception of Varco, who is barely into the 2:06s, we've got Couch, David Varco, who is that is Austin's father, correct, Brian?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, that David Varco, also Jeremy Rutter, all in the 2:07. So top 4 drivers, all within a couple tenths of a second of one another.
Yeah, I had a chance to chat last night with Papa Varco, and his comment to me was it was a good day for family Varco yesterday, with Austin on the pole and David in second. Austin last year drove the last half of last season unknowingly with a broken subframe on that car, and when they finally discovered it just before the last event of the season, it was kind of too late to get it fixed properly, but it is now fixed properly, and the results are showing it, with that car being really, really quick this weekend. So, yes, director Ryan said, so the sway bar works now. Yes, the sway bar should be working properly on that car now.
And maybe one of the lower control arms. Who knows?
Yes. So, but it took a bit to get that car fixed, and now that it is fixed, Austin's back to driving it the way that he knows he can. So that's and it showed yesterday. We'll see if he keeps that on the pole this morning. Some really good Spec Miata cars here this weekend.
All right, well, Brian, already we have a new provisional pole sitter in Spec Miatas, Evan Jacobs, in the number 35 machine. He's from Encino, California. He turns in a 2:06.777 to start the morning off on his very first flying lap. So he is already 0.2 of a second faster than Austin Varco's provisional pole time from yesterday. We then have Ren Messenger at a 2:08.470. Ren is the second fastest driver today. That time that he just put in it would only be good enough for sixth. But we're waiting, obviously, for these drivers to get their spec Hoosier tires, or Hoosier SM 7.5 tires, up to temp. On the SMX side of the house, we're starting to see some fast times come in. Michael Wannenberg in the number 29 machine. He's out of Pahrump, Nevada, a 2:03.141 in the books. That's still about 7/10 off of the provisional pole time that Tooker set yesterday.
Yeah, I'm interested to see, Greg, how many SMX drivers actually come out here today, because these cars are limited. I think the only class here this weekend that has to run the same tires all weekend. Right. And I know last weekend we had some cars who chose not to go out in some of the sessions on Sunday, because I'm guessing they were trying to save tires. So it will be interesting to see how that works out. Austin Varco still hasn't taken a lap yet this morning, so we'll see if he comes out to try to get back onto the pole here in Spec Miata.
Yeah, indeed. So not only has Austin Varco not put wheels down on the track surface this morning in Spec Miata, David Varco has remained behind the pit wall as well. In SMX, Dave Tooker, who was our provisional pole sitter coming into this morning, has not set a lap time as of yet. And so, at this point, Wes Molno, who goes to the top of the leaderboard at 2:03.0, who is still about 0.6 off of Tooker's times early on after his second flying lap. We'll see if he manages to take away the pole from Tooker. Cooper Hicks, Richard James also not leaving the pit lane this morning.
The family Varco is getting ready to get on the track at the moment right now. David Varco in the red car coming out first, and then you'll see at some point in time you'll see Austin. He is in that orange and white car that is out to honor people with autism. He of course has autism himself and drives with the autism, and that is one of the things he goes out and talks about with people all the time. So they're on the racetrack now. We'll see what kind of times they can turn on. Wes Molno, as you said, Greg, who is now just slipped down to second in Spec MX-5, and Ryan Gutierrez, both of those guys are regulars out here at Buttonwillow in Spec Miata. So they know this track really, really well. Not surprising that they are close to the top of the leaderboard in Spec MX-5 today. So at this moment, we are 10.5 minutes into the session, and let's do this. Let's take our first break of the day. I'll make a call to the grid. We'll take our break. When we come back, we'll have all of the action to the checkered flag. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. E production, F production, H production, DT lights, and B-Spec. Group 2 cars to the grid. Group 2 cars to the grid. Let's break.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our Trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. And did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. And welcome back, everybody, to Buttonwillow Raceway Park and round number three, probably not round number three, but weekend number three of the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. This is, of course, qualifying, our first of 7 qualifying sessions on the day. And I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski. We've got Spec Miata and SMX now working the second half of this qualifying session. Brian, let's quickly reset the field here, let everybody know where we stand. We'll start off with Spec Miata, where Evan Jacobs, he just flew right out of the gate, and he has continued to reset fast lap provisional pole time now, 205.480. with Wyatt Couch, our second fastest driver on track, at a 205.909. Ren Messenger at a 206.844. Now, with both Evan Jacobs and Wyatt Couch into the 205 range, they both leapfrog Austin Varco, who was our provisional pole sitter coming into the day. In Spec MX 5, our fastest driver at this point is Jared Korth, driver of the number 27 machine out of Clovis, California. He has a qualifying time of 2:02.429. And Brian, that is 0.03 of a second faster than Dave Tooker's times from yesterday. So Korth is your new provisional pole sitter, and scratch that as Wes Molno has just gone to a 2:02.187 to take away provisional pole. Jared Korth, second fastest now. Ryan Gutiel, third fastest at a 2:02.468. Michael Wannenberg, fourth fastest at a 2:03 flat.
Yeah, Jared Korth this year spending a full season at Spec MX5. He is also one of those guys who had spent a lot of years or a lot of time in Spec Miata. So he's out there doing Dave Tooker the same thing, Spec Miata guy who's now doing Spec MX5. So those cars are different enough that they get their own class, but there's still a lot of similarities between the two cars in the way they operate and the way they drive. Also, if you're watching the stream with us this morning, which I'm guessing you are because you're hearing us, you're going to get a chance hopefully to see what I call the Buttonwillow Air Show. It's actually the farmer who's crop dusting his fields right now. But if you look out in the distance every once in a while, you'll see a plane out there, and that is what's happening. Just on the other side of track property is a whole bunch of farmland. So
yeah, before we went green, I think he had that thing inverted at one point, Brian, or he was doing loops. I thought I was on a roller coaster.
Yeah, he was having international relations with a MiG, and but no, it was so. Exactly. So anyway, all right, we've got 4.5 minutes to go here. Let me make one more call to grid for our next session. Ooh, wrong button.
Ooh.
That's later. Attention the paddock, Group 2 cars to the grid, Group 2 cars to the grid, E production, F production, H production, GTL, and spec, B-Spec. You should be heading to the grid. 4.5 to go, Greg. Still Wes Molno up at the top of the leaderboard right now for Spec MX5. Jared Koss second, Ryan Cotillo third, Adrian Comstock, the only driver that we know of who's going to do the entire Super Tour, all 20 rounds in Spec MX5. He is in 4th place right now. Michael Wannenberg is in 5th. Looking down to Spec Miata, we've got Evan Jacobs is the fast car there. Wyatt Couch is in 2nd. Ren Messenger is in 3rd in Spec Miata. So that is how they stand at this moment with about 4 minutes left in this session.
Yeah, and should mention about Comstock, Brian, that last year when there was essentially an East Coast and a West Coast series for what was known previously, before becoming an SCCA national class, what was known as Spec MX5 Challenge, Adrian Comstock was the 2023 Masters champion for those drivers that aren't, shall we say,
young,
yeah, up and coming.
I'm a master. I can talk down to us.
Yes.
So I can speak of us that way. Yeah. So, yes, those are for what I like to refer to as the experienced drivers.
Yeah, well, also experienced, and Brian, he is our provisional pole sitter right now in SMX. That is Wes Molno, and Wes, driving the number 11 machine, he was the 2021 and 2022 Masters champion.
Well, there you go.
You know, something about old age and treachery, although to be the Masters champion, I think you had to be around 30 or so. So maybe not so much old age. I don't think you had to be
So it's not truly Masters.
Age. Yes.
Okay. Because like when I do a triathlon and sign up for the Masters, it's 50 and over. So anyway, that's how that works. Anyway. Still, Evan Jacobs, Wyatt Couch, Ren Messenger, your top 5. Austin Barco's now gone up to 4th place on the grid, so he has another couple of laps he can get in here. His tires probably came to speed a little bit slower than everyone else. Well, not slower, but later in the session, because he skipped the first half of the session, trying to get some clear track is my guess, and he and his dad like to work together in qualifying to see if they can get a little draft going. So it's good to have a partner out there with these cars. They do like to work better in groups of 2 and 3 as far as speed goes.
Yeah, and as we take a look, and by the way, if you want to watch and take a look at the timing and scoring system that Brian and I use, you can find it at scca.com/live. It breaks the track down into 3 distinct sectors. We also have a speed trap here for you, and so like Brian and I, you can see when we have drivers that are on a flyer and maybe setting personal best in sectors. David Varco right now, for example, has a personal best in Sector 1 and Sector 2, trying to improve upon the 2:08.358 that he set on his previous lap. It doesn't appear as though Jacobs, Couch, Messenger, or Austin Varco at the moment are on fast laps, but they are, I believe, working through the final sector. They should be coming out of the sunset turn here momentarily and starting their next laps. And same story down with SMX right now. Of the 9 drivers that we have on course, at the moment it doesn't appear as though any of those drivers are on fast laps.
Thank you, Ryan, for putting that scca.com/live up on the screen for us there. We appreciate that. So, and if you just want to get involved in the club, scca.com, lots of information there. If you're in Southern California, you can do the same thing by going to calclub.com. You can find out information about the local stuff here in SoCal there. And of course, you can find out more about the entire club if you're not from this part of the country on scca.com. Checkered flag is in the air. So we'll get all the hot laps in. So there's still a chance that someone can drop a quick lap here in the final session, the final lap here, Patrick Drinkwine is doing a personal best at the moment, or just dropped a personal best, but it's not going to get him too far up the grid in Spec MX5. But right now, it looks like it's going to be Wesley Molno is your provisional pole sitter. Jared Korth will be on the outside of front row in Spec MX5. Then you've got Ryan Gutiel and Adrian Comstock. That will be row 2. Row 3 will be Michael Wannenberg and Michael Newmeyer. Row 4, Sophia Story and Michael Travis. Looking at Spec Miata, Evan Jacobs and Ryan Couch will likely be your front row. Next, right behind them will be Ren Messenger and Austin Varco. Then you're going to have Brett Rovetta and Jeremy Rudder. Row 4 should be David Varco and Ryan Busk. And then row 5 will be Todd Launchbaugh and Scott Howard. Alan Lukart IV didn't turn a lap this session, but I believe he was out there yesterday, and he is going to be at the end of the Spec Miata grid here. 3 cars didn't take laps this morning, but were out here yesterday. David Tooker, Cooper Hicks, Richard James. They will, if they decide to come to the race, they'll use yesterday's times for their position for yesterday. So let's take a break. When we come back, we'll have our second qualifying session of the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, parts support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Welcome back to an absolutely lush green Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We are here for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Round 5 qualifying going on right now. F production, E production, GT Lights, and B-Spec are the cars on the racetrack. No H production cars here this weekend. And honestly, Greg, a couple of the cars that we sometimes have run in H production out here this weekend are running in B-Spec this weekend.
Are they? Yeah. And sometimes we see some of the GT Light machines do double duty as well. Right. With some engine changes. I don't know, I doubt with the car that Brian Lynn will be driving if he's going to be doing that, but I know in years past he had been one of the drivers that would, we'd see him run GT Light, make an engine swap, and run H production the next day, or rotate it on its head. Let's take a quick look, Brian, at our first qualifying session that this group had. It was yesterday afternoon, and our fastest driver on track, speaking of which, multi-time national champion Brian Lynn, driver of the number 121 GT Light Nissan Sentra, and he had a qualifying time of 1:58.453. That'll be the bogey time for GT Light. Ben Valentine in the number 66 MG Midget, and I believe that is a Huffacker machine, I believe, with a qualifying time of 2:386. So about 1.9 seconds off of Lynn's times. And Noel Howard, third fastest. In B-Spec, Tom Lepper driving the number 21 B-Spec Mazda 2 out of Benicia, California, our fastest driver in the class at 2:16.08. Ali Naemi with a 2:17.616. Tom Tuttle, third fastest. And then we've got E production and F production, where Joe Carr driving the number 12 Mazda Miata. He's out of Petaluma, turned in a 2:03.7. Albert Carrera at a 2:04.5, about 9/10 of a second off. Then Kurt Fritschke with the number 40 machine, and Kurt is driving a Mazda RX-7. And then in F production, Stephen Powers, your provisional pole sitter in the class, at a 2:07.46. Gary Murph with a 2:18.291.
All right, so good to see Joe Carr out there this morning. He had quite the adventure yesterday afternoon. This is the mud that they had to scrape out of the bottom of the car and many different crevasses. His car broke a spindle going into Grapevine yesterday and went way off into the mud bog out there, and it took a lot of time. And actually, if you go back and watch the video, we actually caught the tire bouncing merrily along the racetrack askew from its car. But yeah, anyway, I had a chance to stop with Joe and talk with Joe and the team yesterday, and Joe said he's never broken a spindle like that in his entire time with Miatas. So that was a very big surprise to him when it happened. But the car was pretty much back together yesterday. They were just trying to get the thing aligned and everything. Broke the spindle, ripped off the brake caliper, had a lot of stuff that they had to do to get it back together. Nonetheless, I see him turning times now on this racetrack. It's the red number 12 car. We'll see it eventually here at some point in time. But he's all back together and ready to go. And he will try to keep up there at the top of the leaderboard in E production like he was yesterday.
All right, and so our drivers now completing or working the tail end of their very first flying lap. We'll have some times coming in here in the books momentarily. They were, of course, led on track by Brian Lynn in his, I believe it's Brian still blue and white, the Nissan Sentra. We saw that amazing battle that he had for the win this past year at the runoffs in at Virginia International Raceway. Finished second, I believe, to our eventual winner, Graham Fuller, in his Honda CRX. But of course, Brian Lynn, multiple national champion in a couple different classes. Ben Valentine, first to cross the stripe in his GT Light Midget with a time of 2:04.951, and again about six seconds off. But as opposed to the DOT approved tires that our first race group, Spec Miata and SMX, were running, the majority of these racers on full slicks, and it usually is going to take sometimes a lap and a half to 2 laps just before these drivers can really start even leaning on the tires. It takes much longer for them to come up to temperature.
Yeah, definitely the case out here, especially with temperatures this morning, right around 48, 49 degrees ambient. You know, it'll take some time to get some heat into the racetrack as well. So that's all part of the game that we've got going on here. So that is, I believe that's the Thomas Lepper car right out there in front of that B-Spec car right there. If I'm looking, have to look again here.
That's the white Mazda 2, and I think you are correct. Of course,
Yeah.
Alan Naomi is in the other Mazda 2 currently, and I think it looks like they're both nose to tail there, working the draft together. As they make their way through the off ramp, which I guess we'd call turn 2, down at the northeast section of the race course.
Yeah, we use the name so much here because technically that's actually turn 15. Because the track was numbered, the corner stations were numbered for the track to be driven counterclockwise.
Right.
But they found that everyone likes the track clockwise better, so we use it clockwise much more frequently than we do counterclockwise. So that's why I tend to use the names rather than the corner numbers, because they're all backwards and people think I'm an idiot. Which there's a lot of reasons to do that maybe, but not in this particular case. I wanted to get that out there before Greg had a chance to take the swing at me. But Brian.
Right, I was just going to say, Brian Lynn jumping to the top of the leaderboard now and resetting provisional pole time for this group, a 158.338. Second fastest driver on track currently, Joe Carr in his E-Production Mazda Miata, a 203.743. And now it appears as though drivers are starting to lean on those tires. Ben Valentine appears to be on a flyer at the moment. Previous lap coming in at a 204.951.
So Brian Lynn's time right now is about 3/4 of a second off the track record. The track record holder at a 157.623 is none other than Brian Lynn. So if he were to best the track record today, he'd just be besting himself. So, and it does look like Joe Carr's got the speed back in that car, came back together. His fast lap today is a 203.7, and his best lap yesterday was a 203.7. So whatever they did pretty much the same, almost to an exact 100th of a second is where that car's put back together. So good job on him and the crew. I don't know how much of the work was done by him and how much was done by the crew, but there were a bunch of people under that car yesterday when I was there checking it out before we headed off to dinner. But good on them. Car number 66 has gone into the garage. Ben Valentine. He is in tech at the moment, so he's done for the day. Not going to put any more time on those cars. I think he's probably like, you know what, I'm 6 seconds behind Brian Lynn. I'm not going to catch him. Second place is good enough.
Hey, so Brian, one of our folks in the chat, D. Marshall, I think we'll have to cut him a little slack. He said he's doing double duty today, watching the races here at Buttonwillow, but also watching the Trans Am event, part of the speed tour that's at Sebring. And I can understand that. We've got a lot of SCCA racers running in TA2. Of course, we've got Barry Bowes, who we saw just last weekend at NOLA. Connor Zilic, I think, is starting on the pole. Coming off of his 24 hours of Daytona win. Caleb Bacon and Justin Elder are SCCA racers, and I believe current SCCA racers. In addition to that, who else do we have there? Doug Peterson. Oh, Boris said Jr. From Escondido, California. I think last year we saw him here running in Spec Miata for this event, and he is running in TA2. Tyler Gonzalez, I believe, is starting on either the front row next to Connor Zilic or starting on the second row in TA2. We saw Tyler just a few weeks ago at the Sebring Super Tour.
Right. All right, 10 minutes into this group, into this qualifying session, let's do a call to grid. Sure. And we can also take our break, and then when we come back, we'll have it all the way to the finish line. Attention to the paddock, Formula F, Formula V, Formula 600, Formula F, Formula V, Formula 600 to the grid. Stay with us. We'll be right back after these messages. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsport obsession. Ask someone Trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information. And welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park in the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Brian Bielanski, and the clock is running down now for our small bore, our production, and GT Light and B-Spec qualifying. A little bit over 7 minutes remaining here. Let's just take a look here. Brian Lynn, while we were at break, turned in a 157.793 to maintain his lead atop the timing tower here in this qualifying session. And Brian, he's getting awfully close. Now, let me couch this by saying track records are not set during qualifying in the SCCA, but Brian Lynn with that 157.793, he is getting awfully close. The track record in GT Light, a 157.623. And we did have a couple of drivers underneath the track record yesterday. Second fastest right now in GT Light is Ben Valentine in his MG Midget at a 204.9, and Noel Hayward at a 205.910. They are running 5th and 6th fastest respectively. Joe Carr is our second fastest driver on course. He is your leader in E-Production with a time of 2:02.432. And that is now, Brian, 1.3 seconds faster than he ran yesterday. So he continues atop that E-Production leaderboard, second fastest overall, with Albert Correa and Kurt Fritchie running 3rd and 4th overall in their E-Production Boxster and E-Production Mazda RX-7 respectively.
All right, so the 19 car, Albert Correa, he has ended his session for the day, so he's going to stand on the time of 2:02.807, which is just a tiny bit back from Joe Carr. And if that is the case, that's where he's going to sit there. 188 also in the pits, although I don't see a 188.
We're gonna have to talk to our spies down here, Brian.
We'll get that clarified.
Yeah, we'll get that figured out. In F production right now, Stephen Powers, currently your provisional pole sitter for the class with a time of 2:06.025. He's in the 145 Mazda Miata. He's got I think a couple seconds right now on Gary Murph in his Opel GT. Murph currently at a 2:18 and change. And in B-Spec, Ali Naimi with his Mazda 2, a 217-626. Tom Lepper at a 217-857. We saw those two drivers working the draft together, so it makes sense that they are within about a tenth and a half of one another. Currently running third in B-Spec, Tom Tuttle. Actually, he's not running third because he hasn't gone out for qualifying, Brian. So I think right now it is just the two Mazdas in B-Spec out for qualifying.
All right, I need to make a quick call to grid here. Stand by, everyone. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Please come to the grid. Formula F, Formula V, Formula 600. Formula F, Formula V, Formula 600 to the grid. There are none of you there now, so if any of you would like a very clear track to qualify on, now would be the time to go to grid. I did it again. Hit the button.
Well, maybe they need to hear that twice, Brian.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Well, they've got a little bit of time to get the grid. We've got a little bit under 4 minutes, almost 3.5 minutes remaining in qualifying. Taking a look to see who may be out on flyers. First off, I think Brian Lynn may have taken his car back to the paddock. Brian, I'm only showing him as having put in 4 flying laps. The majority of the racers now quite a bit above that. Joe Carr, for example, is I think working lap number 7 in the 12 machine. And we've got a car stopped, Brian. This is on the exit of Phil Hill.
Looks like a black Miata.
Yeah, making the run down the Star Mazda, either a black Miata or possibly one of our little British cars. Might also, I mean, it's a possibility that might be one of the midgets. I wouldn't be surprised. I think Ben Valentine's number 66 is also black, if I remember correctly.
Right, but he had already gone into the pits and ended his session earlier. So, yeah. Anyway, it's a black car. It's either a midget or a Miata, and it is in that little area there, which with 2.5 minutes to go.
And Brian, I think I know exactly which car it is. I think it is going to our Flagtronics system. I believe it might be the 145 F production you got at Mazda Miata of Stephen Powers out of Phoenix, Arizona. That is there. I want to thank and of course mention the folks from Flagtronics that we are using their system here at all of our Super Tour events this year. Although it's optional for the drivers, you know, it allows Brian and I to see flag conditions around the course, and a number of drivers the drivers do have the ability to run one of the Flagtronics transponders in their cars. Not only does it allow us to see exactly where they are on course, but it also allows the drivers to get a heads up on flag conditions ahead.
Right. It's also really a great tool for the emergency services folks, because if there is an impact, there's an automatic transmission back to race control of how hard the impact was in G's. So if you have multiple cars impacting in the same situation, and you see one car had a 6G impact and one car had a 19G impact, the fast red cars with the flashing lights are going to go to the 19G impact car probably first. Really cool tool. So,
and Brian, this is where producer Brendan says that I'm the only one with 5Gs here on this broadcast.
Ah, there you go. That's why I said 6Gs and 12Gs and not 5Gs.
Not 5Gs.
So, yeah, definitely. All right, so we've got.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, with as you were about to say, I'm sure, with about a minute left on the clock here, likely that drivers are not going to be setting fast laps at this point with that caution, that local caution right at the flag stand at the top of Phil Hill, and with that car sitting dead stick on the pavement there on the exit just down the hill.
There we have it. So, yeah, the checkered flag is in the air. It will be displayed to the next car that goes by. I believe that is Thomas Lepper in the B-Spec Mazda. And he will take the first checkered flag. And the times as they stand now will get combined in with yesterday's. And then we will get some information on that. You can see the tow truck heading out to that car at the exit of the bus stop. You will probably see them make a little left-right-hand turn here and go through our infield section so they can get to the back half of the racetrack faster. And we can get this car cleared and get right to our next session. So you want to do a quick run through the cars now, and then we'll take a break?
We will, and hopefully, Brian, our little spy down the pit lane will be able to verify for us. I think it's Ali Naimi in the white Mazda 2, and I think it's Tom Lepper in the dark-colored Mazda 2, as Naomi completed 7 laps, and Lepper only completed 5. And so I think likely that is the number 14 that we just saw across the stripe there. All right, so let's start off with B-Spec, where Ali Naomi was your fastest driver on course with a 2:17.506. Tom Lepper was your second fastest driver in E-Production. Joe Carr, for the second day in a row, your fastest driver in his Mazda Miata 214.16, with Alba Correa at a, let me see if I've got this right. Pardon me, a 202.432 was the fast time for Carr. I'm sorry, with a 202.807 for Correa. Kurt Fritschke at a 203.243. So about an 0.8 of a second gap between those two drivers. In F Production, Stephen Powers in his Mazda Miata. I'm sure this is a small consolation for him as our emergency services teams come over to pick him up and give him a little tow back to the paddock. Powers turned in a 206 flat, actually a 206.02. With Gary Murph 12 seconds in arrears. Gary Raymond back from there. And in GT Light, your fastest driver of the session here today with a 157.793 was Brian Lynn. And then we had Ben Valentine and Noel Hayward.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back, Formula F, Formula 6, and Formula V will be next. Stay with us.
Did you know SCCA members save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right, Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack. Now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country. It's the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all season long. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
back here live at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We've got our, well, I see sticker tires on that Formula Ford as it comes across the I-5 section here at Buttonwillow. We are in our second qualifying sessions of the weekend, actually our final qualifying sessions of the weekend. The times from this morning will be mashed together with the times from yesterday, and we will get the best times from the two, and that is how they will set the grids for this afternoon's races. All of the racing action starts this afternoon sometime around, looking at my schedule, taking my own glasses, and craning my head upwards, 12:05-ish should be the start of racing this afternoon. So, and our cars on course right now, Formula F, Formula 600, and Formula V. We have 4 Formula Fs, 3 Formula Fs, 4 Formula Vs, and 1 F6 car out there this weekend.
Yeah, indeed, Brian, and our fastest driver in yesterday's qualifying session, Eric Paulson, driver of the number 48 Honda-powered Piper. He's out of Clovis, California. He turned in a 153.875. Ayrton Kahn from Ayrton's driving the number 22 machine. He's out of Santa Fe, New Mexico, driving a Van Diemen RF00. He turned in a 154.618, so about 3/4 of a second off of Paulson's times. And then Ed Erlinson with a 154.848, just about 0.2 back from there. In Formula V, Mark Edwards was our fastest of 3 drivers to set times. He turned in a 2:12.369. Don Manthe with a 2:15 flat, and then Mace Gehrman with a 2:19.929. So about a pretty big spread there in Formula V. Marjorie Lundberg did not set a time yesterday in her Caracol. Marjorie's out of Beaverton, Oregon, but it looks as though she has taken to the track for today's qualifying session. So we'll see how she does here in just a few moments. We do have just a single Formula 600 driver out on track. That is Jeff Jorgensen. He's driving a KBS Mark V. He's out of Manitowoc, Wisconsin. And I thought I saw yesterday in the chat, Brian, that one of the co-owners of that car was watching in. So we'll see here how he does. Yesterday, his fast time was a 2:01.268.
Great. So a couple things. Mac65 in the chat, I believe he is from the UK and wants to know a little bit about the cars on the track right now. Happy to explain it to you, Mac. We actually have 7 race groups this weekend, some tin tops, some Formula cars. So these are what you in the UK call Formula Ford. We call it Formula F because we've got some Honda Fit motors in those cars. We also have Formula Vs out here. I believe you have Formula Vs in the UK. We're on the 1200cc Volkswagen motors that they have in those out here, all air-cooled, and a lot of the parts of the running parts on those cars also from the old Volkswagen Beetles. And then Formula 600. I'm not going to give a big description as to Formula 600 because I always mess it up. And then the Formula 600 people are quick to remind me when I mess it up. But these are often either motorcycle or snowmobile-based motors in these cars. And they are less suspension-y than the other cars. That's as far as I'm going to go. Greg's smiling because he knows I'm tap dancing around this. Yeah, that's what we have. So 3 different classes.
He won't say a word because he likes it when you take all the heat.
Anyway, so that's the 3 cars on the... big lock up there as they try to keep it on the racetrack going into sunrise. Cold tires, cold track, that can happen, Greg.
Yes. What? Brake lockup going into sunrise?
Yes.
Yes. Yes,
exactly.
Absolutely. And so, somebody in the chat, Brian, made a very, very, very interesting comment, and I can't say it was wrong. No, he said that all of a sudden he thought it was very funny that the folks in the UK have the SCCA to thank, and Formula Ford racers have the SCCA to thank because a number of years ago, I'd say put it around 7-8 years, actually probably around 9 years or so ago, we had a firm that had homologated the L Series 1.5 liter Honda Fit motor to be placed in these Formula Ford chassis because the Kent motor cylinder heads and a lot of spare parts were becoming very difficult to find. And all of a sudden, you can find parts for these Ford Kent motors now,
Right.
these 1600cc motors that they just started coming out of nowhere within like the last 3 years or so, and it's really revived, once again, I think, revived the class.
Absolutely. That's good. Good for the folks who wanted to stick with the Fords. Absolutely, definitely. Ayrton Khan is your pole sitter, provisional pole sitter at the moment with a 2:00.441. I'm going to pull up yesterday's results to see if that is faster or not.
Not quite there yet. He's looking to beat a 153.8. So, and again, just a single lap in the books here.
Okay.
Kind of the same story as we saw with early production category cars in the last run group. It's going to take a couple laps for these guys to really get enough heat in the tires to start leaning on them and picking up speed. The one thing about these Formula cars, all of them, whether it be Formula V, whether it be Formula F, or to some extent the Formula 600s as well, is you'll notice no wings on them. They are relying primarily on mechanical grip. And so getting the heat in those tires is really a key.
Yeah, they're looking for gription fiction out there, folks. And that is the way they get this done out here. Jeff Jorgensen is our lone Formula 6 car right now, just popped a lap at 2:20.674. That should speed up. There are some Formula 6 cars who are faster than the Formula Fs, depending on where we go and how well the car is prepped. So I used to always think that the Formula Fs would be the fastest car in the session, but in sessions like this, but sometimes the Formula 6s are really quick. So it just depends on which cars are here and who's behind the wheel of them and how well they're prepared. So Eric Poulsen just goes to the top of the leaderboard for the session. Still not fast enough to beat yesterday's times, but he just went purple with a 1:57.384. Ayrton Khan has gone purple in Sector 1 and Sector 2, and quite a bit quicker than the Eric Poulsen times early on here, so this is probably going to be faster, but Eric Poulsen is now at the top of the session this time, but I think this lap by Ayrton Khan may best that next time by 2 purple sectors here. Let's see what happens in Sector 3.
All right, well, Brian, I told you I was waiting to see what Marjorie Lundberg could do since she did not go out for yesterday afternoon's qualifying. She turns in on her second flying lap a 2:11.695, and that is 0.9 of a second faster than the time that Mark Edwards put in yesterday in the Glamdring machine, the Los Angeles, California driver. And I think that's a car, actually, that Mark built himself, if I remember correctly.
If you're going to build a car in Southern California, calling it something with glam in it is definitely appropriate. So,
well, and it's had enough time to get a nice little patina on it as far as that glam, because it is the 41st year that Mark has been driving this machine. He was the 1985 Kimberly Cup recipient for Most Improved Driver, and he's got over 200 wins in his 47-year-long career.
He's definitely a SoCal, California, West Coast legend and GOAT when it comes to FV racing. So, as I suspected, Ayrton Khan now with a 1:55.801, fastest in this session, still a couple seconds off of yesterday's times. So that is what's going on there. Ed Erlinson is in second in Formula F. Eric Poulsen now dropped down to third in Formula F. So that's where we are right now. The good part about having these 2 qualifying sessions this weekend, Greg, is if someone, work-wise or whatever the case is, can't get out here on Friday, they can come out Friday night, get all set up, and be ready for first thing on Saturday morning, still get a qualifying time in. That's what's happened here with Marjorie Lundberg. I'm not sure why she couldn't get here yesterday, but I'm sure there was a good reason. And but she still has a chance to get qualified and have a great race here this afternoon.
Yeah, indeed. And so Mark Edwards now goes to the top of the leaderboard in Formula V, a 2:10.578. That is 1.1 seconds clear of Marjorie Lundberg's provisional time at a 2:11.695. Now, typically what we see here, and I think this will play out anyhow based on the qualifying times, is we typically see the Formula Vs not getting a full split start, but essentially gapping back to the rest of the field so that they can stay together and start together. And so having that pole would be important, of course, at this point with 4 cars. We're looking at 2 rows of Formula Vs for the start for their race a little bit later today.
All right, let's do a call to grid, take our break, and we got something fun to talk about after the break, too, so we'll be right back. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Spec Racer Ford 3 to the grid. Spec Racer Ford 3 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. Spec Racer Ford 3 to the grid. All right, stay with us. We'll be right back after these messages.
SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our Trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995, and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Did you know that SCCA members save $20 on every Track Night in America they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all season long. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park, round 5 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are in qualifying for round 5, second qualifying session of the weekend. We're going to combine yesterday's times with today's times, and whichever one's the fastest is the one that's going to count. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is here with me. Ryan Bauer tickling the ivories, making sure all the cameras are punched up at the right time. And Brendan Kazmarek is making sure all the pictures look pretty. So we're all here bringing it to you. Alex Bielanski.
Song, you're the piano man.
That's right. Alex Bielanski is in the pits feeding us information to make us sound even just a slight bit more intelligent than the not intelligent way we normally sound. So that's fantastic with that. We appreciate it. We've got something really cool here that we want to show you folks. This is our track map for the weekend, but we're going to stop before we look at this track because there's a new track to talk about. If you look up in the upper left-hand corner, it's being circled with the cursor there, and that is, now there's actually pavement on the track, which is very cool, but there's a second track, a full second track that can be run fully independent of track 1, and I believe it's being called the Circuit at Buttonwillow is the name, and I wanted to name it after the endangered species, the species that made this track an 8-year project versus a 4-year project. but that I was overruled. Anyway, the circuit at Buttonwillow, it's got some really cool elevation change, some really banked corners. That is where the elevation change is as well. The part that's circled, it's some really fast parts, Greg. So we're letting the pavement cure. We've got a couple more buildings that need to get set up and some flag stations, but we're hoping to run our first race on this track probably in October is my guess, and I just want to let everyone know we cannot wait for this track to open up. So, all right, let's get back to the action here with about 4 minutes left to go in this session. 4:06, that's a pretty good guess. Right now, Ayrton Khan is our pole sitter, and I think now that 1:53.9, is that faster than yesterday?
Yeah, let's take a look again. Fastest time was set yesterday by Polson, a 1:53.875. So he's getting close. He's knocking on the door, but not quite there yet. So Polson still your provisional pole sitter. And Polson hasn't really been able to even get close to his times from yesterday. He's been sitting in that 1:56 range. Matter of fact, just turned in his fastest lap of the session at a 1:56.868. In Formula V, we've now had the majority of our Formula V racers head back to the paddock. Mark Edwards has called it a session. I think Marjorie Lundberg has called it a session. Mace German also. And currently Mark Edwards with a 2:10.757. He's up, or probably a 2:10.578, pardon me, is up by just about a half second on Don Manthe here. And I want to take a look at Manthe's times at 2:11.059. Manthe's managed to knock 4 seconds off of his fastest lap from yesterday. And then we've got Mace German, who is your third fastest driver. Marjorie Lundberg, who we saw at the top of the order early on in the session, she is now your fourth fastest racer. And Brian, now her last lap was probably a cool down lap,
right?
But she is 17 one-thousandths off of German's times. And again, currently only 4 drivers, so there are going to be 2 rows of them on the start for this afternoon's race. I think whether you're third or fourth, probably not going to make a huge amount of difference.
Right, and I will say there's just a little over a second between the fastest car in Formula V and the last not so fast car in Formula V. So they're all really. That was the most inelegant way to say what I just said, but I hope everyone at home got the point.
Not fast. Is that
the least not fast? I need another cup of coffee. Anyway.
Let's see, Jeff Jorgensen, who's our sole Formula 600 racer, he turns in a 2:09.26, and so he has found about 0.3 of a second from yesterday.
And also want to just say that Ayrton Khan just took the pole time away from Eric Polson. That 1:53.598 is just a slight bit faster than the 1:53.875 that Eric Polson put in yesterday. So as it stands now, barring any issues in tech or any changes in the last minute 19 here, right now Ayrton Khan is your provisional pole sitter in Formula F. All right. So, and Greg, once again, you were right, and I was wrong. Yesterday, I was referring to it as Race Yerman, with the G being silent, but it is actually Mace German. So, I was wrong. Right. Yeah. Anyway, if you want the full timing and scoring that we're using, SCCA.com/live. Go there and you can see the same screen that Greg and I are using with all the purple sectors and the trap times and all that kind of stuff. So, all good. All good.
All right, and checkered flag, Brian is now out on the session. And although it appears as though Eric Poulsen may have been on a flyer on his final flying lap, having set personal best in Sector 1 and Sector 2, a little bit off in Sector 3. And so he comes by, he resets personal best at a 153.832, but still about a quarter of a second off of Ayrton Khan's fast lap from the session. So it looks like things are going to stay exactly as we saw them about a minute and a half ago. Khan as your pole sitter, Poulsen on the outside of the front row, with Erlandson on the inside of row number 2.
And talk about consistency. Poulsen's fast lap yesterday, a 153.875. His fast lap today, a 153.832. So about 4/100ths of a second difference between yesterday and today. So that is some good stuff.
It is. So Khan, Poulsen, row 1, Erlandson, Jeff Jorgensen, row 2. Jorgensen scheduled to start 4th. He is your sole Formula 600 driver, Formula 6 driver. And then the four Formula V racers of Edwards, Manthe, German, and Lundberg.
All right, let's take a short break. When we come back, Spec Racer 4, they're all down here, probably 25 of them ready to go out and qualify this morning. We'll do that next. Stay with us, everybody.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
And welcome back, everybody, to Buttonwillow Raceway Park and probably not round number 2 or 3 or 6. It's actually rounds 5 and 6 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I meant to say weekend number 3 of the Super Tour. We're here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park in Central California, and it is qualifying. And Brian, we're just about halfway through our 7 groups here as we've got Spec Racer Ford on track now. You can see him there off in the background heading towards Phil Hill as they get ready for their 20-minute qualifying session. The clock has already started. Yesterday afternoon, the fastest of our Spec Racer Ford drivers, Caleb Schrader, who you had this past week on the Inside the SCCA podcast, giving our listeners and viewers the track guide of Buttonwillow and giving a good rundown. He turned in a 155.206. Steve Fogg at a 155.319 was about 11/100ths of a second back from there. John Black, former national champion, not far back from there in third. And then Mike Miserandino, who should know this track awfully well. He's
just a teeny bit.
He's the track manager here and also a multi-time national champion. I believe both in Spec Racer Ford Gen 2 and also in Gen 3. Fourth fastest driver. And then Robert Edmondson, fifth fastest. And we had 25 drivers set qualifying times here yesterday afternoon.
And we have, looks like the vast majority of them have decided to go out and set qualifying times this morning as well. In some of our groups, I kind of thought people might let this morning go and sit on yesterday's times, but it looks like every darn one of those 25 cars are out here today. So I see sector times for every one of them, which is pretty darn cool. So another 20-minute session here, and then right after this, we're going to take a short worker break, give our corner workers out there a chance to get off their feet for a few minutes and grab an energy drink or whatever it is that they do. Then and then we'll get back to our final 3 qualifying sessions before lunch, and then we will take a short break, or actually about an hour break. And right after that, we will get to our racing action. 7 races this afternoon, all starting just after noon Pacific time. It's that din of Spec Racer Fords as we just like to listen to them as we get those first lap under, Greg. And you can also see this first lap when these tires are a little bit cold coming down off of Phil Hill. They get just this slight little drift as it comes out. It's really kind of pretty to watch. And then one of the cameras that Brendan put out this weekend, and I think it's down by the off-ramp, was showing some bumps that I didn't realize were there until I saw this camera angle. But it was definitely pretty bumpy. And I think this might have been, no, it wasn't this angle.
This is over at Star Mazda.
This is at Star Mazda. Oh no, it was this one here. The bump. See that bump on the exit of Sunset?
Yeah.
And then as soon as they hit that bump, they get a little bit of a rotation on the car. And I've never seen this camera angle before, so that is a really, really cool camera angle there. Here's another little area where you get a little bit of drift coming through that little left-hander, then you got to settle the car and get the right-hand commitment made, and then right when you hit that little bump right there in the center, you're hard on the gas because you've got a little bit of banking that'll hold the car to get you onto the I-5 straight heading down towards Cotton Corner. So this is also a place where putting your car in the right spot so that the car compresses at the right place and rotates at the right place, and then you mash on the gas to get you as good a speed as you can going down towards the Grapevine.
Yeah, and I think I said early on this morning, Brian, that this track was incredibly flat. Nowhere near as flat as what we saw at NOLA last week. And you saw it there coming into the off-ramp or turn, as you said, turn 15, turn 2. The second turn, there is that compression right at the apex that you want to get the car sucked into so that you can power out and really get the power down through the banking there, because there's a nice amount of camber in that corner.
There is.
And there are some other places here where that camber can definitely help you out. I think also there's a little bit of banking over at Riverside at that very fast sweeping right-hand corner that brings you over towards Phil Hill. There are a couple places here that, it is very different if you are getting the car down to the apex versus maybe running even a foot wide and taking an alternate line through the corner.
All right, so Caleb Schrader, literally, as I was about to say, John Black was on top of the leaderboard. He popped up to the top spot. Then Caleb Schrader popped up to the top spot. Then John Black jumped back up to the top spot. Then Mike Miserandino jumped back up to the. Everything's changing very, very fast.
But more importantly,
I'm Brian.
As Mike Miserandino sets fastest lap of the session at a 154.954, that is your new provisional pole time. We had a 155.2 coming into the session. That is the time that Schrader set yesterday. So Miserandino now sitting at the top of the leaderboard. And as I take a look at what the track record is here, Brian, Schrader was very close to the existing track record yesterday, but Mike Miserandino definitely underneath it right now. Again, cannot set track records during qualifying, but Miserandino is not under the track record yet. The track record is a 153.979, so he's about 9/10 of a second off of it currently. But on what was just his second flying lap, is those Spec Hoosier tires are still getting a little bit of heat in.
So you might know this better than I would, Greg, because you've been following the series a lot longer than I have at the national level. When this isn't the tire, so when that track record was set with Mike Miserandino back in 2018, was that the same spec tire, or is that a different tire than we have now?
The Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s have only known the Hoosier spec tires.
Right, but have they changed the compound at all between now and then? Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out. Okay.
No.
Cool. See, I knew you would have the answer to that question.
And prior to that, there was another manufacturer. This was back in the Gen 2 days, but the switch had been made to the Hoosier tires prior to that.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, because sometimes with these track records, there's reasons why this track record has stood for so long, and a lot of times it has to do with a change in tire technology of some sort, and that's not the case here. So all of that stuff I said yesterday about that, you can all ignore it.
Tire technology, a repaving of the track surface.
Correct.
And of course, Brian, in this regard, Buttonwillow far better than I do in this regard. I know the track hasn't been repaved since the time I've been calling events there, which was starting in 2017.
Right.
So I would suspect that as each year passes, unless there is a huge change in tire technology, taking a new track record becomes that much more difficult.
Right, yeah. So the track has not been repaved here since I've been coming out here, and I've been coming out here since 2014 when we moved to Southern California. So I'll try to get some information about when it was repaved last, or if there was any type of repaving since it opened back in the middle 90s, which we found out yesterday. It was 95 was the opening date here at Buttonwillow. So I'll ask that question during lunch today and find out for us that information. So
all right. So Brian, Miserandino resets fast lap now at a 154.059. Our top four drivers, Miserandino, John Black, Robert Edmondson, as well as Caleb Schrader, are all underneath the provisional pole time that Schrader set yesterday, and just about a full second, 95 hundredths of a second, separating those those four, with Schrader now at a 155.016. So he's running, again, fourth fastest. He is running almost 2/10 faster than he did yesterday. Mark Bielanski, currently your fifth fastest driver. He's out of Shafter, California, with a 156.035. And looks like Caleb Schrader maybe on a cool down lap. We'll see if he continues to keep that car out there. He was just turned in a 2:01 the last time he crossed the start finish line.
we are at the halfway point in this session. Let's take our break. And when we come back, we will have all of the rest of the qualifying here. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We will be right back.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995, and sponsor of the Roadhouse Polo Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. And welcome back, everybody, to Buttonwillow Raceway Park for the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski, and we are right here in the middle of Spec Racer Ford qualifying. And just a few moments ago, we had the local caution out at the final corner at the Sunset Bend. I believe we had Mark Bielanski, who's currently our 6th fastest driver here in the session. He's out of Shafter, California. Had a little bit of an excursion off the track surface. Took him a little bit to get that car back underway. And he will see if he continues to keep that car out and maybe turns in a few more laps out here. But he was already past the pit entrance, and so was pretty much needed to go at least one more circuit of the track here, Brian.
Mike Miserandino, our provisional pole sitter, with a little bit of time left in this race. He's done for this session. He's already headed back to the paddock. And so he is going to stand on that 1:54.5059 time. He's basically given the message to the field, come and get me. And if you do, I'll be okay starting 2nd or 3rd or 4th. So there are still some really fast cars on the racetrack. Any of those guys in the top 5, I would say, would be potential people who could knock off that 1:54.059, but that is a pretty stout lap. Also want to note Lee Douglas is out there right now, 79 years old. Lee Douglas out there doing his thing and doing his thing pretty well. He is. There are. Let me look here. There are 17 cars slower than the 79-year-old Lee Douglas. So get after him, folks. I love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. So, Miserandino, John Black, Robert Edmondson, Caleb Schrader, Jay Rosenthal, your top cars right now in this group. That's your top 5 at the moment. Just had a car go put a wheel off their driver's right, heading on the exit of Phil Hill. So that's trying to get those last final laps in here as they get to the 4.5-minute mark of this session. I'll make a quick call to the grid. Stand by. Attention the paddock. Group 5 cars to the grid. Group 5 cars to the grid. We're going to be on right after a short worker break, but you can start making your way to the grid now. Group 5 cars to the grid. That is GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, A Sedan, and T1. Group 5 cars to the grid.
All right, so as we watch here, we did have John Black take a what appeared to be a cool-down lap, and we'll have to see if he brings the number 17 machine back into the paddock. The Olympic Valley, California driver with a fast lap of 154.914. But in the meantime, Caleb Schrader now goes to the second fastest in the session. He was your provisional pole sitter coming into the day. The Tigard, Oregon driver just puts down a 154.805. And Brian, that is such a quick time, but it is still 3/4 of a second off of Miserandino.
Right.
And, and it's interesting, when I first came out to Buttonwillow to call these races back in 2017, I got a chance to talk to Mike leading up to the event. And you would think, national champion, track manager, he should absolutely know this track better than anybody else and have more laps around this track. And the one thing, and maybe it was just him being very humble, but the one thing that he said was that as track manager, I have so many other things going on here at the facility. I never get time behind the wheel except during these race weekends. And I don't know if he was just blowing smoke. but right now he blew blew away the rest of the field by about 3/4 of a second.
Yeah, and he's got a ton of talent. He's got more talent in his pinky finger than I probably have in my whole body. So I get that. But I don't know if he's not out here after hours taking a lap or two here or there. But anyway, the 17 car, John Black, he's gone to tech for the weekend. He's for the day. He's done for this session. 46 car, that is... Who's the 46 car? I should look at these before I start. I don't have a 46 car, so how about that? 77 is Andre Pera. He has gone into the pit, so he's done for this session as well. So
a couple more drivers.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
It was Tom Burt, the 45 car.
Tom Burt.
So, good enough. Want to give a big shout out to Alex Bielanski, who is down there in the pit lane giving us all of this information. Also Caleb Schrader, he's done for the session. So it looks like, as it stands right now, Greg, your top 3 cars are probably going to be, with a minute 32 left, Miserandino, Caleb Schrader, and John Black.
All right, and real quick, oh, there you go. I was going to ask if Ryan could bring up the Sunset Bend, the final corner, as we've got a driver off, and I'm trying to see if that is the 64. James Schubert, out of Sedona, Arizona, currently sitting 25th fastest, and likely not going to find his way out of that mud bog right there.
So James Schubert's an interesting story. He has been around SoCal for a very long time, Greg. He used to be one of the chief instructors for the Toyota Celebrity races at Long Beach. So he would teach all the stars how to drive those Toyota cars. And Formula Ford racer from back in the day. His son, Brian Schubert, is a Spec Racer Ford driver out here as well. James doesn't drive much these days, but he is out here getting his fun on.
Well,
Except not right now.
Yeah, I'd say probably not having a lot of fun right now, as there are still 30 seconds remaining here in the session, but without local caution in the final corner, I don't know if we're going to see any more drivers setting fast laps. And as I'm looking down the leaderboard here, the only driver I see that might be on a flyer, Bill Booth, Bill's out of Cupertino, California, driving the number 57 car, and he had a personal best in Sector 1, however, a little bit off of his best in Sector 2, and again, he was running 19th fastest, and there you go, checkered flag is out on the session, Brian.
Definitely. Yeah, and most times, Greg, where he's at, you just drive away. But there is so much standing water off the racetrack. But now it's more or less standing water, just flat out mud. That once you get there, it's really hard to get. There's no gription on those slick tires when you're in the grass and the mud there. So he is just going to have to wait for the hook to come and yank him to safety there.
Well, perfect timing, since we're going to end up having a 10-minute break after this for, well, almost all of our volunteers. to get
Exactly.
a little break. There are going to be a few in the emergency services team, maybe not so much. All right, so let's run down the finishing order here, and we'll try to figure out. We can tell you with pretty good certainty that your front row is going to be Mike Miserandino and Caleb Schrader. Then we should have, and looking at times here, John Black and Robert Edmondson should make up row number 2. And then let's take a look at the Rosenthal times. Yeah, you know what? I think we're going to be in good shape here. I think Jay Rosenthal and Mark Bielanski going to make up row number 3, and after that, I'm going to get really confused. But we can tell you, that at least in this session, then it was Douglas, then Fogg, then Andre Pera, and Berto Maletti, your 10 fastest drivers in this qualifying session. All right, so Brian, let's take that break. Again, this is going to be a little bit longer break than normal, as our volunteers that have been out since early this morning are going to take a little bit of a rest break. And next up is going to be a little bit more qualifying. We will have 3 more qualifying sessions. Next up is going to be our big bore cars, the ground pounders, the GT cars. Then our second open wheel group of the day with our Formula and prototype cars, and then we're going to round things out with super touring and touring here. That will take us to lunch.
Let's take a break. We'll come back just a few minutes. See everybody in a minute.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
And we're back here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park after a short break to let our workers have a moment to get off their feet and rest for a few minutes and grab a glass of water or whatever. Greg, we're back here with the Big Bore group this weekend. And these are usually our second fastest race cars of the session. You can see here comes that Ligier GTX car coming through. I didn't get clarification on that, Greg, but I'm pretty certain that after they get some data on that particular car, that it's probably going to move to P1 or P2 at some point in time.
We'll see. So we had GTX and also PX, Prototype X, which doesn't exist any longer.
Right.
And GTX is primarily, again, for homologated race cars, of which the Ligier, that is an LMP3 machine,
right.
So, and that driven by Robert Yallen. And, all good doctors drive Ligier LMP3s. Dentists, dentists in particular. But that is why it is in GTX. Now, what would have been interesting, Brian, is last weekend when we had our fill of, I think, like 7 or 8 McLaren 570Ss,
right,
to have had this in the exact same class. I think things might have ended up very differently.
Yeah.
By the way, a lot of those drivers, I think, like Carolyn Candace and a couple other drivers that we saw last week at NOLA, I think they're also at Sebring this weekend running in Porsche Cup, as we had talked about. But let's take a look here very quickly as our drivers are on their out laps before we get the first flying times in. Our fastest driver in yesterday's qualifying was Tristan Littlehale. Littlehale driving his GT2, I believe it's a Ford Mustang. Let me verify that quickly here. Pardon me, not a Mustang, it's a BMW M3. He's out of San Jose. He turned in a 1:45.063 with Jonathan Greco and Sean Wheeler, second and third fastest in the class, but almost 2 full seconds behind Littlehale. In GT3, Michael Lewis, who we saw last week at NOLA, was your fastest driver in the class with a 1:52.853, almost 4 3/4 seconds up on Taz Harvey. Great to see Taz out here running. Doesn't surprise me given the location. And we've seen Taz for a number of years in a number of different machines, including some Mazdas. He's out actually in a Honda Civic Type R TCR machine, I believe, here this weekend. Interesting to see that in GT3. That would also be a prime candidate for GTX, or I believe, or Touring 3, but probably Touring 2, but not out here in either of those classes this weekend. Then in GTX, Robert Yallen in the Ligier, our sole driver in the class. In Touring 1, Dan Van Nortwick, sole driver in the class. He turned in a 1:57.4. Robert Yallen, by the way, a 1:45.7 in qualifying yesterday. And then an American sedan. Great to see this driver out. I met him actually the first time I was out at Buttonwillow back in 2017. And he is driving a Ford Mustang, much as he did then, from Burlingame, California. Roger Eagleton, representing the San Francisco region. He had a time of 1:59.372. Almost 3.5 seconds up on Matt Latucci and on Norm Benson in American sedan. And I believe we'll see Roger perhaps in this exact same car a little bit later today in our last group of the day. I believe he is also running this machine in Touring 2 today and this weekend.
Let me unmute myself. Dean Farabach in the chat talking about how he loved how this group sounded at Road America at Turn 6. I'll tell you, Greg, when that Ligier comes past here, even this far away from the track, inside the control tower, at full song, it is just awesome. The ground shakes when that car comes past. Well, it is so cool.
I always tell the story about here a number of years ago working with Super Tour Radio down at Sebring, where I was typically on the little mound on the outside of turn 3. And this race group, it usually took me a good 15 minutes to recover because I had GT1 cars coming straight at me into turn 3. I then had them behind me as they were going into the tower turn, and then I had them to my left on the Flying Fortress straight, usually simultaneously, except on the first lap. And it was just this cacophony of immense sound, and not only that, but my head was literally vibrating around. And even with the headphones on, with the cans on my ears, it still took a good 10 minutes or so to get my bearings once again. A little different here at Buttonwillow, obviously.
All right, 25 cents in the jar. Greg just dropped a cacophony on us.
Yes.
13 minutes, 45 seconds to go in this qualifying session. As we speak, your top car right now, Tristan Littlehale in the GT2 BMW M3. Then you've got Robert Yallen in that Ligier in the LMP3 car, followed by Jonathan Greco. He was a late comer to qualifying yesterday, but jumped very close to the top of the leaderboard quickly yesterday. He's right out there now doing the same kind of thing. Sean Wheeler is in third and in fourth place overall. I'm sorry, fourth overall, third in class. And right now, the fifth place car on the track, Gregg Ginsberg, a Chevy Corvette out of Redwood City, California.
Yeah, and a couple new drivers joining us here. Besides Larry, look at that! I did it.
Wow, you called some, but you didn't call me Larry, so I'm happy about that.
That's right. I'm gonna have to talk to Larry McLeod, or Larry McLeod is getting into my mind here. But we do have Chris Qualls from Los Angeles. He is out in his American Sedan. Mustang American Sedan is pretty much the Mustang show this weekend, with all 5 drivers running in the class. Roger Eagleton going to fastest in class there on his second flying lap, a 1:59.137, and that's 0.2 faster than he ran yesterday. I should mention also, Tristan Littlehale in his BMW was underneath the track record yesterday for the class by 1.4 seconds. And should not be a surprise, because I think it is the first time we've had an LMP3 machine run in GTX at Buttonwillow, but Robert Yallen was over 3 seconds underneath the track record in qualifying yesterday. And again, we'll point out that you cannot set track records during qualifying, only during races in the SCCA.
Yallen in that Ligier just went purple with a 1:43.920. That's 2 seconds, almost 2 full seconds faster than Tristan Littlehale in the GT2 car. So that could be our front row here when all is said and done. Might be differences who's on the inside, who's on the outside. But those 2 cars in this class have been the fastest cars so far this weekend, and proving that to be the case again here in this second qualifying session. So the qualifying times from today and yesterday, they'll be combined to make our grid for today's races. So that is what we're looking at here. And Greg's really good, I'm not, at looking at yesterday's and comparing the times and doing all the math, because he's got a little slide rule in his head. I do not. Exactly.
I'm pushing little wooden things across a couple bars here.
Exactly. So, but he is really good at doing that kind of work for us and finding out which cars are going to go and combining the 2 sessions. I'm not good at that. Yeah. So, but anyway.
Some would say I'm not good at it either, but I'm going to try anyhow. All right, in GT3, Michael Lewis, who is our provisional pole sitter in the class, coming into today's qualifying session, currently your fastest at a 1:55.428. Oh, and that is 1.2 seconds up on the rest.
Hold on 1 second, Greg. We got a car off here at the Star Mazda turn. Lucky for him that he was able to get going with all of the standing water we've got on the racetrack. I believe that's the 41 car of 2-1.
That's the 2-1 of Mike Henderson, the GT2 Chevy Camaro. He's out of Alpine, California. Fastest lap at the moment of 1:57.7. This one obviously will not be anywhere near that fast. just taking a flyer on that one. And he did not go out for qualifying yesterday in class. So obviously any fast laps he can get in will be advantageous for him. With that fast time that he has currently of 1:57.7, let's see where that would put him. That would put him 6th based on yesterday's qualifying. But again, I think a little bit different here, as we've got a couple of other drivers that have leapfrogged them as well.
Also,
I was going to say also, Ollie Thordarson in his
to
Chevy Corvette did not go out for qualifying yesterday in the 121 machine.
yeah, there's a number of drivers that we're seeing now who were not here yesterday. Usually, most of them are LA-based drivers who probably, I'm going to guess, worked yesterday and are coming up this morning, or came up late last night and were ready for this morning. So Ollie Thordarson is one of those, and a couple of others in the earlier group. So that's not completely surprising to me on these 3-day events, especially when you've got someone who's got so many laps at this racetrack like Ollie does. He's out here with us almost every race weekend that we do, and we do, in addition to the Super Tour, we do 5 SCCA races out here at Buttonwillow throughout the year. So,
yeah, another driver in GT2 that was not here yesterday. That is Wayne Graham and his Mazda RX-7. He's out of Santa Barbara. There you go. Of course, last year, Brian, coming to this event, if the drivers were coming from Los Angeles, they had to deal with a snowstorm on the way out here, if I remember correctly.
have we taken our break yet?
No, we have not.
We should do that. We should do that. Let's do a call to grid, and then we'll take our break. And then we've already got a bunch of cars who have headed to the paddock and have called it a session. So we'll talk about that when we come back. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Wings and things to the grid. Formula X, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Wings and things to the grid. And we'll take our break. We'll be back in just about 2 minutes.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our Trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information. Welcome back, Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We're qualifying for round 5 of the Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour. Real quick, your fast cars in each class. Robert Yellen in GTX, Tristan Littlehale in GT2. GT3, your fast car is Michael Lewis. T1, your fast car, Don Van Nortwick. A sedan, it's Roger Eagleton, and I believe that's all the cars in this group. Greg had a question from Elijah Dobkins about why this LMP3 car is in the GTX class, and you have some info.
All right, so Elijah, get ready. Here's the list of the different types of cars that make up GTX, and it is a motley crew here. FIA GT3 machines, SRO GT4 cars. They would be approved on a case-by-case basis, but essentially FIA GT4 cars. TCR machines approved on a case-by-case basis. Then we've got the GTX tube frame cars. We've got the old Grand Am GTX tube frame machines, and this is where it starts to get fun. And again, remember, I mentioned that there was a prototype X class that is no more, that actually was started up right about the exact same time as GTX, and cars in the what you consider to be prototype cars in this class. Daytona prototypes, the Gen 1 prototypes, which are from like 2003 to 2007, the Gen 2s, and then the Gen 3s, which went up to 2016, and then the Daytona prototype international cars, which I guess were the last, the DPIs, which were the last Daytona prototypes before the LMDH cars came on board. Also, IMSA GTP cars, IMSA Camel Lights cars, as well. LMP1s from up to 2013, LMP2s 99 to present, LMP3s 2017 to present. That's where our Ligier falls in. Le Mans Prototype Challenge cars from 2009 to 2018, World Sports cars, as well as some cars that are put in here that drivers request to have the car classed as well. But as you can see, a motley crew of something along the lines of 17 different types of cars.
Right. And my guess as to why it's not in a prototype class is there's power to rate ratios that go into those prototype decisions, and I'm guessing it just doesn't come close to prototype 1 or prototype 2. So that would be my suspicion there. So also, quick story, Greg. It's funny, interesting. Scott Graham was out there in a GT3, the number 6 car, a Mazda RX-7. He was out qualifying, and he got a message from his crew, got to bring the car in, not because there's a problem with the car, not because they're trying to save it for the rest of the weekend.
Well, they are, kind of.
Well, but because while the car was on the racetrack, it was sold, and they don't want to wreck the car for the person who just bought the car.
Well, was there like an auction going on in the paddock?
I don't know, but he's done for the weekend, and it's kind of like a baseball player who's traded during the baseball game, and that person's got to come off the field and go to the locker room because they don't want to get the player hurt because they were just traded. What a funny, cool, weird story. That's some weird, wild, and wacky stuff, I tell you.
Oh, gosh.
So anyway, Scott Graham done.
Nice morning zoo voice, by the way.
No, that's my... okay, it must not have been a very good Johnny Carson impersonation if you just threw me to the morning zoo. Anyway, so Scott Graham's done for the weekend for all the best reasons, I guess. Oh, that's so cool.
And I hope that he's getting at least as much as his entry fee for this.
That's true. All right, we've got 55 seconds to go in the session. Checkered flag's going to be out at any minute. No change at the top. It's still Yalin, Littlehale, Greco, Sean Wheeler, Sean McCready, and Kyle Kelly. That's your top 6 right now, and that is how they stand at the moment with about 39 seconds to go in the session. Flagger starter Chuck Phillips is holding that checkered flag, waiting just ever so patiently for the time to run out in the session, and we will have all of that information for you in just a second.
Well, with 20 seconds left on the clock, let's see if he's got a nervous twitch or anything there, Brian.
Anyway.
All right. Yes. All right. So, well, he hasn't pulled it out yet, but we should have cars coming through the S's very, very soon, and my guess is the next car to come out of Sunset will take that checkered flag. And so we'll see here. I don't see anybody on a flyer at this point, Brian, with the exception of maybe I was going to say maybe Patrick Lynn, but actually that was from earlier in the session on his third flying lap. It was quite a while ago. I think the majority of the cars, we just saw some come through the Star Mazda turn, but the majority of the racers have taken their cars back to the paddock, and here they finally come. And oh, Brian, just to make it worse for you and me, the cars that we had coming on what would have been their last flying lap all decided to pit in before getting to the checkered flag.
Great. No, that's awesome.
Yeah, so let's take a look here. American Sedan, Roger Eagleton will be your provisional pole. He's probably no longer your provisional pole setter in the class. He got a little bit faster today, but had 1.3 seconds on the rest of the American Sedan field. Now a 5-car field. It was only 3 cars yesterday in qualifying. Tristan Littlehale for the second day in a row, fastest of your GT. 2 machines with a time of 1:45.288, 1.3 seconds clear of John Greco and Sean Wheeler. Michael Lewis, your fastest GT3 driver, 1.3 seconds clear of Taz Harvey, and Wolfgang Mikey. Yes, the Paseo returns. The Toyota Paseo, our third fastest car in the class, and I don't believe Wolfgang was here for qualifying yesterday. And then we've got Robert Yallen, who is our fastest driver overall, a 1:43.920, and Dan Van Nortwick, our sole Touring 1 driver in his Ford Mustang S550, the Las Vegas, Nevada driver, turned in a 1:57.499.
All right, let's take our break. We're under a 5 for the next section, so we'll take a really quick. We'll be back in just a minute for Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, FX, and P1 and P2. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
It's like, well, as old as you are, that's dinner time. Brian Bielanski and Gregg Ginsberg here. And we are having fun here out at Buttonwillow. 2 qualifying sessions to go, and then the real fun begins, Greg.
All I know, Brian, is we have to hurry up because I've got an early bird special to get to here on the East Coast. Yeah.
Yes, well, it's almost time for that. You can
good old
take
ML probably does too, but
take your pace car back or take your purse with the early bird special. You can take home dinner for the rest of the week. So lots of sticker tires on these cars as they go out. These are our fastest race cars here for the weekend. Our Formula cars, our winged Formula cars, and our prototypes. And this, Greg, as I have said since we started doing this a year and a half ago at Sebring, or a year and a couple months ago, this is my favorite race group.
Yeah, indeed. I know you absolutely love them. So these are, we saw earlier our first open wheel. Wow, getting a little wild over at the dog leg at that little bend there on the I'll call it the back straight, running into Riverside. But we had our first open wheel group. I had mentioned that for the most part, no aero advantages, no side pods, no wings front or rear. Obviously, this is the big difference here with all of the Formula cars that we have in this race group, and of course the prototype cars, where they all rely on aerodynamic downforce. The faster you go, the more they stick to the ground, so it's more than just that mechanical grip that they are relying on here. And we have in this group, I never refer to Prototype 1 as a spec class, but so many of our Prototype 1 drivers are running a Elan chassis. I think Aaron Bailey is maybe the one that isn't, as he's running a store WF1. But of course, we've got the FE2 class, which is a spec chassis run by or sold by SCCA Enterprises, and just so many classes here where you're just astounded by the speed. And you mentioned it is, without a doubt, with these Prototype 1 and Formula Atlanta cars, the fastest race group that we have here this weekend.
Yeah, a ton of fun. And if you want to watch our live timing as well on a different screen than you're watching us, because I don't want you turning away from the Super Tour here, but you can go to scca.com/live and you can see the same screen that Greg and I look at as we call the stuff here for qualifying. It's really cool in qualifying because you get all the sector times, so we can know if a guy is on or gal is on a flyer lap trying to get one of those fast laps of the day, and it's really kind of some cool stuff.
Although I will have to mention, because it has confused me, Brian, for the first half of the day, and I forget this every time we come back and run this counterclockwise, or probably this clockwise layout, is that Sector 1 is actually Sector 3, Sector 3 is actually Sector 1.
You know what? If you would have never said that to anybody, nobody would have known the difference. And now people are going to be scratching their heads, asking the questions in the chat why it is. I don't have the answers for that.
That's right. So you'll notice that Sector 1 gets set just before, or just as they cross the start-finish line. All right, let's take a look at yesterday's qualifying session. Brian, where Chip Romer was our fastest driver on track. Chip is driving the number 62 Elan DPO2. He's out of Lake Havasu City, Lake Havasu City, Arizona. A 1:34.964 was his fastest qualifying time. That was almost 3/4 of a second up on Jim Davenport, with Aaron Bailey, our third fastest driver, about another second back from there. Matt Romer, fourth fastest. Only a single Prototype 2 racer, and that's a little odd for this event. Tim Day Jr. from Scottsdale, Arizona, your sole driver in the class in a store WF1. He had a 1:40.519 yesterday. And then if we take a look at our Formula car classes, Greg Labate, our sole Formula Atlantic driver, he had a 1:45.42 yesterday. In Formula Continental, best name of the weekend, Brian, Troy Shooter.
Yes.
In the number 87 Continental, 1:44.495. Let's see what chassis he's running. He's running a Van Diemen RF99. He's out of Mission Viejo. He was just a touch under a half a second faster than Dutch Schultz, with Gabe Kahn, who we saw a little bit earlier today in Formula. We saw him in Formula F. He's also running a Continental with Gary Pearson. And then in the spec class in Formula Enterprises 2, Caleb Schrader, who we saw yesterday take provisional pole in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. He was also your provisional pole sitter for FE2. 1.1 seconds clear Tom Hope and Paul Marino in a 6-car class.
And the second best name of the weekend also out, though, Jerry Dutch Schultz. He is out there in his Van Diemen RFL1, and he, of course, is out of San Clemente, California. So Jim Davenport, Chip Romer, those two guys are going to battle it out probably for the front row here. Who's going to be on the pole, who's going to be on the outside? That's my suspicion. But don't count out Matthew Romer. He's been hovering up there near the top of the P1 field here out west for a while, and it's just a matter of time before he says, Dad, it's my turn. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Move over, Dad.
All right, well, going to the top of the leaderboard for the time being with a 134 flat is Jim Davenport, and that is almost about 9/10 of a second faster than Chip Romer ran yesterday. So a big leap there by Davenport. Romer is at a 134.253, so about 24 hundredths of a second separating them right now.
So when yesterday's fast laps were set in these classes, it was probably about 10 or 11 degrees warmer than it is right now. Right now, ambient temperature 59 degrees. It was right around 70 degrees yesterday afternoon when these cars went out for their qualifying sessions. So that may have a lot to do with these faster times.
All right, and Brian, we've got some times that I can't believe coming in right now. So your new provisional pole sitter in Prototype 1, fastest driver in the class, is now Chip Romer.
Ooh.
He turns in a 133.13. Not only is that, 1.8 seconds faster than the times that were put in for the class yesterday, but that is 1.1 seconds, that is 0.9 seconds faster than the existing track record. Chip set that back in 2022. It's a 134.210.
Wow.
And Jim Davenport crossed the line 4/10 back. He's also into the 33s now with a 33.57. So these two are just absolutely flying in their elans. Aaron Bailey, the sole driver in P1 in a store, is third fastest now at a 35 flat, almost 1.8 seconds back. In P2, Tim Day Jr. with a 139.166. And I should mention that now is 4/10 of a second under the existing P2 track record. And that P2 track record set by Tim Day Jr. Also back in February of 2022 for the Super Tour here. In FE2, Caleb Schrader, currently your fastest driver on track, a 142.567 is the time. He's about 0.2 of a second off of where he was yesterday. In Continental, right now the fastest Continental driver out there is Dutch Schultz out of San Clemente, a 144.720 the time, and that is about 0.2 off of what Troy Shooter put in yesterday.
Also taking a look at FE2, second through fifth place within 1/10 of a second, second through sixth place within 0.2 of a second, or as our producer said, just call it a quarter second. But yeah, that is a tight battle. It's a bit of a gap between first and second place. Caleb Schrader is out there and running pretty fast laps here. He would be a second and a half ahead of second place right now. Paul Marino in second. Caleb Schrader is your provisional pole sitter in FE2, and that the cars we were talking about within 1/10 of a second. Paul Marino, John Eatman, Blake Pigeon, Tom Hope, and Tom Burt. Those are those FE2 cars out there, all battling it out for second place here in FE2. At this point in time.
And Brian, in the chat right now, Russ Turner, who I think probably has something invested in FE2, wants to know what the FE2 track record is. Caleb Schrader said it this January. Rather than being in Sebring, he was at the majors here at Buttonwillow. He turned in a 141.913.
All right, we are at the halfway point, so let's take our break. We'll do a call to grid, and when we come back, we will have the rest of our qualifying session for this group. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Touring 2, Touring 3, Touring 4, STL, STU to the grid. Touring 2, Touring 3, Touring 4, STL, Group 7 cars to the grid for your final qualifying session of the weekend. We're going to take our break. We'll be back in just a second. Stay with us, everybody. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our Trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Chamber of Commerce weather out here this weekend. Beautiful sunny skies. Look at the green, Greg. Last year we just saw ponds.
and usually you just see brown and sand and dirt. So this tells me that it has rained recently there at Buttonwillow. So just not as much as last year.
Right. So we had Caleb Schrader on the Inside the SCCA podcast for my Buttonwillow Super Tour preview show, and we I try to pick a driver who's good around here for one, and he clearly is, and it's always nice when I can feature a young driver as well. The reigning FE2 national champion is in our chat, Russ Turner, and he says he's keeping his eye on Caleb for the runoff. So definitely a kid who is an up-and-comer who knows how to get it done. And yes, I think everybody should be keeping an eye on Caleb for the runoffs.
All right, so Caleb has gone and reset provisional pole time for the class, a 142.267. He came in at a 42.316. He is still quite a bit clear of the next driver in class. That is Paul Marino at a 144.019, so 1.8 seconds thereabouts separating those two drivers. John Yateman is your third fastest driver at a 48.281, and looks like he just got eclipsed by Tom Hope. We saw Blake Pigeon out of Austin, Texas. We saw Blake at NOLA last week. He is here at Buttonwillow as well. He is currently running 5th in class behind Tom Hope, about 0.3 separating those two drivers.
So let me take a look here at something. I've lost my place and my train of thought. Caleb is in the pits. The 44 car is also in the pits, Paul Marino. So they're done for the day. The 62 car and the 18 car are done for the day. That's Chip Romer and Tom Hope. Now, when I say done for the day, done for this qualifying session. And what else do I got here? Got a couple of others. The 15 car has ended his qualifying session. That is Aaron Bailey. So I think we're caught up on all of that. Wave to the person behind me. Hold on a second. Keep talking, Greg. We're doing social media. We're doing the important stuff here. You keep talking for me.
Yeah, and I've got the face for radio, and you've got, I don't know what your face is for. But, again, fastest driver currently in Continental is Dutch Schultz in the number 84 machine. He's driving an RFO1 Van Diemen, a 1:44.519, his fastest time, and that does reset provisional pole in the class. Troy Shooter yesterday at a 44.495, so a little bit of a win there for Dutch Schultz. Shooter today at a 44.681, so he gets a little bit faster as well, but 1600ths separating those two drivers at the moment. So Gabriel Kahn out of Santa Fe at a 45.753, and then Gary Peterson. That is your 4-car Continental field at the moment. We just talked about Enterprises 2 with Schrader, Hope, Marino, and Yateman, your top 4 in Prototype 1, and he went back to the pits already. Chip Romer in his Elan at that 133.133, and Brian, all I can imagine is after Romer set that time, he probably figured, I might just want to call this a set.
Well, but so I can't read, Greg.
Okay, that's problematic.
Chip was in the pits, not in tech. So he's back out there right now, just went back on the racetrack.
Oh, wow, okay.
And maybe he doesn't think
there he is right now, coming through Star Mazda, getting some heat in the tires.
So maybe he said to himself, you know what, a 133 ain't good enough. I'm going to see if I can go a little faster. So
and I listening to the coverage and listening to you and Brendan yesterday, I think you were talking about him in particular, both Chip and maybe about Tim Day, using this time,
yes,
getting some additional seat time and prepping for some other events as well, since this is essentially the first event of the year that they've had the cars out.
Right. So they probably made some sort of a chassis adjustment or a tire pressure change, and to see what that does to the race, to the car here, with the 2.5 minutes left in the session, he'll get at least 1, maybe 2 good laps in to determine whether whatever change they made works here. Just seeing now the 22 car, John Yeatman, he's in the pits as well. So Alex Bielanski telling us lots of tire pressure changes. That's what they're seeing down on pit lane right now. So when these cars are coming in, they're readjusting tire pressures and going that way. So thank you, Alex, for that information.
All right, so we've got a little bit under 2 minutes now remaining here, and let's see, we just got a time in the books from Greg Labate, our sole Formula Atlantic driver, with a 1:45.258, and that is about 0.2 faster than he placed his Pro Formula Mazda yesterday.
So up front right now, Romer, Davenport. Matthew Romer has gone ahead of Aaron Bailey on the rundown here on the scoring sheet today. Is that faster than yesterday's times for those two drivers, Greg? You've got that in front of you.
I'm sorry, and who are we
Matthew Romer.
Romer.
Matt Romer just popped a 1:34.765. I'm wondering if that's...
Yeah, that's 1.8 seconds faster than he ran yesterday.
Wow, okay, great.
At a 1:36.566 yesterday. That was good for 4th fastest during yesterday's session.
Great. So as I was guessing, so it looks like today's times are going to be set for most of this field.
Yes.
So at the moment, with 48 seconds to go, if it were to end right now, Romer, Davenport will be the front row. Romer, Bailey, the younger Romer, and Bailey on the second row.
Yeah, indeed. And Tim Day, John Manfroy making up row number 3, and then you start to get into the FE2 machines. And we'll see here now. Again, this group is, we've been told by Race Control that they are not going to have a split start of any type yesterday, so the Formula Enterprise 2 machines will not be separated out. It looks as though row number 4, will likely be Caleb Schrader and Chris Vaughn in his Prototype 1 Elan. Well, scratch that. Well, it's still going to be Vaughn and Schrader, but they've swapped positions in that row as Chris Vaughn now turns in a 1:42.096. That's good for 7th fastest overall. Schrader still at 8th fastest. And let's see.
Checkered flag is in the air, by the way, Greg.
Yeah, so this will be the last opportunity. We saw Chip Romer bring the car back out on track. We'll see if he can improve upon that 1:33.133 here on his last flying lap.
Trying to wait to see him come by here. He may just... Okay, I think he just pulled into pits.
As a matter of fact, yeah, we can see him right now. He called off that last lap, had not set any personal bests in any of the sectors, and he comes down the pit lane to call it a session. So it looks like Romer's going to stand on that 133.133. Again, about 0.11 of a second up on Jim Davenport.
Yeah, and that's a good idea, folks, when you're trying to just do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Made a change. Doesn't appear that he liked the change, but now he knows that that's not the change to make for later. And they'll go back to whatever they had on before the 133.133 lap, which was really, really fast. You want to give us a quick rundown, Greg, before we go to break?
Yep, sounds good. So Romer and Davenport, top 2, with Romer and Bailey, 3rd and 4th. Tim Day Jr., John Manfroy, Chris Vaughn, and Caleb Schrader. That is your top 8. Then Tom Hope and Paul Marino, both in Formula Enterprises 2, should make up row number 5, with John Yateman and Troy Shooter making up row number 6. Yateman in a Formula Enterprises 2, Shooter, pardon me, in Continental, should be your Continental pole sitter here today. And that should, again, going 19 cars deep, but I think that should be good for now. And so we've got one group remaining, Brian. Let's give them a call to the grid, and we'll have that final qualifying session coming up in just a few moments.
Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 7 to the grid, Group 7 to the grid. Touring 2, Touring 3, Touring 4, STL, STU to the grid. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have our final qualifying session of the weekend. Stay with us, everybody. If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information. Welcome back to the Hoosier. I almost said inside the SCCA. Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We're on 25 clockwise is the track that we're racing today. He's Gregg Ginsberg. I'm Brian Bielanski. Ryan Bauer is back at the HQ pressing the buttons, and Brendan Kazmarek is here making sure the cameras look pretty and helping out with all the other stuff behind the scenes. Thank you to everybody here. Alex Bielanski in the pits giving us the info, so we actually have a little more to talk about. Big help this weekend. Appreciate that. And Greg, final qualifying session of the weekend actually, it is underway.
It is. It is. And we'll take a look here. And again, we'll see for this group, probably for the start of this race, a split between the Super Touring cars and the Touring cars. Fastest driver on track during yesterday's qualifying session was Rylan Hazelton in his Honda S2000. Rylan was underneath the track record that he set, I believe, 2 years ago with a 155.561. Mark Hoover in the number 98 Mazda Speed, and I believe, I'll have to double check, but I believe that was a Mazda Miata. I just got rid of the wrong group here. Sorry about that. Oh, gosh. What am I going to do with myself, Brian? He was our second fastest driver in the class, and Hoover in his Mazda MX-5. Of course, he was known for years driving, I believe, an NA Miata that was turbocharged. Roger Eagleton, we saw him a little bit earlier in American Sedan. He was our fastest T2 driver with a time of 1:59.244. In Touring 3, Ross Murray in the number 74 Ford Mustang, your fastest driver with a time of 2:02.388. Your STL provisional pole sitter, Carl Young, out of Salinas, California, driving the number 23 Honda Civic SI, a 2:02.724. And your provisional pole sitter in Touring 4, driving the number 78 Toyota FRS from San Jose, Izzy Sanchez, a time of 2:05.542.
All right, we're getting this one underway. Final qualifying session. After this session, we've got an hour break for lunch, and then we'll be back with 7 races this weekend. Back to back to back, with our first race, of course, being our Spec Miata Spec MX-5 Challenge. That's coming up next. Also, want to give a big shout out in the chat. Jason Pribble is in the chat, SCCA Wings and Things driver. He just signed a deal to go and do a whole season of British Formula Ford. So, big congrats to you, Jason. He's been on the Inside the SCCA podcast a couple times now. He's got a great. We had a long conversation about how hard it is to go pro racing and make that a career, and he's been trying to do that. So check that podcast out. It was really informative. Okay. Getting ready for those first laps to get in the book so we can talk about some times here. Of course, we're combining yesterday's times with today's times to make the actual qualifying grid for this afternoon's races. So if you were fast yesterday and not fast today, that's fine. We'll take yesterday's time. But it's been proving to be the case, Greg, for the most part. Today's times have been faster than yesterday's.
Yeah, the track has definitely been faster today. And I think a lot of that is that qualifying yesterday didn't start until after lunch. So it was a little bit later in the day. Maybe the sun, obviously, as we got closer to high noon, a little bit higher in the sky. We may see for this last run group, things may be very similar to how they ran yesterday at the very end of the day as the sun was going down and the track was starting to cool down. We'll see here, but the very first time in the books comes in from Rylan Hazelton, and right out of the box, a 1:56.302, so about 0.8 of a second off of his fastest time from yesterday. Mark Hoover with a 56.824, about a half second separating those two drivers.
All right.
We've got drivers just now coming across the line, completing those first laps. Now, all of these cars, Brian, are on DOT-approved tires. They may be on Hoosiers. They may be on another tire manufacturer. Doesn't take a lot of time to get heat in the tires and get them up to temp and get them ready to go. But it would still probably take a lap and a half for most of these drivers to get ready to start setting those golden laps.
Now, there's something I'm used to seeing. Buttonwillow dust That car, that black car, I believe, coming through here, that Mustang, I believe, put a couple wheels off there as he came off down the hill from Grapevine, and that dust is usually a telltale sign that someone's really trying to put down a hot lap here, or they just made a huge mistake.
Yeah, one of the tracks actually, or the right off the track surface is actually drying out now, finally.
Right,
well,
we're actually starting to see. Yeah, we're starting to see some of that telltale Buttonwillow brownness right there, exactly where the cursor's being flipped around there for us. And it is absolutely starting to dry out, but there are still some big puddles. You know, 10, 15 feet off track can be really, really problematic, as we've seen several times this weekend.
Yeah, we know, and you can see right at Phil Hill, that gravel trap on the outside of Phil Hill, still very darkly shaded, still very damp. Also, of course, we've seen that huge puddle as you make the left-hand turn to head into Phil Hill. It's there, and I believe we've also got that one huge puddle right on, there it is, right on the outside of the Sunset Bend, the very last corner, taking you onto the front straight that has caught a couple of drivers out here today already in qualifying.
And I see another car coming out of the grid area to go on to the track here, a white Mustang. I'm not quite sure which one that is. My guess is that is Vitek Harvey. Is probably that car. That's probably the 47 car, which has not turned a lap yet. Oh, actually, maybe it had. Maybe it came in for one. I don't know what's going on. Sometimes it's hard to follow with everyone coming in and off during qualifying, so we do the best that we can. A couple cars here who are here today that weren't out here yesterday. Christina Etherington, that would be, I believe, sister to Kayla Etherington. She's out here today. Kayla was out here yesterday, so that is the case. We see Adrian Comstock. He is also racing in the Spec MX-5 class. That's a Group 1. He's out here in STL today. So we're finding, as we found out last weekend, Greg, that a lot of the Spec MX-5 drivers are using the STL class as a bit of an extra track time test session, and some of them didn't run STL the race last weekend on Sunday because they were trying to keep the car good for the Spec MX-5 race later in the day. We'll see it. They're flip-flopped today.
Exactly. So, yeah, we'll see if it ends up any different with Spec MX-5 running, and that'll be our very first race here this afternoon when we come back from lunch. And again, this is the last qualifying session before we take a little break for lunch. Let's take a look here as we're starting to see our second flying lap come in from a lot of the drivers. Rylan Hazelton at a 156.063 in STU. Still fastest driver on course, not quite down to where he was yesterday, with Mark Hoover about 3/4 of a second back at a 56.824. In Touring 2, Roger Eagleton, a 159.336 in the books, and that is about a 1/10 off of where he was yesterday. 2 full seconds up on Ollie Thordarson. Then we've got, and we'll have to check, Brian, and see if maybe this is something that Alex can get us information on, is I've got an Ollie listed in car 22, and I've got an Ollie listed in car 122, both Chevy Corvettes, both having set times. I'd love to know what the story is there. Then in Touring 3, Ross Murray at a 2:09.05, and that is quite a bit faster than Ross ran yesterday. Yesterday's fastest time, a 2:02.388. Lynn Griffiths about 5.8 seconds back currently. In Touring 4, Izzy Sanchez at a 2:07.51. And wow. Oh, pardon me. Let's try this again. 2:06.751. I need to get my glasses adjusted, apparently. And still about 1.2 seconds off of where Izzy was yesterday. Tony Karatsus at a 2:09.867, about 3 seconds off of Izzy's times.
Okay, so Sean Lovett, he has decided he's got enough in for this session. He's done for the session. The number 98 car, also Mark Hoover, is done for the session. And the number 1 car of Roger Eagleton, also done for the session. They're in tech, and they'll be heading back to their paddock and waiting for their race this afternoon.
Be interesting to see here because Eagleton, again, fastest driver right now in T2. He was fastest earlier today in American Sedan, and he only puts in the single flying lap. Right now, he still has 1.7 seconds up on one of the two Ollie Thorsons.
Let's take a break, Greg, and then we will get everybody to the end of the session here. We'll be right back. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live from Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our Trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsport obsession. Ask someone Trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information. And welcome back, everybody, to Buttonwillow Raceway Park in the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski, and we are in the midst of our final qualifying session of the weekend. Next up, we're going to be going, well, next up is lunch, but then we'll be going racing, Brian, here as we've got 6 minutes remaining in our Super Touring and Touring qualifying session. Fastest driver as he has been, and he, again, I think put in one flying lap and then called it a day. Ryan Hazelton at a 156.063 with Mark Hoover, Sean Lovett, your top three in STU. In STL, Wes Molno in his NC Miata, and I think Wes is also racing in Spec MX-5 Challenge. He's your fastest driver currently in the class at a 203.836. That is a quarter of a second up right now on Ryan Gutiel and Carl Young. In Touring 2, Roger Eagleton called it one and done, a 159.336. His qualifying time about a half second up on Ollie Thorderson in his Chevrolet Corvette with Vitek Harvey. currently third fastest in the class. In T3, Ross Murray with a 5+ second advantage over Lynn Griffiths, the Mustang over the Boxster. And then in Touring 4, Izzy Sanchez with a 2:06.751, about 2 seconds clear of Philip Clark's Subaru. And then Tony Kiratsu's Scion FRS. There's about 2.1 seconds separating those three drivers, then Christina and Kayla Etherington.
All right, so we have a smoking car here. There it is right there going through the off-ramp section. Not exactly sure if that's tire smoke or otherwise, but it could be. It doesn't look like a tire smoke, but maybe it has cleared up a little bit. Not quite sure. Anyway, we are on time at the moment, so I haven't received official word from the bosses, but it looks like we will be able to go racing on time at 12:05 this afternoon. When we do have the official time, we'll put it up on the screen for everybody to see during the lunch break, and we will get that as well.
And Brian, as you're saying that, from race control, we'll have cars leaving the grid for their pace lap. That'll be Spec MX-5 and Spec Miata at 12:05 Pacific time. That is 3:05 Eastern time.
The great Swami had a premonition, and that is why it all works out like I said. So.
More Carson, more Karnak. I mean Carson.
The great Karnak, exactly.
Yes.
Yes, of course. If you can't tell, folks, I was a big Johnny Carson fan. Ryan Hazelton, Mark Hoover, Sean Lovett, Roger Eagleton, your fast cars at the moment. And it does look as though the smoke on that white car coming out of the exhaust, let's hope that is the only place that the smoke is coming from and is not dropping fluid for us. And I actually think that was the Mustang that came out a little bit late to the grid as well. So,
yeah.
But
it is definitely one of our Mustangs. And so the question is that Harvey, Latucci, or Murray? We'll try and get the... Oh, it's the
23 car.
No, the 23 car, which is that's the Honda Civic SI of Carl Young.
Oh, okay.
Of Salinas, California, currently your third fastest driver in STL. And what I've noticed also, Brian, with that car, as it has been smoking, is it's typically when the car is leaned over, not in a straight line. And that's why I think when we saw it coming out of the off-ramp up the I-5 that there wasn't much smoke there. Now, I'm used to Honda S2000s when their F-Series motors were leaned over on very, very hard right-hand turns that they would smoke. Not exactly sure what the story will be here. This Honda Civic, this series of Honda Civic should have a K-Series motor, but it is a transverse mounted motor. So we'll have to see there. It could just be overfilled just a little bit, or there could be something a little bit more, not nefarious, but a little bit more troubling for the driver, for Carl Young and his crew.
Minute and 48 seconds left to go in the session here as we get to wrap up this qualifying session, our final qualifying session of the weekend. We'll get to our racing right after lunch at 7. Fantastic races ahead, I am sure. I hope that premonition comes true as well. But,
and interestingly enough, Brian, because I think the car that was behind that Civic was possibly Wes Molno's Mazda MX-5, and the Civic isn't there any longer.
There we have it.
So it may have come down the pit lane. We'll try and get that information. Yeah, they're getting word now that the Civic did come down the pit lane. So the driver probably took a quick look in the rearview mirror and realized that that's probably not supposed to be that way.
Exactly. Kind of do a little investigatory mechanic work here to figure out why that was happening. Hopefully they get it wrapped up. The good news for them is they have probably 3 hours to figure it out and get it fixed. So not much of a change anywhere on the racetrack right now. The big change is, and only because he wasn't here yesterday, is I believe Ollie Thorson is going to end up being your second fastest starter here in T2, Greg.
Yes.
I believe that time is faster than all the times we had yesterday. So it'll be Eagleton and Thorson will be your front, well, not your front row, but your top two cars in T2. And that is, and Ollie has got, I mean, a ton of laps around Buttonwillow. He's also a big part of the Spec Corvette class out here that we have as a regional only class, and he and James Candelaria on the East Coast are both kind of pushing that is a Spec class option out there. So usually he's out here in a Spec Corvette, but obviously we don't have that this weekend, so he's out here in driving the car in a T2. Tom Jones has the checkered flag in his hand, which means the session is over. We are done qualifying, Greg, and we are going to be about an hour and 5 minutes away from racing action.
Yeah, and I say it's not unusual to see Tom Jones throw that checkered flag. Little joke there. Anyway, let's take a look here, Brian, because for today's race in Super Touring and Touring, we are going to have a split start. The Super Touring Under and Super Touring Light drivers will get one green flag behind one pace car, and then the Touring cars will be starting. We presume they will be starting in the second group based on the lap times that we see here. Let's start off, though, run down in Super Touring, where we believe that Rylan Hazelton will be your pole sitter for that class, with Mark Hoover starting right next to him. There was about 3/4 of a second separating those two drivers. Hazelton with a 156.06, Hoover with a 150, pardon me, as I just had a window pop up right in front of
course
the number I was trying to read. A 156.824. Then Sean Lovett in his BMW E46 machine at a 158.045, and then Tazio Otis in a Honda Civic. Honda Civic SI's out of Alameda, California, 2 minutes 7:07. If we take a look at our STL drivers, Wes Molno in his NC Mazda, a 203.836, with Ryan Gutiel, next fastest driver, at a 204.890, so about 2/10 separating those two drivers. And then Carl Young in that Honda Civic, which had some smoking issues towards the end of the session, a 204.100. And then Adrian Comstock was your fourth fastest STL machine in his Mazda MX-5 at 204.393. If we take a look at Touring, Roger Eagleton, he was your fourth fastest driver overall, but fastest Touring 2 driver, a 159.336 for the Burlingame, California driver. Ollie Thordarson in his Chevy Corvette, a 159.859. Second fastest in the class, then Vitek Harvey and Matt Latucci. In Touring 3, Ross Murray out of Marina Del Rey in his Ford Mustang, 2:09.05. That was your fastest time in class. Lynn Griffiths at a 2:06.702. So pretty big gap there between the two T3 drivers. Lynn's driving a Porsche Boxster. Then in Touring 4, Izzy Sanchez in his Toyota FRS at a 2:06.75, with Philip Clark second fastest in his BRZ at a 2:07.85. Tony Kiratsus in his Scion FRS at 2:08.839, and Christina Etherington out of Las Vegas at 2:09 flat. So that should run down the order, and of course we'll give you the starting grids when we get to that race a little bit later this afternoon.
Qualifying is in the books. Racing will get underway just after 3:05 p.m. Eastern Time, 12:05 p.m. Pacific. It's going to be fun. The weather's going to be fantastic, and we're going to have all the action for you here. So go grab yourself a bite to eat, maybe an adult beverage or a non-adult beverage, maybe even a cup of coffee, depending on where you are in the world.
If you're going to have that adult beverage, make sure to join the chat afterwards, right?
Exactly, exactly. Stay with us, folks. We'll be back in about an hour with all of the stuff. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We'll be back in a bit.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts, so I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have two main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. And it's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily. And so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
And we are ready to go racing here at Willow Raceway Park. Here is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, round number 5. We've got a whole bunch of racing action coming up this afternoon. Let's start with a look at the racetrack that we are racing on today. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is here with me, and Greg, this is going to be a good one.
It is, Brian, and after all of our drivers, not all of our drivers, but we saw most of our drivers in qualifying setting faster laps today than they did during our first qualifying session yesterday afternoon. I'm looking forward to some real good things today across 7 different sprint races.
There we go. 21 turns, 2.92 miles. This is configuration 25 clockwise. As you can see, we are utilizing the off-ramp and not the A section on the top right part of the course. We are utilizing the dog leg and not the bus stop on the bottom part of the course, that bottom straight. And up at the top, we are utilizing Star Mazda turn and not the sweeper this weekend. That is our course 25, and of course, it is clockwise, and that is what we've got going. Let's get right to our grids today, because we've got a lot of cars here, Greg. Take it away, my friend.
Indeed we do. And all of our races today, Brian, scheduled for 25 minutes. Let's start off with our first race of the day, which is a combined group of both Spec Miata and Spec MX-5. They're going to take the green separately. Let's start off with Spec Miata, where we had 11 qualifiers here today. Starting 11th from Pleasanton, California, we've got Scott Howard. Todd Lunchbaugh will start 10th. He's driving the number 93 Miata. He's from Glendora, California. Ryan Busk will start 9th. Ryan's driving the number 83 car. He's from Chandler, Arizona, with Alan Luchart the 4th, starting 8th, driving the number 7 machine. Alan is from Corona, California. David Varco will start 7th, driving the number 98 machine, with Jeremy Rutter. And I know Jeremy well. He's from the East Coast. He's out of the Washington, D.C. region. I think he is still being supported by RP Performance. He is starting 6th today, driving the number 37 machine. Then we've got Brett Rivetta is going to start 5th today, driving the number 89 car. He's from El Cajon, with Austin Varco starting 4th. Austin is driving the number 2 machine. He's from Bonita, California. Then we've got Ren Messenger. Ren is starting 3rd, driving the number 3 car. He's from Bedford, New York. And on your front row for Spec Miata, driving the number 66 machine and starting 2nd, it's Wyan Couch, with Evan Jacobs on the pole today. He's driving the number 35 machine, and he had a qualifying time of 2:05, 2 minutes 5 seconds, 0.478. Now let's move over to SMX, where we had 12 qualifiers, starting 12th, driving the number 6 car. It is Patrick Drinkwine, and Patrick is from San Jose, California, starting 11th, driving the number 91 NC Miata from Tribuca Canyon, California. Richard James. Starting 10th, driving the 132 car, is Michael Travers, with Sophia Story starting 9th. Sophia's driving the number 65 machine. She's from Solvang, California. Then we've got Michael Newmeyer. Michael is driving the number 72 car. He starts 8th today, with Michael Wannenberg starting 7th. Michael is driving the number 29. Adrian Comstock will start 6th today. Adrian is driving the number 15 machine. He's from Beverly Hills, California. Then we've got Cooper Hicks starting 6th. Cooper's driving the 86 car, with Ryan Gutiel starting on the outside of row number 2 in SMX. Ryan is from Madera, California, and he is driving the 116 car. Dave Tooker, he was our provisional pole sitter after day 1. He starts 3rd today, however, in the number 25 machine. He's from Concord, California. And your front row today, driving the number 27 Mazda MX-5 from Clovis, California, it is Jared Korth, and your pole sitter. Driving the number 11 from Glendora, California, with a qualifying time of 2:02.188, Wesley Molno.
We should mention that the qualifying times for today are a combination of the starting times are a combination of the qualifying from yesterday and today, except for the car number 65, Sophia Story. She is out there on her qualifying times from yesterday because she was out this morning on unmarked tires. and that is not allowed in the rules. So all of her Q2 qualifying times were disqualified, so her time to put her in that 9th spot is set from yesterday's time. So you have to use the same tires all weekend. So if you don't use the ones that were marked at the first session of the weekend, that is not good. So,
and obviously the penalty there to have your times removed. I think we all know what the penalty will be if she's not on those marked tires here.
That's
for
right.
the race. All right, so Brian, the drivers coming out of the Star Mazda turn, coming into the S's now, and we should see our first group coming around the Sunset Bend now as the starter looks over the field. That's our SMX field, and the green flag is in the air. We've got one driver already popping to the inside there from the back of the pack, but our first 2 rows of Mono, Korth, Tooker, and Gutierrez still side by side as they now come into the Sunrise Bend as our second pack. The Spec Miatas get the green flag, with Wyatt Couch and Evan Jacobs on that front row, and they are still almost all 2 by 2 going through Sunrise.
And it looks like they've gotten through there clean, which is an awesome way to get this race started. Here comes your first SMX group here coming through the I-5 section, heading down towards Cotton Corners. And there they are going through Cotton Corners. This is a right, left, right combination as they head up towards the Grapevine. And that is that section you're seeing there, right around there. And now back to the Spec Miata field as they come through I-5 for the first time.
And we'll see is that back of the pack, they are 2 wide coming into that little bend, rise, and then drop, but it looks like they all get through safely. Let's stay up here now with the front of the MX-5 field as they are now making their way into this very high-speed corner here called Riverside. Big, wide sweeper that'll bring in the Phil Hill, and at the front of the field, it is Wes Mono and Jared Korth, with Tooker there, as well as Ryan Gutierrez and Adrian Comstock, as they are all lined up, and it looks like they have all made it over the hill. Little whiff of dirt there on exit, so we know things are definitely starting to dry out, and the Spec Miata is not all that far behind now as they head down into probably the first heavy braking zone, Brian, of this lap, and that is going into the Star Mazda turn.
That is the first Hawk Performance braking zone of the weekend here as they come into Star Mazda. Nice and clean going through the S's. This is definitely a rhythm section type situation here at Buttonwillow, and they come through the S's. Now we pick up the Star Mazda, or the MX Spec Miata cars as they come through the Star Mazda turn and head towards the S's for the first time. Oh, there's a car going wide. Stay out of the mud, please, please, please. Very well done as we continue on with the completion of our first race lap.
All right, and as they come across the line, let's get the driver there who dropped back, and I believe that was Adrian Comstock in the 15 machine. Brian, he drops all the way back to 7th position after having been right up at the front of the field, right at the front of the pack. He, as we said, falls back considerably there. Let's take a look now as the field is coming through the I-5, and they're heading now over towards the, over towards, was it Cotton Corners?
Cotton Corners.
Little rise.
And here they go up the hill. That's the Grapevine you're looking at there as they come down the corner there, and then they get hard on the gas. They track out, and you can often see a little puff of dust right there as they hit the top of the hill. That is a common place to also put a wheel off as they come down and get into the dog leg section. Here's a left-hander, which is a little bit of a kink. Barely even lift, if you lift at all, probably not in most cases. And then they come into Riverside. Pretty much flat out here. You may lift a little bit in a faster car, but you shouldn't lift in these cars as they come through side by side through Riverside, deeper into the field as they now head down towards the left-right combination towards Phil Hill.
All right, and Brian, we should mention, of course, we had Comstock have that off coming out of the final corner where he dropped back a number of positions. Cooper Hicks is that second car in line in Spec MX-5. He moved up, a great start for him. He started 5th, now finds himself in 2nd position, locked in behind the 11 of Wesley Mono. In Spec Miata, it's Couch and then Jacobs. Couch having gotten around Evan Jacobs on that opening lap, and then Austin Varco, who started off in 4th position, works his way up. He is now sitting in 3rd ahead of Jeremy Rutter.
And coming into Sunset right now, this is your S-Spec MX-5 field. And there they are. Last time we saw that one car go off there at the exit. Not this time. Everybody gets through there clean as they run all the way down to the first corner, Sunrise, here at Buttonwillow. There is our spec. Oh, no, that's our first group now going through Sunrise. No issues there as they come up towards off-ramp.
Yeah, and as they come through the section there over the off-ramp and up the I-5, you see a little bit, and Brian, not much of one, but a little bit of a breakaway there for our top 5 cars, for Molno, Hicks, Gutierrez, Tooker, Wanenberg, and Michael Travers, though, in the 132 car, he's a couple car lengths back. I put it about 7 car lengths back. Now, the one thing here, and what we've seen both at Sebring and also at NOLA, is that the draft not quite as strong with these Spec MX-5 machines as it is with the earlier Miatas that we see over in Spec Miata a little bit further back on track here. So it's going to be absolutely key to make up ground by carrying speed out of the slower corners, and also when they come into that Hawk Performer braking zone down at Star Mazda to maybe get a little bit deeper on the brakes.
We have a lead change in Spec Miata. Evan Jacobs has now taken over the point from Wyatt Couch. He is in that red car up front. Couch is in the second car. Also, Jeremy Rudder has jumped into third place in front of Austin Varco. So that is how they sit right now. It is now Jacobs, Couch, Rudder, and Varco as they come through for the second time here when they cross, or third time they'll be crossing the line this time.
All right, we'll have to see in Spec MX-5. I think we might have another change, because I'm looking at the red car of Cooper Hicks, the 86, no longer sitting second in line behind Wesley Molno, that I think Ryan Gutierrez now has moved up quite a bit, and Hicks may have now dropped back a number of positions. We'll see as they're coming across the line. And do I have this right? Did Hicks just move up? You know what? I must be backwards, because that is actually Cooper Hicks. The red car, the red number 86 of Hicks, has now moved up to the lead. He's gotten around our pole sitter, Wes Molno. Ryan Gutierrez is running in third. Dave Tooker, then Wanenberg, and then Comstock trying to make a bit of a recovery. Comstock picking up a position, now up into 6th place here, Brian. So and we're looking at this as they go through corners. They're side by side, the battle for third between Tooker and Gutierrez there as they come up over the hill.
There they are over the hill from the Grapevine. There's a big puff of smoke in a dust in a spot that we don't always see it there. But looks like that car was able to keep it together there. Now a little break coming as Hicks and Molno start to break away just a little bit from the rest of the Spec MX-5 field there. Not a ton, but that is a break that we should be making note of. If that gets a little bit wider, it won't be hard to break the draft there. If they can just get another maybe 10 car lengths, then it becomes really difficult to keep drafting with these cars. Now it looks like Gutierrez has been able to close up just a little bit there. So, but the cars behind first and second are disorganized, and that is going to hurt them as they try to keep up with the leaders here. So right there, that's the red car with the black hood. That is Cooper Hicks. Right behind him, Wesley Molno. And then Ryan Gutierrez and Dave Tooker.
And, you know, and sitting right in the middle there, we see the third place car, Ryan Gutierrez, the 116 car, kind of acting as a bridge back to Tooker and Wanenberg there. It's a pretty small, pretty short bridge, Brian. It's certainly, certainly no causeway down in Louisiana here, but that should be an opportunity for both Tooker and Wanenberg to make up a little bit of ground. And matter of fact, we're seeing that they were able to, looks like, we'll have to check out here. We're seeing Gutierrez now dropping back in the 5th position. We'll see if that is actually the case now as they go through. I didn't think that was the case, because I'm still looking at Gutierrez there sitting up in 3rd position. I think our timing and scoring might be a little bit off there. But good gap, though, that top 5 is now building up to Adrian Comstock, Jared Korth, and Sophia Story, with a good start from Sophia Story, who is now up into 8th position, having started in 9th.
Taking a look at the Spec MX5 field right now, 0.6 of a second between first and third. It's Evan Jacobs, Wyatt Couch, and Jeremy Rudder. They are your leaders in Spec Miata. And they are followed just a little further back by Austin Varco, who's about another second back, or 2 seconds back, I should say, in 4th place. So the front 3 cars starting to pull away now in Spec Miata. 2 seconds between 3rd and 4th. That is just close enough to possibly break that draft. And here you can see them coming up. There's your first 3 cars right there. That's Jacobs, Couch, and Rudder. And then the white and orange car a little further back, that is Austin Varco. Varco needs to catch up with Jeremy Rudder so the 2 of them can keep on the back bumpers of the cars in front, Jacobs and Couch. And if they lose that draft, like Greg was saying earlier, the draft is a little more important, a little more useful in Spec Miata than it is in Spec MX5. Losing the draft in Spec Miata would be very, very problematic. And you'll also notice that the Spec Miata cars are starting to catch the back of the Spec MX5. There's a couple of slower cars in Spec MX5, and hopefully those 2 cars will be nice enough to get out of the way if, in fact, the Spec Miata cars catch them, because we would not want to screw up the front-running cars in Spec Miata there in that situation. So I'm sure the Spec MX5 cars know what's going on, so they'll keep an eye on it. And there is your lead 3 there going through the S's. That's Jacobs, Couch, Rudder, with Austin Varco slightly further behind there, Greg.
All right, as it now appears to be what was a 2-car breakaway at the front, with a car sitting right in the middle is that bridge. Now a 3-car battle here, and apparently that is Dave Tooker sitting at the back of that trio. Tooker having just run the fastest lap of the race, about 0.4 of a second faster, as we see now the rest of the SMX field coming out of the Sunset Bend.
Well, and there's a big off there. There is Tooker off there and back on the racetrack, but you could see how much momentum he lost there, and I think he's going to lose a position all the way down to 4th place there.
Yeah, so that should move Michael Wattenberg back up into 3rd position now in SMX. And go ahead, Brian.
I was saying, and more importantly for Hicks and Molno, that is a huge distance now to be made up between 2nd place and 3rd place, and that could allow those 2 cars to walk away, or at least not to have to worry about the cars behind them too much for the at least next few laps. You can see Dave Tooker not real happy that he made the mistake trying to fight back to get into 3rd place. And if he gets back into 3rd place, then he's got a lot of work, which he does. Now you've got Tooker back into 3rd place. He's got a lot of work ahead of him now to catch up to the 1st and 2nd place cars of Hicks and Molno. I will tell you, Greg, our Spec MX5 spies in the paddock said to us earlier this weekend to keep an eye out on Dave Tooker. They really thought he would be strong here.
Yeah. And he certainly was. Dave has the track record currently, and he was our provisional pole sitter after day 1. We even heard Director Ryan had one of his folks from up in Canada tell us that we should be looking after the Tooker machine. And so right now he is sitting in 3rd position in that number 25 machine. But Brian, we are currently halfway through this 25-minute race. Why don't we make a first call to the grid for our next group and take a commercial break?
Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 2 to the grid. Group 2, E production, F production, H production, GT lights and B-Spec. Group 2 to the grid.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our Trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. And did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at hagerty.com.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We're back here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park for the round 5 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We're keeping an eye right now on the Spec MX5 race as they come through Riverside here with 9 minutes and 25 seconds to go. When they come over the top of the hill here, we're going to see our race leaders in Spec MX5. The first car is Cooper Hicks. The second car is Russ Molno. And then a little further back there, Dave Tooker trying to make up a little bit of ground after a mistake a couple of laps ago, which took him back to 4th place. He's now fought back to 3rd, but still a good distance to get back to the leaders, Greg.
Yeah, indeed he has. And of course, we talked about Molno a little bit earlier today during qualifying. He's the 2-time Masters champ in what was then known as Spec MX5 Challenge before it became a national SCCA class, both in 2020, I believe, 2021 and 2022. And he comes to SMX. Like actually a lot of the racers in this class, Brian, come out of Spec Miata here. Some other drivers that come from Spec Miata, of course, Dave Tooker, who we've talked about, where it's his 2nd season running in SMX. Jared Korth as well. I think a couple other drivers. Sophia Story is also an SM convert, as is Ryan Gutiel, who I know I had seen run here at Buttonwillow in particular many previous seasons here on the Super Tour. So they are able to use a lot of what they've learned in Spec Miata. These cars, though, these NC Miatas, of course, quite a bit more power, quite a bit more tire underneath them as well, and have some pieces, some real much more racy pieces than I think you find in the regular Spec Miata chassis.
Yes, Tooker has almost made up the gap to 2nd place now, which will be very, very good for him. And it also actually won't be terribly bad for Wes Molno in 2nd, because then those 2 cars can work together with the hopes of possibly catching up to Cooper Hicks. So while you don't really want to let the 3rd place car get close, it might actually help you get to the front.
Yeah, indeed. Now, if we take a look a little bit look at Spec Miata, things are still pretty close up at the front with Wyatt Couch and Evan Jacobs there at the front of the field. Of course, they swap positions pretty early on with Jacobs, your pole sitter, Couch starting on the outside of row number 1 in the 66 car. Austin Varco, though, has gotten back around Ren Messenger. So move him now up into 3rd position, but we saw a little bit earlier he was about 2 seconds back from our leaders, Brian. He is now starting to make a charge. He's knocked off about a full second, and more importantly, on the last lap, he was about 0.3 of a second faster than Evan Jacobs. So he is definitely starting to pick up some ground, and Well, we'll have to see how it plays out for him. His day job, Brian, is as an instructor or coach at the Porsche Experience Center in Los Angeles. So
right.
Maybe he'd feel a little bit more at home in a Cayman GT4 car. I don't know. He's certainly doing the deed right now. Oh, and he also has a level 6,000 I rating.
Wow.
So. Yeah, and we should figure that out because he got into racing after watching the Cars movie at age 6, and then he's been on a PlayStation pretty much ever since then.
There you go. Now, these front cars in Spec Miata are dealing with a couple of slower cars from Spec MX-5, so they're trying to make their way around those cars right now. I believe the first 2 cars got around okay, and that it's. I'm trying to decide. No, actually, what's happening now is Evan Jacobs just made it around the second of the 2 MX-5. Spec MX-5 because now he's got to make it around Richard James in the red car. Once he gets around then he'll be clear of the 2 Spec MX-5 cars, and then you can see Austin Varco trying to make it around those 2 cars as well, and they're kind of all mired in that thing. And while that's happening, Wyatt Couch trying to take advantage and pull away a little bit.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, that's one of the challenges of mixed class racing, and we're seeing it here as well with Varco and Jacobs having far more troubles than Wyatt Couch did, and Couch now opening up a little bit over a second advantage as we see them coming now down into the dog leg, that little bend before they hit Riverside, and now that they've made it through that slower traffic, you can see what kind of a gap there is, and we also see now the 4th place runner Ren Messenger starting to close things down just a little bit. He's still about 4.5 seconds back. He's going to have to start fighting through that slower SMX traffic as well. And wow, and look at that, Brian, I think that was Evan Jacobs having some issues coming out of Phil Hill. Rear end stepped out on him pretty drastically there. That's going to allow Wyatt Couch to step away even more.
Yeah, definitely allow Wyatt Couch to step away, and now we've got Austin Varco's gotten past, I believe, almost past those 2 Spec MX-5 cars as he tries to stay in contact with Evan Jacobs up front and before those 2 cars. But you can see the big gap that has now been created between Couch and Jacobs, and then another big gap from Jacobs back to Varco. I'm going to do another call to grid here for our next race. Please stand by for us for that for a moment. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid, Group 2 cars to the grid. E production, F production, GT lights, and B-Spec to the grid for your race.
Wow, and look at that, Brian, as they cross the line, Evan Jacobs, who had that huge tank slapper coming out of Phil Hill, that cost him almost 1.5 seconds. So now almost 3 full seconds separating our leader, who we're watching right now. There he is in that black number 60 or dark colored number 66 machine with Evan Jacobs in the 35 running back in 2nd position.
Right.
Wow.
Since we've got these big gaps now at the front of the Spec Miata race, let's go back to Spec MX-5, where it's still not over yet. Cooper Hicks has only a 1-second lead over Wes Molno, and then only 1.2 seconds back to Dave Tooker. So if we can find that race right now, and there they are. And actually, Dave Tooker has closed the gap to 2nd place. There's a big battle going on right now for 2nd place in Spec MX-5.
Yeah, there is no gap, Brian.
Yeah, there is no gap at all. So
they're locked nose to tail, and a little bit further behind now, coming into the Sunset Bend. You'll see there's no real gap either in the battle for 4th position with Jared Korth and Michael Wannenberg. They are now also locked nose to tail, but 2 great races here poking up. Obviously, one of them can decide the podium.
Definitely, and if they work together with the amount of time left, it's not impossible for Molno and Tooker to get right back up there to Cooper Hicks and make it a 3-way battle for the lead.
All right, and Brian just got word that Jeremy Rudder, who we saw up in the top 3 early on in Spec Miata, he's taking his car back to the pits, having some kind of sensor error or sensor issue, and it looks like that his race now is done.
All right, next.
Go ahead, Brian.
I say next time by, we should be getting the white flag here as we get to the final moments of this race. Big off there, and that car was able to collect them and not go towards the inside wall.
We'll see if we can get the number there and where that gap is. And that might have been Messenger. No, I don't think that was Messenger.
There is the front of our Spec MX-5. There they are. That first red car is Cooper Hicks, and then the two cars behind him is Wes Molno and Dave Tooker. They are trying feverishly to catch up to your race leader here. At some point in time, they're going to have to put up their arms and say, we're not going to get the first place car here, but Tooker is going to have to go and try to get the second spot on the podium if he hasn't already made the decision to try to make that happen now.
And here they come, coming out of the Star Mazda turn into the S's. And let's see, as we now have just 30-some seconds left on the clock, they should now be getting the white flag, Brian.
Yes, as they come out of Sunset here and head down towards the start-finish stand, I see that Chuck Phillips has the white flag in his hands, and he's about to get ready to wave it, and it is being waved. Those are your race leaders in Spec MX-5 coming across the start-finish line for the second to last time.
All right, so it's Hicks, Mono, Tooker, your top three in SMX. Jared Korth has now opened up a gap to Michael Wannenberg, who I think is the driver that we may have seen run wide just a lap ago. So that battle for fourth now pretty much done. In Spec Miata, Wyatt Couch, Evan Jacobs, your top two, with Ren Messenger running a distant third, and Austin Varco in fourth. But look at this battle here as it is shaping up for the very last time as they come now into Cotton Corner, into Cotton Corners, go over the rise there and into the Grapevine. And Brian, just when he needed to put in a fast lap there, Cooper Hicks, not much, but made up about a tenth, or opened up an extra tenth on both Wesley Molno and Dave Tooker.
That's right. Hicks now, as long as he doesn't make a mistake, should take the win here without too many issues. That's the question now, is who's going to come in second? Is it going to be Wesley Molno or is it going to be Dave Tooker? There is the red car. That is Hicks out in front enough to just be able to drive it home now, mistake-free if all goes well for him. Molno and Tooker still in question. Molno's all over the back Tooker's all over the back bumper of Wes Molno here as they come out of the Phil Hill and head down towards Star Mazda.
That's right, and our third place runner, Tooker, goes to driver's left, trying to outbrake Wesley Molno going into the Star Mazda turn. The Hawk Performer brake zone, not able to get it done. Molno still running in second place, and time is running out now for Dave Tooker in the number 25 car. He's got one more corner. That's the last corner. That's the Sunset Bend as they now come out on to the front straight here, and it is a fairly short run to the checkered flag, Brian. And Tooker, I don't think he's going to get it done, but taking the win in race number one here today in SMX, it's Cooper Hicks. Wes Molno finishes in second. Dave Tooker, 1,500s back. He'll take the bronze. He'll finish third. Jared Korth, Michael Wannenberg, rounding out your top five in SMX. And taking the win in Spec Miata, well, and actually here we are now with our Spec Miata leader, and this is Wyatt Couch in this group, and he now has, Brian, opened up almost a 9-second advantage on our new second place runner, Red Messenger.
Yeah, no big question here for this particular race group. Couch with this one well in hand. A lot closer between Messenger and Varco, but still 3 seconds between those two cars. So really not a whole lot of action going on there. And then all the way back to fourth place, it's another 31 seconds to go back to Brett Ravetta, who is in fourth place right now in Spec MX or in Spec Miata.
All right, and coming across the line and taking the win here on day one in Spec Miata, Wyatt Couch from El Dorado Hills, California. And the battle for second, it's going to be Ren Messenger finishing in second. Austin Varco finishing in third. Brett Ravetta, David Varco rounding out your top five.
All right, that is going to do it for Spec Miata, Spec MX-5. We are going to take ourselves a short break right here, And when we come back, we will have our Group 2 races, E Production, F Production, GT Lights, and B-Spec. That is next. Stay with us. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. Congratulations to all of our top finishers at this weekend's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Your results earn you a place in our podium celebrations with trophies and Mazda sparkling wine. Top results also earn contingency payouts. And now is the time to file. Contingencies throughout the SCCA are now digital. Visit myscca.com to begin your claim. Brands like Hawk Performance offer significant amounts to drivers and pay through 5th position.
And welcome back, everybody, to Buttonwillow Raceway Park and the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski. And next up, Brian, our second race of 7 today. Small bore production along with B-Spec, and let's not forget GT Light. Let's run down the starting order. We had 12 drivers set qualifying times this weekend. Here's how the field lays out. Starting 12th, driving the number 29 F production Porsche 914 from San Marcos, California, Gary Raymond, with Tom Tuttle. Starting 11th, he's driving the number 42 B-Spec Mini Cooper. Gary Murph will start 10th. Gary's driving the number 98 F production Opel GT. I love those cars. Ali Naimi is going to start 9th. He's driving the number 14 B-Spec Mazda 2. And starting 8th on the road just ahead, also in a B-Spec Mazda 2, this time it's the number 21 machine of Tom Lepper. Starting 7th, driving the number 145 F production Mazda Miata from Phoenix, Arizona, Stephen Powers. Noel Hayward will start 6th. Noel is driving the number 2 GT Light MG Midget. Starting 5th, driving the number 40 E production Mazda RX-7 from Mountain View, California, Kurt Fritchie, with Albert Correa starting 4th. Albert's driving the number 19 E production Porsche Boxster. Your pole sitter in E production starts 3rd today. He's driving the number 12 Mazda Miata from Petaluma, California. It's Joe Carr. And your front row, driving the number 66 GT Light MG Midget from Fullerton, California, Ben Valentine. And your pole sitter, driving the number 121 GT Light Nissan Sentra from Hermosa Beach, California, with a qualifying time of 1:57.793, Brian Lynn. And Brian, actually, I was looking at the pace car, at Brian Lynn's GT Light machine. I was wondering for a second if the car had gotten a paint job, because it was blue and white when I saw it at the runoffs. And I was actually looking at the red and white. Is that still the Lexus pace car that we've got out there at the Buttonwillow this year?
I'm sorry, I completely did not. I was paying attention to something else on the flag net. Oh, I believe it's an Acura.
Okay, so we've changed. We had the. I know we used to run the Toyota Camrys that actually were served as pace cars at Long Beach for a number of years. We'll check it a little bit later, because the pace car is on the pit lane, turning the field over to Brian Lynn, and on the front row with him, Ben Valentine, as we get ready for the green flag. And there it is, Brian. Green flag is in the air. And wow, it looks as though Joe Carr trying to make it 3 cars wide going into turn 1, as he drops back in line now side by side with Albert Carrera. And big slide there from the Porsche Boxster of Albert Correa. Gets the car back underway, but it looks like he's going to end up losing a couple spots there. Drops back, but it has definitely given our 2 GT Light drivers from the front row a bit of clearance back to the number 12 machine of Carr.
That 12 machine of Joe Carr, that was the one that lost a spindle yesterday, right in the area where they're coming into right now, and he went way off into the mud. Had to clean that car up, get it all put back together, but it is back together, and it is going quite nicely at the moment. Coming into our living room right now, that is Brian Lynn in that Nissan Sentra. Next up is the Ben Valentine MG Midget, and right behind him is Joe Carr.
Yeah, and then we've got the Mazda RX-7 of Kurt Fritchie, the number 40 machine. As we said, the Boxster is dropped back just a little bit now, and actually more than just a little bit through the field after that little spin on the first half of the course, as our drivers are coming down into the Hawk Performer braking zone for the very first time.
Yep, here they come down that hill. You can see on occasion, depending on the car, it's not so much with the production cars, but you'll see it a lot with the touring and the super touring cars. When they come up over Phil Hill, it actually looks like they're getting a little bit of daylight over the front of those cars. These cars planted a little bit better because they're production cars and are all a little closer to the ground, lowered nicely here. So Here is our field now heading through the S's, and now coming into Sunset for the first time under race conditions, Brian Lynn. If you ever get a chance to watch that car closely in person, it is just so nice and so well put together. It handles like a dream. And of course, in the hands of Brian Lynn, a two-time national champion. He's got 8 national championship medals to his name. He knows how to drive that car so well.
Yeah, indeed, as he was a national champion, I think both in 2015 at Laguna Seca, and then repeated the following year at Mid-Ohio in 2016. At Laguna, it was in his Honda CRX, and pardon me, no, it was not at Laguna. It was 2015 at Daytona, in one of the craziest finishes, Brian, I think I had ever seen at a runoffs, where we had Brian Lynn taking the win. I think Jason Isley finished second in his Yaris, if I remember correctly. And then you'll have to excuse me, I can't remember the VW driver who crossed the finish line backwards. But they were all within like a tenth or two. It was almost a photo finish, with one car having a chance to win with his rear bumper crossing the line first. All right, big change there, as we've got now Kurt Fritchie and Joe Card. Fritchie had for a little while gotten around Carr for the lead in E-Production. Carr moves back to the lead in that red number 12 Mazda Miata there, and very close behind, though, that is our F-Production leader, Stephen Powers, in his Mazda Miata. That's the 145 machine. Good to see the 145 car out. Brian, at the end of qualifying, if you recall, we saw him dead stick coming out of Phil Hill. Turns out it was just a tire that had gone down, and so pretty easy fix to get that car ready for this afternoon's race.
Yeah, your top two cars in E-Production are kind of old school versus new school. You've got the Miata of Joe Carr and the RX-7 of Kurt Fritchie. And obviously 2 different generations of Mazda muscle here, and both having fun and really pretty evenly matched in this situation. And both cars are quick in their own right, but right now the Miata's got the measure of the RX-7. But there's a lot of racing left to go in this race. There you see Brian Lynn just coming out of our screen, opening up a pretty big lead over Ben Valentine. Also kind of a new school, old school situation there, with the Nissan Sentra out front and the MG Midget about 5 seconds back, Valentine's MG Midget. That's also a beautiful car if you get a chance to look at that one up close. Really clean, really well put together, that Ben Valentine machine, the 66 car. If you ever get a chance to come out to the racetrack, to any of our races across the Super Tour or the SCCA, you get a chance to walk through the paddock. Open access paddocks here. You don't have to worry about not being able to go see the cars up front. Now you can see Fritchie trying to make a move on Joe Carr there coming through here, and we'll see if they're side by side. Not quite side by side, although Fritchie seems to be closing it down as he comes to the entrance of Phil Hill here, and he locks in right behind Joe Carr for another trip over the hill here.
Yeah, and Brian, I wanted to correct one of the many mistakes that I have no doubt will make this weekend. And I think during qualifying, I had mentioned the fight at the runoffs this year between Graham Fuller, who eventually took the win in GT Light in his Honda CRX, and Brian Lynn. I am confusing CRXs and confusing years, not confusing the track. I went back and researched this a little bit, and it was actually Peter Shadowin who took the win at VIR in 2022, who was battling it out with Brian Lynn, and I think a little bit earlier Lynn was going at it with Jonathan Goodale in his Mazda MX-5. That I think at the point Brian Lynn, and this I do remember, I think drove the taillights off the car.
Literally?
Yes, really.
Wink, wink, nod, nod.
Yeah, yes, correct. But it was back in 2022, and Shadowin, your eventual winner in his Honda CRX. I'm sure we saw Peter, I believe, down at Sebring. We'll see him, I'm sure, once again a little bit later this season.
All right, our 2 best battles on the racetrack. We've been watching the Joe Valentine of the Joe Carr Kurt Fritchie battle, which is right here. Fritchie just now getting around the Mazda of Joe Carr. But another great battle is for For third and fourth in E-Production, Albert Correa and Wayne Graham, they're pretty much nose to tail. That's the Boxer, which had problems earlier, is just slightly ahead now of the RX-7 of Wayne Graham. So that's the second really best battle on the racetrack right now, and that is a battle for the podium in E-Production. It looks as though like it's the Joe Carr car is falling back now from Kurt Fritchie.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, and here we go, Brian. Here
There's
is
that battle
for the battle for fourth there. With third, pardon me, for the last step on the podium in E-Production, with Correa in the Boxster and then Graham in the Mazda RX-7. Again, Correa had that early spin in the Boxster. And then we've got Graham in that FD, third gen Mazda RX-7, Correa out of San Jose, Graham out of Santa Barbara. And again, those are, that's for the last step on the podium. At some point, I'm just trying to look at gaps.
Oh, and there's a pass.
B-Spec.
The Boxster tried to make a move right there. I'm sorry, the RX-7 just tried to make a move and completed it, got around the Boxster. So that's now Wayne Graham in third place in E-Production. The yellow car right behind him is Correa.
Well, I think actually, we'll take a look.
Am I wrong?
The RX-7 is the yellow car. Brian, the Boxster is the dark colored car.
Okay.
With the open top here as they come out of Sunset and onto the front straight. I also want to try, if we can, Director Ryan, to get to our B-Spec race. Where we've got the white Mazda 2 of Tom Lepper, and then we've got the Mini Cooper very close behind, and there they are. Or probably it's the black Mazda 2 of Tom Lepper. Yeah, coming out of Star Mazda, quite a bit behind right now is the Mazda 2 of Ali Naimi, who's in he's in the white number 14. Quite a big distance back, now about 4 seconds back. But that battle for the lead in B-Spec coming out of the Sunset, or coming into the Sunset Bend now. And I think just ahead of him on track is the Opel GT, the F-Production machine of Gary Murph, currently running second in F-Production, giving him a nice little pull down the front straight.
And then I don't know if we'll get a chance to find him at any point in time, but our F-Production, our third place car in F-Production is Gary Raymond. And I mentioned him because he has a really neat Porsche 914 that he's always out here having fun with. And that is the one thing. It is a green Porsche typically, unless he's changed the color for this year. And it's just a cool old car that he brings out here, has a blast with. Another one of those situations where there's a place for everybody in the SCCA, and it's just a fun car. I love those old Porsche 914s. Call me Mr. Sentimental, or just mental. I'm good either way. All right, we've got, this is that battle that we were just looking at with Tom Lepper and Tom Tuttle. Okay. 14 and a half minutes to go in this race. So we're going to come up here on the halfway point in just a second. I believe, is this my favorite little car, one of my favorite little cars out here? That does look like it. Yep, there is Gary Raymond in the green Porsche 914. And it's just him out here doing his thing. He loves coming out here and driving around. Really respectful, getting out of the way from the leaders when he needs to. And he's just having a blast, and we love having him out here. So I like to give a little bit of love to the guys in the older Porsches whenever I can. So up front.
Yeah, and even though, of course, this time period that this Porsche 914 was built is pretty, I think, towards the tail end of what we would consider to be the traditional prod cars, and I know a lot of 914s have now found their way into vintage racing. It's definitely great to see him bring that car back out there, and he was just tossing it pretty hard into Phil Hill. So good to see that as this battle for the lead in B-Spec, Brian,
has just changed.
Yep, here we go. As now
it's changed back.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it looks like now Tom Lepper gets back around Tom Tuttle.
Yeah, because when they came around Star Mazda, Tuttle was in front of Lepper, so there is one good passing zone there as they come out of the S's and go into Sunrise, and it's hard to pick up with what we have available with our cameras. But yeah, definitely 2 lead changes on the same lap there, and there he is, still ahead is Thomas Lepper. I'm curious to know where Tom Tuttle is making his speed to be able to get around Lepper. And maybe we can get a good eye on it here, but there's still now, it's Lepper and Tuttle coming over I-5 here, and there's a little bit of a gap. So I didn't see the pass that Tuttle made in the first place, so I don't know where he made that, but definitely.
My guess is either over by Riverside. I mean, obviously we saw it with the braking going down into Star Mazda. Now, one of the advantages that the Mini Cooper has over most of the B-Spec field is it does have an independent rear suspension, and so when the track gets a little bumpy, it certainly is an advantage. And it also has, I believe, some bigger brakes than most of the other cars in the B-Spec field. The advantage, though, is that Mazda 2 quite a bit lighter than the Mini Cooper.
Sure. And here they are going up towards Phil Hill, still the Mini in second place as they come up over the top there. Lepper goes a little bit wider. That's his preferred line through Phil Hill. The Mini, probably because of that rear suspension, able to run a little tighter line here, gets a pretty nice run off of the coming down the hill there, and that could be a possibility of where they got his speed before he tries to make a no pass here going into Star Mazda. But that might have been where it happened, and I just didn't see it.
I think so, and this time as they went down into that Hawk Performer braking zone, Brian, Lepper was a little bit more defensive. He actually stayed center of track rather than moving the car all the way over to driver's left, trying to open up the corner to try and protect from that Mini Cooper coming underneath him under braking. But let's do this. We are now just a little bit past halfway in this 25-minute race. Why don't we take a quick break? We'll call our next group to the grid, and then we'll thank some of our partners and sponsors. We'll be back, bring you all the way to the checkered flag with this race group.
Attention the paddock, Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 3 from the lap, Formula 600. Group 3 grid. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsport obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park, Round 5, race tour of the Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour for 2024. Round 5 is today, Round 6 is tomorrow, as we get our third race weekend into the books here from Buttonwillow. He is Gregg Ginsberg, I'm Brian Bielanski. Ryan Bauer is in the booth pressing the buttons, and Brendan Kansberg here, making sure the pictures look as good as possible. Alex Bielanski down in pit lane, feeding us some info, and that is your team here this weekend.
That's right. Of course, I'm here to press Brendan's buttons, but
yeah, well,
I'm normally pressing yours. But let's yeah, I was going to say it's reciprocal. All right, let's see now, Brian. Coming out of the Sunset Bend now is that battle for the lead in B-Spec, and as they came out of Sunset, that gap. Well, here they come. Actually, here they come now out of Sunset. And it's opened up a little bit since we went to break. As they cross the stripe, the gap between the two is about 0.8 of a second. And on the previous lap, Lepper had picked up about 0.4 of a second. Tuttle just gained most of it back on that last lap. He was 0.6 faster than our B-Spec leader, Tom Lepper, in his Mazda 2. So, what one taketh, one giveth away on the final lap here, and look how close they are now coming down the I-5.
Well, it's possible also, Greg, that Tuttle is saying, I know where I can pass him now. I know where I can get it done. I take a couple of laps, let the tires cool down, get myself collected, and then get ready with 5.5 minutes to go to decide, okay, now I'm going to get ready to figure out exactly when I'm going to make that last move. Because he also knows that if he can get him in one spot, he also knows that Lepper can get him back. So
exactly.
Now it's time for the strategery to come into the play here, and they'll decide what to do. So that I'm really excited to see how this one's going to wrap up here.
All right, Brian, big changes in E-Production as Joe Carr now on the pit lane. And it looks like his race is now done. Joe had been leading E-Production. Kurt Fritchie, your new leader in E-Production, with Albert Correa now running in second. And they've got that F-Production Miata of power sitting right between them, the 145 car. So that battle that we saw earlier for third in E-Production, well, that's now a battle for the lead here as the Mini and the Mazda 2 coming down into Star Mazda, into that Hawk Performer braking zone. And Brian, I think Tuttle has made the pass. Let's take a look here as they come out. Indeed, Tom Tuttle, he is your new leader in B-Spec here as they complete lap number 9, setting up for lap number 10.
Now, this is right where, though, this is right where Thomas Lepper was able to get back around him. He's making the same move again to try to take the position going into sunrise or sunset. We'll see if he gets to get the job done. And it does look like that Tuttle Lepper has actually been able to answer back. Oh, look at how far off goes. That's going to give, and he's still off the racetrack. That's going to give Tuttle a chance to get around him possibly one more time here. Although Tuttle, I think, checked up to avoid a big incident, and it still allowed Lepper to stay in front. But that just shows how hard these guys are racing here as we get into the final 4 minutes of this race.
Yeah, so that changes things considerably now, Brian, as they go down into the off-ramp there. And look, running real high on the off-ramp. Now, is that a typical line that you see there? We saw earlier during qualifying, as you try to hit that little compression at the apex, you still try to keep the car somewhat low through there. We just saw Tom Lepper go very high, and Tuttle took a quick look to the inside on it.
Yeah. So there are two lines. I think the preferred line is that inside line, but I do see a lot of drivers playing with that outside line. You do get a little bit of a launch off of that outside line,
Sure.
but I do think most drivers do prefer the inside line there.
Yeah, and it might be with the front wheel drive cars. It's deal with trying to get the car rotated.
Correct.
If you try and stick it to the inside and keep it on the curbing, might be a little bit harder to get that car rotated for you as we watch now. But this gap has opened up, and as the clock starts to wind down here, Tuttle was in a real good position, Brian, when he was half a car length back or maybe a full car length. But as they come over Phil Hill with almost about 4.5 car lengths separating them, that is something that he's not going to be able to make up on the last lap.
So we got 2-minute lap times here for the leaders in this race, and we're coming up on 2:32 on the clock. Not sure exactly where Brian Lynn is because he's got such a big lead. We haven't paid much attention to him the last half of this race, but at some point in time, we're going to see the white flag, and that is all part of what Thomas Lepper and Tom Tuttle are trying to figure out is when we're going to get that flag and how is that going to affect how I go after the last. Okay, there is Brian Lynn coming through Cotton Corner, so next time by, he will definitely get the white flag here as we get to the end of this thing. There he is, coming off of Cotton Corners and through that area right towards us. That is the little dog leg there. Whew.
Woof.
I think I have the post-lunch nappy wants right now. Yep.
All right, let's jump back to that battle in B-Spec, Brian, and we see there the Mazda 2. Although caught up a little bit, looks like he might be sitting right behind the 140. Is that the 145 of Powers, the black Miata?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so Powers will be pulling away from him pretty quickly. But the Mini Cooper now still maybe lost a little bit more ground that last time by. Actually, Tom Tuttle was almost about 1.2 seconds off of Tom Lepper's pace, and you can see that gap has now opened up, and that could very well have been with the 145 car coming through.
Should be noted that the 12 car of Joe Carr, the 50 car of Wayne Graham, they're done for the day. Not sure if there's any additional residual damage on that Mazda from yesterday's golf, but there is the white flag is out.
It's no longer in the air, though, Brian.
No, it's no longer there, but now we have a white sweatshirt being thrown.
That's right. Wave the jacket.
It's called Get It Done, no matter how to get it done. Way to go.
Improvisation. This is California. He will be probably in an acting school next week down in Los Angeles.
I just spent 3 days in New Orleans doing a lot of seeing a lot of improvised jazz. So yes. I'm all for this move here. That's funny. That's a good time having by all. Brian Lynn's now working his final lap, and we're also keeping an eye on that B-Spec lead here. They should be coming through here for the white flag one more time here. Thomas Lepper was in the lead for a good bit ahead of Tom Tuttle last time we saw them because they had some traffic they were working through. There is Lepper right there. Right next to that Mazda, and then a little further back is the Mini Cooper of Tom Tuttle as they take the white sweatshirt for the final start of their final lap.
So as long as he doesn't throw the checkered flag, Brian, I think we're gonna be okay.
It's funny. Whenever you see the celebrity green flag throwers at a race, the one thing they tell you is whatever you do, don't drop the flag. So anyway. Good on them for making it work, no matter how they do it.
Well, and usually those celebrities, they're not using nearly the amount of aggression and whipping that flag around like our starter was just doing.
From the chat, Adam DeLong says, "Is that why the workers wear white?"
Yes, absolutely. All right, here comes Brian Lynn through the sunset turn onto the front straight. Let's see which flag gets displayed. Hey, it's the checkered flag. He's still got it. There you go. At least our second place car will take the checker. And Brian Lynn is your winner. It's going to be a little while before we see Ben Valentine come around. The times that Brian Lynn was putting in compared to Ben Valentine were pretty substantial there. So Valentine should come across the stripe, and there he is. Ben Valentine takes the checkered flag, 21 seconds in arrears, and we'll watch as Kurt Fritschke, if we can pick up that the number 40 RX-7.
I believe that's the gray, gunmetal gray RX-7.
Gunmetal gray with, I think, blue stripes on the hood. Here
I think that's it right there, going through the S's and heading down towards sunset.
Yeah,
there he is.
Into sunset now.
And now. There he is. This is his final time going down towards the checkered flag.
There you go. And so Kurt Fritschke, he's going to cross the line. He will take the win in E-Production. Albert Correa, there's Albert in his Porsche Boxster. What could have been, Correa will finish second in class.
If I had, first of all, this is a perfect reason to have Flagtronics in your car. You would have known the white flag was out with that there. But secondly, if I was a betting man, I'd bet my worker chips that there'll be 2 white flags in the starter stand flag bag for tomorrow's races.
You got it. All right. So crossing the checker and taking the win in B-Spec is going to be Tom Lepper in his Mazda 2. Tom Tuttle crosses the line. He finishes second. That puts Ali Naemi in third. Let's take a look, because we did mention F Production. Gary Murph in his Opel GT. We saw him cross the line just ahead of our B-Spec racers. He wins F Production. Gary Raymond in his Porsche 914 will finish in second. So let's quickly hear, pardon me, I take that back. Stephen Powers in that black number 145 Miata. He's your F Production winner. Murph finishing second in the Opel. Gary Raymond finishing in third. In GT Light, Brian Lynn, Ben Valentine, Noel Hayward will take the bronze. And in E-Production, Fritschke and Correa we saw cross the line, and Joe Carr will finish in third, albeit 5 laps down, with Wayne Graham finishing in fourth.
All right, that's going to do it for this race. When we come back, Formula F, Formula 6, and Formula V. Stay with us, everybody.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park, Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Round number 5. We're driving on course 25 clockwise, and I think we have some really cool graphics to show us what that looks like here. For those of you who aren't familiar with what we do here out of Buttonwillow, we have 50 possible configurations, 25 clockwise, 25 counterclockwise. This is number 25 clockwise that we're using. 21 turns, 2.92 miles. The sections that we're not using of our track this weekend to make 25 clockwise, we're not using the A section. We're not using the bus stop, which is down just over the dog leg, and we are not using the sweeper, which is the short way around, just short of Star Mazda there. So this is almost the longest possible configuration that we have here. We've been using this for the Super Tour for several years. So big thanks to Ryan for putting together the track map for us. Thank you very much. And now we can move on to our starting lineups from Mr. Ginsberg.
All right, yeah, and so this course layout, Brian, what, just under 3 miles,
Yep,
if I remember correctly, around 2.92.
Yep.
Yeah. There you go. That extra 200s, very, very important. All right, let's run down the starting grid for today's small wings group, but again, they've got no wings. Starting 8th, driving the number 24 Formula V Caracol from Beaverton, Oregon, Marjorie Lumberg. Mace German starting 7th, driving the number 5 Formula V Mysterian from Windsor, Ontario, Canada. Don Manthe will start 6th. Donald's driving the number 40 Lynx chassis, Formula V Lynx. Mark Edwards is your pole sitter in Formula V. Mark's going to start 5th on the field today. He's driving the number 74 Glam-Ring, and I believe he's been driving that now for 41 seasons. He's out of Los Angeles, California. Starting 4th today, driving the number 72 KBS Mark V Formula 6 from Manitowoc, Wisconsin, our sole Formula 6 driver here this afternoon, Jeff Jorgensen. Starting on the inside of row number 2 and 3rd, driving the number 8 Formula F Swift, Honda-powered Swift, it's Edward Erlinson. And your front row today, driving the number 48 Piper, powered by Honda. That is a Formula F machine. He's from Clovis, California. It's Eric Polson, and your pole sitter today, driving the number 22 Van Diemen Formula F from Santa Fe, New Mexico. It's Ayrton Khan.
There we go, and here comes our cars down through Star Mazda. All that's left is to go through the S's and Sunset, and then they will make the turn onto the front straightaway. And I suspect that our starter, Chuck Phillips, will find that these small group of cars will have been able to line up without any issues, and we will probably see ourselves a green flag here.
As long as he can find the green flag, Brian.
No, we're all good there, and it is now going to be a 25-lap race here. 25-minute race, sorry.
Okay. You scared me for a minute there, Brian.
Scared me too. And I scared all those drivers too, because I'm sure they don't have fuel for 25 laps in that car right now.
Check back for our next race at 10:30 tonight. All right, field now being brought onto the front row. Ayrton Khan in his Van Diemen to the inside driver's left. Eric Polson to driver's right in his Piper, and green flag is in the air. And Brian jumping out to a very early lead. Eric Polson and Ed Erlinson in his Swift, the 2 Honda-powered machines, with an early jump on Ayrton Khan there, who seemed to be caught maybe a little off guard from the pole.
Maybe he was expecting that green flag to come a little further down the racetrack. I didn't actually just see if it was an early green flag. But nonetheless, while he did drop down to 3rd place, not a big amount of distance between 1st place and 3rd place. So still plenty of time to get himself back together there. Polson, Khan, Erlinson, your top 4 in Formula V right now, as they start working their way through the first lap. Then you've got your F6 car of Jeff Jorgensen, and then the group of 4 Formula Vs are filed in right behind him there.
Yeah, exactly there. So we'll take a look. Looks like Don Manthe got a real good jump in Formula V. I think he jumped up to the lead ahead of Erlinson, but here they all come now, Brian, through the dog leg side by side at the front of the field there. And I think that's Mark Edwards in the 74 machine, who moved down to the inside to driver's right in the glamoring. We got Mace German and Marjorie Lundberg slotted in right behind him. And I'll tell you, when you've got two Formula Vs running side by side for an extended distance there, it opens up a pretty darn big hole in the wind. But we'll see them now coming down the hill down Phil Hill with that battle for second. As again, I think that's the seven. I think that's Edwards that's jumped out to the early lead there in the glamoring.
That would make sense. Mark Edwards, often the fast car out here, and yes, that is the 74 car in the glamoring in first place. And then following right behind him, that is Manthe in second, I believe Lundberg, and then Gurman in third there. Or fourth, I should say. Yeah,
we'll have to see, because I'm fairly certain the 40 machine that was battling it out for the lead with Edwards early on might be the car sitting at the back of the pack there. We'll see in just a moment when they cross the start-finish line. They're coming out of the final corner now, out of the Sunset Bend onto the front straight. And indeed, Don Manthe in the number 40 machine, Brian, he falls now back into fourth position. Marjorie Lundberg moving up into second with German running in third.
All right. And as we saw it across the front, Eric Polson, Ayrton Kahn, and Ed Erlinson, that's how they cross the line. From a big breakup there in the back of the pack by Don Manthe as he was trying to get into the off-ramp section without any issues. That is going to cause a whole lot of flat spots on those really, really skinny Formula V tires. And he will have to try to work his way around that, but the first three cars are right together. That is Edwards, Lundberg, and Gurman, 1, 2, and 3 in Formula V. RGL Motorsports is rooting for Marjorie Lundberg, of course, and that is what we suspect would be the case in that situation. And what else we got here? Motorsports, just look at the chat
and
here.
I was going to say, because that's Russ Lundberg, and he's based, I think, out of Portland or thereabouts, so it makes some sense to support the Beaverton, Oregon racer, Marjorie Lundberg.
Absolutely.
All right, Brian, let's jump back to this battle for the lead in Formula F as our leaders coming out of Sunset to complete their second lap now. And it's the white number, the 48 of Polson, then Kahn, then Erlinson, your top three. And the three Formula Fs, they've now really separated themselves out from our sole Formula 600 racer, Formula 6 racer of Jeff Jorgensen.
Edwin is in the chat with us again this weekend. He says, love this series. For me, it's a journey through known and unknown racetracks. Edwin comes to us from
the
somewhere
Netherlands.
In Europe. Netherlands. I knew it was one of those European Union areas. And, he said, till last week, he'd never heard of Buttonwillow. Well, this is one of our wonderful little racetracks here that you may or may not have heard of, and we're glad that you're here to watch it with us. Here are your Formula Vs. That's Mark Edwards in first. Marjorie Lundberg right there with him as they work through. This is, I believe, the third race lap, just starting the third race lap here for the Formula Vs. They are our slowest and most fun race group to watch on many, many weekends. So,
wow, and a little bit, and this, Brian, watching them as they came down into the second corner there into the off ramp, we saw quite a bit of white smoke go into the air. Now, obviously, on the overrun with these air-cooled VWs, you're going to get quite a bit of white smoke, some oil smoke out of the back of the motors. The question is whether or not for the second lap in a row, Don Manthe was maybe a little bit too heavy on the brakes there and had some brake lockup as well. I think as that continues, might really affect the number 40 machine as this race goes on. But look at this, as Marjorie Lundberg, for the moment, as they were coming through Cotton Corners, was under attack just slightly there, and it allowed our leader to move away just a little bit.
No, Marjorie Lundberg was actually on the attack going around Mark Edwards. She's now in first place, heading over Phil Hill. Coming down over the hill, you're going to see it's going to be Lundberg, then Edwards, then Gurman. Don Manthe, who I think might be having some braking issues, Greg, because that's not a spot where we typically see a lot of lockup going into the off-ramp, so he may be suffering for some braking problems. But I'll tell you one car that's not suffering anything. That is the number 24 car of Lundberg. She has pulled away, and now it also looks like that Mace Gurman has made his way around Mark Edwards as well, and now they're going to go on the hunt and try to catch Marjorie Lundberg, who looks like she's pulling away a little bit.
Yeah, as we saw those two cars go side by side and got the pass done down at the Star Mazda turn, Lundberg was able to stretch things out just a little bit more. Sorry, Russ Lundberg, my mistake. Russ is from Spokane, Washington, not from the Portland area, upper Northwest. What's the difference?
Close
enough. Yeah, you get the same rain. I don't see the difference. So Marjorie Lundberg, Brian, did not come out for qualifying yesterday.
Right.
And today, right out of the gate on the very first lap, she was like your outlap champion. She had the fastest lap of any of the Formula Vs on their very first flying lap. But then, as heat came up in the equipment, what have you, we saw Lundberg fall back to the rear of the field. Now, I've always seen her race very, very hard, both here and at Portland International Raceway.
Absolutely.
And perhaps there were just some issues with that car that the team had to work on, much like Manthe's experiencing now with the brakes, which is always very odd when in Formula V, the key is typically to brake to brake as little as you can and make sure that there is no unwanted friction in those braking systems, as things are starting to tighten up now here in Formula F, Brian. Looks like our leader Poulsen under a bit of an attack here by our pole sitter Khan. Khan, that last time by, ran the fastest lap of the race, but at a 1:54.021, almost 7/10 faster than Eric Poulsen.
EWL Motorsports, Phil Hill, the best turn on the track, completely blind on the approach. Brake, turn in, hit your apex, and there's nobody on their side. It is great. So definitely, I completely agree with the assessment there. As these Formula Vs now 0.4 of a second, the gap, and I don't think it's 0.4 of a second anymore.
I don't think it's anywhere near that now. Ooh, and there it looks like Khan trying to make the move. They're going through the dogleg and heading into Riverside. Let's see if we can pick them up here.
There they are. Oh, look at that. They are all over each other. Khan is trying to find a way to force Poulsen into some sort of a mistake. The best braking zone, the best passing zone is coming up here as they go into Star Mazda. If he is going to take a peek in right now, this would be the place to do it, and not the case this time by. It is Khan still sitting there in second place in that black car, Poulsen in the white car out front. But there's no question now that Eric Poulsen knows that Khan is right there, and he will have to be in both a defensive and aggressive mode to keep him away as we get to about 15 and a half minutes to go here. Back to the Formula V field, look at Marjorie Lundberg driving away from those other three cars there. Now up, the last time by, she had a 3 seconds or so lead when they crossed the line. Probably about the same right now, but definitely a good advantage for her as she comes down. And she wasn't here yesterday, Greg, but you know, driving from Beaverton, Oregon to Buttonwillow is kind of like going from Mexico City to Buenos Aires. It is a long ways.
Brian, here's an interesting thing, and this is why I love the folks that are watching and listening, and this could only be from somebody at the track. Taryn Swanson saying that Marjorie had issues, basically had some chassis pickup points break earlier in the weekend and had somebody do some trackside welding repair on her chassis in order to get it back up and running and ready for the race. And so there you go. And Lundberg, the last time they crossed the stripe, Lundberg with, I think, about a 1.5 seconds advantage over the rest of the V field. And we can see now this Formula V pack starting to break up a little bit as German and Lundberg starting to move away now from Edwards and Manthe running third and fourth.
And big props to the welder. Obviously did a really good job. I want to get his phone number just in case I ever need help, but or her phone number, could be possible. Anyway, Lundberg pulling away here a little bit more each lap. Poulsen and Kahn was a 0.3 of a second gap last time by in Formula V, but definitely one of the better battles here. And in looking at the Formula V field, still not a big gap between first to fourth place.
No.
It's about 2 seconds from first to fourth, so nothing has been decided yet here. And also looking and talking about the broken pickup points, a lot of these Formula Vs, Greg, as you know, are 20, 25 years old. So it's got to keep an eye on some of those maintenance parts.
All right, Brian, and here they come down the front straight. This battle for the lead in Formula F, and our pole sitter, Ayrton Kahn, takes the lead over Eric Poulsen. The gap at the line was 0.11 of a second as they now come and head down into Cotton Corner, or pardon me, into the off ramp there, over to Cotton Corners.
Definitely, and we're going to watch this let's watch this for one more lap before we go to break. This would normally be where we take our break, but since the pass was just made, let's just see if Poulsen has anything to respond here, and then once we get to this lap, we will do our break here. But nice pass for the lead there by Kahn going into the first corner, going into Sunrise there, and now it looks like Poulsen's trying to fight back a little bit.
Yeah, and we see him now for a moment there, side by side. Poulsen moving from driver's left to driver's right as they come into Riverside. And let's see if he's able to sneak underneath. They are now wheel-to-wheel side pod, as they make that hard left going into Phil Hill and taking over the lead. Eric Poulsen not content to sit in second place here as we're about halfway through this race, Brian. Move the 48 car back to the lead.
What a great response by Eric Poulsen. Says, you know what, you can get me one place, but I'm going to try to get you another place. This is definitely setting up for what could be a great final 10 minutes of this race. So let's do this. Let's get the break out of the way so we can watch this battle all the way to the finish line.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our Trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995, and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Did you know that SCCA members save $20 on every Track Night in America they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all season long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Spec Racer Fords to the grid. Group 4 to the grid for your race. Spec Racer Ford, Group 4 to the grid.
All right, and welcome back, everybody, to Buttonwillow Raceway Park in the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. This is round number 5. Round number 6 will be tomorrow, and we are in the middle of our Formula V, Formula F, and Formula 600 race. And Brian, we have been watching, even during the break, watching this fight unfold between Ayrton Khan and Eric Poulsen.
And I got to tell you, seeing Eric Poulsen come over Phil Hill pretty much sideways makes me think that those tires are getting a little bit greasy out there. These are the hottest temperatures that we've had all race weekend. And I just heard that there might have been some sort of a waving yellow. Let me look at our Flagtronics units. Yeah, I do see something in yellow, but that's a little weird. Oh, yeah, there's a car in the S's there, and it might not be in the best of spots there. That would certainly be a reason for a
judging by the size of it, Brian, either a Formula V or a Formula F that is there, and hopefully we'll be able to get the number on that soon enough. Should mention, though, as you saw Poulsen get completely sideways coming out of Phil Hill, I'm sure that it probably made the eyes go wide of many of his patients, as he's an ophthalmologist.
Yes.
Working for FresnoLASIK.com, had to bring that in. And we talked about this at NOLA, also at Sebring, that SCCA club racing, road racing, many times you see multi-generations per family. And Eric here is second generation SCCA racing, as his father many years ago raced a G Production Triumph Spitfire out of the San Francisco region. So neat to see him out here, is what has been some pretty close racing. We're also watching there coming through the off ramp. That is the battle right now for third in Formula V between Don Manthe and Mark Edwards, the yellow 74 Edwards, the black number 40 of Manthe.
Right. So we're seeing all 4 Formula Vs here. So it's got to be one of the Formula Fs or the Formula 600 of Jeff Jorgensen over there on the exit of the S's there. So I believe it might be the Formula 600. Trying to keep an eye on
indeed.
that.
A matter of fact, right now, Brian, Jeff Jorgensen showing a lap down from the rest of the field. They're only having completed 7 laps, where the Vs, which were right behind, have completed 8.
Right.
So
we've crossed the 70-degree mark here this weekend for the first time. So the temperatures now have reached their hottest temperature that we've had all weekend here. Here is that was the 3rd and 4th place cars for Formula V. Here comes that was just a pass for the lead in Formula V. So Mace Gurman has now gotten around Marjorie Lundberg to take the lead here in Formula V, I believe. And now they're going to have to check up just a tiny bit because there's a car, there's a work being done there. But they'll get right back on the pace here coming into sunset. And they should be coming into our view right now. I believe that's Mace Gurman in first place, Marjorie Lundberg in second place here. As they cross the line, our ticker should change here. And it does. Exactly, I was right. Every once in a while, Blind Squirrel finds a nut. Mace Gurman, now your leader in Formula V. Marjorie Lundberg is in second. Mark Edwards third. Don Manthe in fourth. And, of course, we were talking about Jeff Jorgensen. He is the car that has had some problems there in the S's. So now the question is, can Lundberg fight back and make a race of this with 4 minutes and 48 seconds to go here as we get to our closing laps here? Does Lundberg have anything left in the tank? Does she have any tires left on the car to be able to respond? now that Gurman has gotten around in that Mysterian Mark II. He is out of Windsor, California. Of course, Lundberg we've been talking about out of Beaverton, Oregon. So we will see if that is the case here. Looking back, if we can, to our Formula F race. Let's see if we can pick that up here for at least a couple laps. Erik Poulsen and Arten Kahn are still racing really pretty close to each other, just a tenth of a second between the two of them. There they are right there heading down towards Sunset. They're going to come into our view right there. So that's Kahn up front in the black car, Poulsen behind. Whatever handling issues he had a couple of laps ago, it looks like he has maybe let his tires cool just a little bit. Now he makes a move for the lead, going on the inside, heading down towards first corner. Will he be able to pull off that move and keep it on the racetrack? It does appear to be the case. So now Poulsen rolls into first. Kahn is now second as they head to the off-ramp.
And Brian, in Formula F, certainly not to the extent that we see in Spec Racer Ford or Spec Miata or Spec MX-5. There is a draft at play, certainly not to the extent that we see in Formula V also, but there is a bit of a draft at play here. But it has really appeared from the beginning of this race that Poulsen has had a bit more straight line speed out of the 48 machine, out of his Piper, than the Van Diemen of Kahn. And we'll see if that continues to play out. It may be that as he was sitting back behind the black number 22 machine, perhaps he was getting those tires to cool down just a little bit as well for a couple of laps. We'll see how he plays on the defensive here. He hasn't been able to, he hasn't really been able to expand his lead on the 22 machine when he's been able to take it.
All right, here they come now down the Phil Hill for what I think is going to be the third to last time. I think they're going to make it back to the start-finish line before the white flag. So I think we've got 2 full laps left in this race after the one that we're on here. It's going to be really close, but I definitely think that these two cars will get there before the time that they need to throw the white flag. So it looks like 2 laps and a couple of corners to go in this race. And now it's Arten Kahn who is all over the back tailpipe of Erik Poulsen. And they have put on just a really good show here in the final laps. Poulsen trying to hold on here. He's out here at Buttonwillow all the time, one of our regulars, and he is now trying to win the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour round number 5. 2 laps to go. I believe next time by we'll get the white flag.
All right, and Kahn takes a quick look to the inside on Poulsen. Poulsen actually pushed a little bit wide through the Sunrise Bend, but was able to gather it back up without any damage there. Runs very high going through the off-ramp there, and as they come down the I-5 in the Cotton Corners, you said time is running out. Here's going to be the question, though, Brian, as they come up over the crest of the hill and start to make their way along that, I'll call it a back straight, but through the Grapevine and the Dogleg into Riverside, whether or not the 22 machine has the legs and get by. He moves down to the inside. Poulsen moves over to cover, but he's a little late to do it. They almost touch wheels, Brian, and I think the 22 machine is clear. He's got the lead going into Phil Hill.
Yes, the question I have for you, Greg, is did Arten Kahn make that move 1 lap too soon? Will Erik Poulsen be able to respond here with a lap and a half to go here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park? Erik Poulsen can pull off the exact same move on the next lap, and that is my question. I always ask that question. Is it always 1 lap too early? Well, we are going over there is Poulsen
I don't think it's
trying to respond.
Because Poulsen comes underneath Kahn, going through Star Mazda late on the brakes at the Hawk Performance Braking Zone, and he is your new leader. It's going to be a question once again, Brian, whether or not Kahn can get around coming out of Grapevine, because Kahn, once again, for the 2nd lap in a row.
Oh! Way wide.
Wow.
That's going to be the end of the race for Arten Kahn. He loses it coming out of Sunset for the 2nd to last time. He did not get stuck, but it doesn't matter now. The white flag is in the hand. Erik Poulsen's going to drive away to victory lane. 1 mistake, all it takes here in the SCCA. 1 mistake from hero, not quite to 0, but from hero to 2nd place.
To 2nd. And we saw there, Brian, there was quite a bit of brake lockup before Kahn made the turn, or attempted to make the turn. He went in hard. He went in deep. He tried to outbrake Poulsen, and Poulsen, it looked as though he just took his normal braking zone there, had to avoid the spinning car on exit, but that should wrap things up for Eric Poulsen out of Clovis, California, here as he works last lap.
Let's pick this up. Marjorie Lundberg has been able to get back around Mark Gurman here with a lap and a half to go in the Formula V race. Last time at the line, it was 2/10 of a second when they crossed the line. It does look like, though, that that Gurman has been able to get back around Marjorie Lundberg on this lap, but she is right there behind, looking for her place to make the move. Maybe she's thinking, where is the best spot for me to make the final pass for a win? Right now, she is right there on the back tailpipe there of Mace Gurman as they go through the S's and head down to Sunset for the second to last time.
All right, and now as they come out of Sunset and on to the front straight, it is the 50 machine, then the 24. White flag is still in the starter's hand. White flag in the air, side by side with Gehrman, now with an advantage of 8/1000ths of a second at the line.
Anymore.
And Lundberg goes underneath the number 50 machine to take the lead going into the last 3/4 of the lap here. And we'll see if the 50 of Gurman can get back up and maybe draft by on the backside of the course.
All right, checkered flag is in the air for our Formula F and overall winner, but we're going to keep it right here and watch this. This is Lundberg in first, and it is Gurman in second over I-5, in through Cotton Corners and up towards the Grapevine for the last time. Two race groups, very different cars, making for fantastic racing here as we get this thing to the final moments of the race here. Your Formula V leaders right now heading down towards Grapevine. Here they are coming into our living rooms right now. It is Lundberg up front, but now Gurman tries to go on the inside, going into Riverside for the final time. It looks like he had some pace here. They're going to be side by side, or maybe even done with the pass. Yep, Gurman makes the pass going into Riverside. I'm thinking that might be too early here. Lundberg is right there. There's still a couple of decent passing zones. One really good one going into Star Mazda over Phil Hill for the last time.
Now and Lundberg she
kept
dropped
her
the
foot
wheel.
in it.
Yeah, thought she looped the car, kept her foot down. Gurman is going to protect going down center of track, going into Star Mazda for the last time. This is where Lundberg took the lead on the previous lap, and as they go in, Gurman tries to protect Lundberg, not quite close enough. She was about 3 car lengths back coming out of Phil Hill, not able to make up the distance as they go through the S's with now just one more turn to go. Lundberg, though, drafts up and she moves to the inside, Brian. They're side by side going into Sunset for the last time.
All right, through Sunset, Lundberg on the outside. It is Mace Gurman on the inside. Looks like Lundberg gets a good move through the Sunset, heading towards the checkered flag. Who is it going to be? Lundberg is going to take the win. The distance at the line, 7/10 of a second.
Brian,
Here is
Marjorie
the battle.
Yeah, I was going to say, here comes the battle for third now, and as they come across the line, is it going to be Manthe or is it Edwards? And Mark Edwards will finish third. Manthe will finish fourth. But going back to that pass for the win, Brian, Marjorie Lundberg decided to just drive around the outside of Mace Gurman on the final corner, and she made it stick. And Gurman, I don't think he knew it was coming.
And who would have thought the smallest class of cars here this weekend, 8 cars in the entire field on this weekend, and 2 of the best races we've had this weekend. Fantastic racing by these Formula car drivers. Just fun races to watch.
All right, so there you go. Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group, and we'll take then a quick little break. We'll bring you more racing action here from Buttonwillow in a few moments.
Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Spec Racer Fords to the grid, Group 4 cars to the grid for your race. We'll be right back, everybody. Don't forget to file for your contingency payouts for the Hoosier Super Tour. Partner payouts include offers from companies like Hawk Performance, including product certificates to the top 5 positions in class. And they can be used on any Hawk products. Hawk Performance also offers a benefit discount to SCCA members of $20 off a $200 purchase and is the Novice Group sponsor for the SCCA's Track Night in America. Search contingency on the SCCA website to view your contingency options. All right, welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park, Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Let's get right to our grids. We've got our finish lap underway.
All right, Brian. 25 drivers in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 set qualifying times either yesterday afternoon or this morning. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 25th, driving the number 64, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 from Sedona, Arizona. It's James Schubert. Chris Strand will start 24th. He's driving the number 49 cars from Morongo Valley, California. Douglas Stewart will start 23rd. He's driving the number 71 machine. He's from Northridge, California. Then we've got Charles Pigeon here once again. We saw him last week at NOLA. He's driving the number 111 Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 from Abilene, Texas. Starting 21st is Mike Mouche. Mike is driving the 16 cars from Los Angeles. Denny Fostick will start 20th. He's in the number 69 cars from Riverside, California, with Eric Hand starting 19th. The 76 car is from San Jose, California. Bill Booth is driving the number 57 car out of Cupertino, California. He starts 18th today, with John McClintock starting 17th, driving the number 23 car. He's from Seattle, Washington. Also from the state of Washington, Colbert, Washington, is Graham Wood. Graham is starting 16th today in the 52 car. Tom Miserandino is starting 15th today. He's in the number 15 machine. He's from La Quinta, California, I think formerly of the United Kingdom. Tom Burt is starting 14th today. He's driving the 45 car. He's from Shoreline, Washington. Sean O'Boyle is starting 13th in the 67 machine, with Judson Holt in the 188 car starting in 12th. Umberto Moletti is driving the 34 machine. He is starting 11th, with Paul Marino starting in 10th. Andre Parra will start 9th in the 77, with Lee Douglas starting 8th. Mark Bielanski starting 7th in the 197 car. Jay Rosenthal starts 6th in the 55. Steve Fogg in the 21 car starts 5th. Robert Edmondson will start 4th in the 22. John Black 3rd today in the 17 car. Starting on the outside of the front row, Caleb Schrader in the 99, and your pole sitter, Mike Miserandino, driving the 11.
All right, here they come. We're going to get them through Sunset. They'll be on the main straight. They already look like they're pretty well packed up here as we get to that final corner. They'll be coming into our view here any second, and there they are. The green flag, it will be displayed by Tom Jones if he likes what he sees of these cars as they come across and towards him. And it is in the air. We got it on. We've got 25 cars heading down towards the first corner for the first time. Already some cars in the back popping out 3 wide. See what happens when they get to this first turn, and will they come in and have no problems side by side up front, side by side for the first 4 or 5 rows. We got a spinner in the back, and that car seems to have not hit anyone else and is continuing on, and oh boy.
Nothing but dust and dirt. I'll tell you, Brian, Caleb Schrader got a great jump on with the 99 car from the outside lane, but Mike Miserandino in that white and red number 11 machine, he jumps back to the lead, was able to come underneath Schrader going into Sunrise. John Black in the blue and red number 17 machine, he's tucked into 3rd. They have now opened up the smallest of gaps, I believe, back to Edmondson and Fogg, with Rosenthal leading the next group, as we've got another driver that has gone off of Cotton Corners.
Yeah, 2 drivers went off. Not quite sure who they were, but they were in a spot where they'll probably be able to get back into the hunt here. But they're going to be way back here as we get going into the end of the first lap of this race. Here they are, top 4 cars going through Cotton Corners. They're going to come up, coming up towards Phil here. Here they come over the hill, just like a big old centipede. And there they have a great little view here as they come into our living room off of Phil Hill, heading down towards Starmont.
All right, and we see there as Miserandino brings the field all the way over driver's left for the first lap. I don't think he's expecting anybody to try and drop underneath him going into the Star Mazda turn, and indeed the field right there at the front sticks in line. And for the moment, it's Miserandino and Schrader. They are just locked nose to gearbox, Brian, with that nose tucked in right down to the differential on the back of Mike Miserandino's. They've maintained a bit of a gap, about 2 car lengths now over John Black. Black is able to drift, probably not drift, but draft back up to the back of them as they come onto the front straight. But all 3 of them starting to open up a little bit of a gap back to Edmondson in 4th.
As they cross the line, it's Miserandino, Schrader, Black, Edmondson, Fogg, Rosenthal, Moreno, Pera, Milete, Holt, and Lee Douglas. That's your top 11 as they come through for the end of the first lap, and now they're all pretty much in single file there as they settle themselves in for the next 22.5 minutes of racing action.
All right, I think one of the drivers that we saw spin early on, Brian, and I think this was over at Cotton Corners, was the 111 machine of Charles Pigeon. He drops back now into 24th position. And I'm trying to get the other driver, one of the other drivers that may have fallen back. I'll take a look at this a little bit more and see who is has a big change from the starting order. We see McClintock picks up 2 positions. He moves up to 17th from 19th.
So if you're thinking classic Spec Racer Ford Racing, folks, look up front where we've got Miserandino, Schrader, and Black, 3 cars working together in absolute symmetry as they come down here and make the dance off Phil Hill, heading down towards Star Mazda. Those 3 cars, if they work together, can literally drive away from this field very, very easily. The 4th car in that line, Robert Edmondson, knows they can do it and are going to try to hook onto the back of that pack. Those 4 cars could, in 2 or 3 laps, have a 15-20 second advantage here if they do the right things as they start to pull away from the rest of this pack. This is what happens in a lot of cases when those first cars up front get together, working together. The best drivers know how to work the draft. They know how to see the air coming off the car in front of them and really make it work for them in this class.
All right, well, Brian, your new leader, Caleb Schrader, he gets around Mike Miserandino with John Black 3rd. Edmondson just ran the fastest lap of the race, I think aided no doubt by the draft of the cars ahead, especially when Schrader popped out to take that lead there with Steve Fogg and Jay Rosenthal now running 5th and 6th. They've closed things down quite a bit as well. And then a bit of a gap then back to Paul Marino and Judson Holt. I was going to say, before Caleb Schrader jumped out to the lead, you interviewed him this week. Very young driver, has been racing in sports cars, sports racers now for what, 2-3 seasons?
This is the third season.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought this was the start of his third season, and he was bookended by 2 multi-time national champions, and he's actually gapped now Miserandino and Black just a little bit as they start to make the run to Riverside.
Pulling up our documents from the runoffs last year, and he was third place at the runoffs, Caleb Schrader, last year, with a very, very stout field, like it always is at the runoffs. So the young man has a ton of talent. He's also a really fast FE2 driver as well.
Yeah, indeed. Now, I believe he finished 4th on track, but there was one driver that had finished, I believe the driver had finished 3rd, had lost a couple of positions in the tech shed afterwards. But a great run nonetheless in what was really a stacked spec racer Ford field, again with many national champions. And they're coming into sunset now, and it looks like things are closing up just a little bit as Edmondson is getting a little bit closer to the back of John Black. But look at Steve Fogg. Fogg now starting to close things down. But the big deal here, Caleb Schrader from the lead. He doesn't have the benefit of a draft, but he was 0.2 of a second faster than Miserandino and Black. He's now extended that lead to about 0.3, and you can see there as they come through the on-ramp there how much of a gap he's opened up, and it doesn't look like much, Brian. Looks like 2 car lengths, but it might be enough for him.
Well, it doesn't look like much, and especially when you look at the people behind him, Miserandino, Black, and Edmondson. These guys are not going to let that car get away. They are some of the best in the business. So very interesting to see how this thing plays out. But Caleb Schrader has oftentimes shown that he has the mettle, no matter how much experience and talent is coming up to try to get around him. He's a smart driver, doesn't make mistakes, and that's what is so impressive with someone as young as he is in a class that's stacked with veterans.
All right, Brian, I mentioned earlier during qualifying that because of the way the direction that we're going on this track, that Sector 1 was actually Sector 3 and Sector 3 was Sector 1. If you look at our live timing, I think we've gotten that. It's been this way for the last couple groups. It is now definitely correct. It is going Sector 1, 2, and then 3. So if you go to scca.com/live, let me not confuse you again. And there you go, as Miserandino has now gotten back up to the gearbox of Caleb Schrader. John Black only a half a car length back from there. Should mention that Schrader once again set overall fastest Sector 1 time, but Miserandino now with personal best in Sector 1 and Sector 2 as they come out of the Sunset Bend onto the front straight, and Miserandino now resets fast lap at a 1:55.55. And this is about the time, Brian, where I have to start looking at track records.
Well, and I will say we've got an interesting dynamic here, Greg. Yeah. It's very infrequent that Mike Miserandino doesn't have an MBI teammate around him at Buttonwillow. But here's the situation. Schrader and Black, they are teammates from the Northwest. They're always working together. Miserandino is kind of like the icing in the middle of the Oreo cookie here. He has no partner with him, and if it push comes to shove later in this race, that could be a very interesting decision maker for who he's going to work with and how Black and Schrader work together at the end of this race.
Well, I should mention, Brian, that maybe I shouldn't be looking at track records at this point. Miserandino in qualifying was a full second off of off that track record, and the race pace right now is a little bit further back from there. Again, fast lap right now, 1:55.55 set by Miserandino. Qualifying was about 0.6 faster than these 3 drivers are running right now, as they are once again stacked nose to gearbox as they come over the crest of Phil Hill. And looks like John Black took a quick look to the inside of Mike Miserandino, got back in line. But those three drivers now, Brian, they are kind of losing Robert Edmondson. Edmondson about a second back there as they all go into Star Mazda.
And there you can see Miserandino tries to, or makes the move around Caleb Schrader there going to Star Mazda. He has now taken the point, so it's Miserandino up front with the teammates Schrader and Black in second and third. And they're pulled away enough from the fourth place car where they can start just kind of thinking about themselves for a moment here, and they can still continue to pull away, but it's going to looking more and more like it's a three-car race here in this particular race.
As our leaders now coming out of Sunset Bend, going into the off ramp, and you can see there Edmondson a couple of car lengths back, trying to make up ground. That last time by, Edmondson set his fastest lap of the race. The problem is it's about 0.3 off the pace of the drivers directly ahead of him. So he continues now without the benefit of the draft to fall back. He might be able to act as a little bit of a bridge for Steve Fogg. If the 21 machine can get up to the 22, maybe they can work together and push forward. But we could see there Fogg is over 2 seconds in arrears. He's a long way back.
I will also say that there's not necessarily a bad thing to be in second place for the vast majority of this race. Oftentimes, second place ends up being your race winner on the final lap. So, you know, as long as those three cars can stay really, really close to each other there until we get to the final 2 or 3 laps of this race, there is no harm in tucking in there behind the first place car. The temperatures aren't so hot that they really have to worry about overheating in these cars this weekend,
right.
So they can just stay together here, hopefully pull away. They would like to not have Robert Edmondson be part of this discussion, but he's hanging in there pretty well.
Yeah, indeed he is. He's, you know, again, he's dropped back a little bit, perhaps at the very tail end of the draft. But you know, we'll have to see what he can do as this race goes on. There are some other pretty darn good races a little bit further back from our leaders. Great race starting to form up. This is the battle for 7th with Marino, Paul Marino, Judson Holt, Lee Douglas, Tom Burton. Here they all come out of the Sunset Bend. And you can see there's, what, 4 or 5 of them all fighting for 7th position currently.
And that's what happens here in Spec Racer Ford. You know, there are battles all around the racetrack. So even if you're not at the pointy end of the field, even if you're not running for the glory of the big trophies, there's always a way to have fun here. And that's what attracts 25, 30 drivers all the way here to Buttonwillow for a race like this, is they know they're going to have somebody to race with.
Yeah, indeed. Here, so great little fight, and we see there as we've got what, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th, all the way back to Tom Burt, Sean O'Boyle, Tom Miserandino. That is Mike's father. A little bit further back there, Tom's in the white and red number 15 machine, and so you know, good fights here, and we're seeing some other ones a little bit further back as well, where drivers and racers have started to pair up along this race course. But good fights here, even if it's not for a podium position. But Miserandino and Schrader and Black and Edmondson continue this fight. Here they come, and we can see here Edmondson is definitely tightening things up. He just ran his fastest lap of the race once again, and this time, Brian, as opposed to being 0.3 off the pace of our leaders, he was 0.4 faster than the pace of our leaders. So he has now closed things down to under a second.
All right, we are at the halfway point. Let's take our break now, get that out of the way, because I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of action here in the final 10 minutes of this race. So let's take our break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We'll be right back.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Maza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Maza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymaza.com.
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We're back here live at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, and as it is still the three cars up front, still Miserandino, Schrader, Black. They have been in some combination of those three cars for the entire race here. Right now, multiple national champion Mike Miserandino at the point, young up-and-comer Caleb Schrader in second, and then, of course, the young Caleb Schrader's mentor, John Black, right behind him in third. That is a dynamic. The car without the partner right now is Mike Miserandino, and that will be something that I'm very interested to see, Greg, how that plays out when we get to as we go through the final 7.5 minutes here.
Yes, indeed, Brian. Oh, by the way, Kimberly Holt, I felt kind of strange looking at this, but obviously she's here cheering Judson Holt, calls him a badass speed racer. So Judson right now currently running in 8th position. He's still battling out with Marino for 7th. But here as our leaders come through the off-ramp and start to head down the I-5, I keep poking back to Robert Edmondson and whether or not he's going to become part of this fight for the win, and whether it's a 3-car battle, whether it's a 4-car battle. Just as we went to break, he had gotten within a little bit less than a second. Now he's at about 1.8, 1.9 seconds back, and he just keeps accordioning that he just does not seem to be able to set consistent lap times here. That last time by, he was almost a full second off of what our top 3 racers were doing. So he's just got to put his head down and start setting some consistent lap times here if he's going to get back up to the top 3. I think that he's had probably the most difficult race of that top 4.
Well, and he's just close enough where if the top 3 cars start to race, do a lot of side-by-side stuff, he could creep back into the discussion. If they stay single file right up until the final race lap, which is, I think, what it's going to do, or maybe 2 laps to go,
maybe?
then it's going to be really, really hard for Edmondson to get in there and be part of this thing. So at this point, the deeper we get into this, the more it looks like it's just going to be a 3-car battle. And then we come up to the age-old question, Greg, when do you decide to make that final pass? And it'll be very, very interesting.
All right, quick thing here, Brian, as we're watching this race in the chat, and I know we've had a driver, Noah, who's been asking about the Masters driver standings. I should mention that for Noah, and we've gotten clarification from this from Topeka, is that although the Masters class is something that has been spearheaded by the drivers, it is not an official SCCA class or SCCA classification. There is only one Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, and how the drivers decide whether or not they are in the Masters class or not, and they provide the trophies. Topeka does not provide the trophies or the point standings. They're monitoring that themselves. But let's jump back to the battle for the lead here, and it is still Miserandino with Schrader second, John Black running in third.
It has just been fun to watch these guys. They're all just doing such a great job measuring each other, staying close and tucked in, allowing themselves to pull away more and more now from that fourth place car. Every lap, it's another second or two that they're making up, which just means when they decide to go get racing, they know that probably unless they have a moment where they're no longer on the track, one of them is going to finish, all of them are going to finish on the podium. So,
yeah, we saw how well that worked out in Formula F.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, but yes, I don't think Edmondson is, as we've got one driver who's just run very wide coming down through Phil Hill. I don't think Edmondson is going to be part of this equation unless things change drastically. He is now over 2.5 seconds back. And we've got a car that's gone around at the off ramp, and with about an 80% track blockage there. We've got one car that's gone around the high side. We'll try and get the number for you here momentarily.
Well, and the problem is the leaders are coming up on them really quickly.
Right
There are the leaders, so he's got to get out of the way because, and he'll do a good job of that. I'm sure he'll pull over and let the leaders by as soon as he sees a very wildly waved blue flag coming up at the next flag station. So, but here come your leaders. I'm pretty certain, Greg, that next time by they're going to get the white flag here. So I think there's about a lap and a half to go here.
Yeah, our leaders have been lapping at just under 2 minutes, about minute 55 to a minute 56 per lap. And as you can see there, looking at the ticker, we've got a little bit under 3 minutes remaining on the clock. All right, so that driver does move over driver's right to let our leaders by. He will fall a lap down. We'll get the number on that car in just a moment here. But our top three heading into Phil Hill, and probably to add insult to injury for Robert Edmondson. Edmondson comes right up to that lap traffic at the apex heading into Phil Hill. He's going to lose even more ground to our leaders, although he does manage to clear that car.
Yeah, could not be a worse place to catch a back marker. So here they come now through the Star Mazda corner for what I believe is going to be the second to last time here. Looking at the clock, it's
lap,
really, yes, the penultimate lap where it is upon us here. And as they come now towards Sunrise with a minute 56, definitely should see the white flag in the air right now. There it is. Tom Jones has it. He will start to wave at any moment here. And here are your leaders, 2.92 miles to find out who is going to win this race, Greg.
All right, and Tom hangs on to the white flag there, and our fourth place runner, Edmondson, crosses the line. But here it is, 1 lap remaining. Now just about 2 3/4 miles remaining for these racers. And now the question is going to be, Brian, where do you make the move? And sitting in second place, Caleb Schrader. Obviously, he's got 2 things to worry about. John Black goes to follow Schrader along as they come down the I-5. And as they go into Cotton Corners, your new leader, Caleb Schrader, with John Black in second, and move Mike Miserandino now, Brian, back in the third.
and they've already opened up a 2-3 car length gap between themselves and Mike Miserandino. Now it is the mentor and the mentee. You've got Caleb Schrader in first, and John Black tries to make the move going down towards Riverside. What's it going to be? They are side by side, and now Black is underneath Caleb Schrader going into this next set of corners here at Phil Hill, and there they are side by side, but now Caleb Schrader tries to go back, and it's Schrader who is ahead of Black, and now they are side by side coming down off of Phil Hill. A little puff of dust there. Who is it going to be? Black is in the lead. Then we've got Caleb Schrader as they come towards Star Mazda.
And that was some great move by John Black to come underneath and across the nose of Schrader going into Phil Hill. They both held that car so well, Brian, as they come out of the final corner. Mike Miserandino must have had a mechanical issue. He falls now back behind Edmondson into fourth position as our leaders come into sunset for the last time. Yeah, and there's... Yeah, I was going to say, there's Miserandino off in the crossover road as our leaders come onto the front straight.
All right, now coming down for the finish line, who is it going to be? Is it going to be Black or is it going to be Schrader? It is going to be John Black as your race winner. Caleb Schrader, the mentee, loses out to the mentor here. 17 is John Black. He takes the lead. Caleb Schrader second. Robert Edmondson hangs on for the podium finish.
And Steve Fogg will finish just off the podium. Jay Rosenthal fifth. Mark Bielanski will finish in sixth, I believe. We're gonna check this as they're coming on to the front straight now. And as they cross their line, indeed, Bielanski will finish sixth. Sean O'Boyle seventh. Lee Douglas, Tom Burt, Tom Miserandino works his way up in the 10th position with Bill Booth. Then Paul Marino, and Marino, remember, was we were watching, was in 7th early on. He falls back to 12th. John McClintock, Mike Moshe crossing the line. He will finish in 14th, and finishing in 15th, I believe this is the 77 of Andre Pera coming across the line.
All right, we're gonna keep an eye and try to find out what happened to Mike Miserandino here on that final lap. But this one is in the books. We're going to make a call to grid here, and then we are going to take a break. And when we come back, we'll have a lot more racing action. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 5 cars to the grid. Group 5 cars to the grid. GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, A Sedan, and T1. Group 5 cars to the grid. For those of you at home, we've got about a 10-minute worker break coming up, and we'll be able to get the track cleaned up during that break. And so stay with us, be about 10, 15 minutes or so, and we'll go back to racing action. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, round 5. We've got a couple races left in the day. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
We are back here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park for round 5 of the Hoosier Racing Super Tour. We are going into group number 5, which is GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, A Sedan, and T1. Gregg Ginsberg with the starting lineups.
All right, let's run them down here, Brian. 22 drivers set qualifying times over the last 2 days. One driver did not. We'll see if he comes out for today's race. He is scheduled to start 23rd. If he does, he is driving the number 77 GT3 Mazda Miata from San Jose, California. He's Michael Heinzman. Wayne Graham scheduled to start 22nd. He is driving the number 9 GT2 Mazda RX-7. Norm Benson will start 21st. He's in the number 48 American Sedan Ford Mustang, with Scott Graham starting 20th. Scott is driving the number 6 GT3 Mazda RX-7. Patrick Lynn and his BMW M3, it's an E46 M3, scheduled to start 19th in the GT2 class. He's driving the 37 car. Christopher Qualls is driving in American Sedan and a Ford Mustang. He starts 18th in the number 73 car. Vitek Harvey will start 17th. He's driving the number 47 American Sedan Ford Mustang, with Robert Kelly starting 16th. Robert is driving the number 188 GT2 Dodge Viper. Matt Latucci will start 15th. Matt is driving the number 30 American Sedan Ford Mustang, while our American Sedan pole sitter starts 14th today. He's driving the number 1 Ford Mustang. He's from Burlingame, California. It's Roger Eagleton. Tony Rivera will start 13th on the field. He is in the number 09 GT3 Mazda RX-3. That's the old John Bockham car. Beautiful, beautiful ride. Starting 12th, driving the number 21 GT2 Chevy Camaro from Alpine, California, Mike Henderson. Dan Van Nortwick will start 11th. He's driving the number 8 T1 Ford S550 Mustang. Dan is our sole driver today in T1. Starting 10th, driving the number 15 GT3 Toyota Paseo, it's Wolfgang Maki. Starting 9th, he's in the number 88 GT3 Honda Civic TCR. It's Taz Harvey with Ollie Thorderson starting 8th on the field today. He's in the number 122 GT2 Chevy Corvette. Ollie had his quali 2 times thrown out for being underweight, but still starts 8th. Starting 7th, driving the number 72 GT3 Mazda RX-7 from Poway, California, multi-time national champion Michael Lewis. He is your GT3 pole sitter today. The remaining cars, with the exception of our pole sitter in GT2. Kyle Kelly's going to start 6th. He's in the number 98 Porsche GT3 Cup car, with Glenn McCready starting 5th. He's in the number 4 Chevy Corvette. Sean Wheeler will start 4th. He's in the number 07 Chevy Corvette, with Jonathan Greco starting 3rd. He's in a BMW M3. That's the number 18 car. And your front row today, driving the number 08 GT2 BMW M3. He's your GT2 pole sitter. It's Tristan Littlehale from San Jose, California, and your pole sitter today, driving the number 28 Ligier LMP3 in the GTX class with a qualifying time of 1:43.920 from Woodland Hills, California. It's Robert Yama.
All right, we're getting ready to get this thing underway. Quick note, Alex Bielanski down on pit lane checking out what happened with the Mike Miserandino car in the previous race. Talk with the crew. They said they're hoping he ran out of gas. And I said, what? And it turns out they're hoping he ran out of gas because that's the easiest thing to fix.
Right.
So they're not sure what exactly happened, but they're hoping that he ran out of gas.
Yeah.
Also,
now, of course, when we were asking, he was the car was still waiting to be picked up from the crossover road there.
Yes.
Just didn't have any communication with the driver at that point.
Right. So, Greg, there's a couple of classes here in the SCCA that when it's getting ready to start a race, a whole bunch of people show up on the front straight because they want to hear or see the cars go barreling down towards the first corner. This is one of those classes. I'm looking down on the balcony here below race control. It is standing room only, folks. Everybody is there waiting to see the cars go flying down into turn 1, and hopefully the entertainment factor will be good here. Definitely it'll be loud, it'll be obnoxious, it'll be fun, and that's what's coming up next.
Yeah, indeed, here as they are all going. Of course, one of the cars that they probably want to hear, Brian, is our pole sitter.
Yes.
Robert Yallen in his Lump 3, his LMP3. I believe that is powered by a 5-liter Nissan V8. At least they used to be powered by the 5-liter cars. That was the P320. And I believe, well, we're showing it as being a 315, so I'm not exactly positive which engine is underneath the cover at the rear of that machine. Needless to say, Tristan Littlehale in his BMW M3 probably going to have a little bit of trouble keeping up with it, at least going into the Sunrise Bend, the very first corner, as our drivers wait for the green flag, and there it is. And surprise, surprise, the Lump 3 jumps out to an early lead. But more importantly, Littlehale, who's got Greco and Wheeler and McCready and all these GT2 cars right behind him, he takes the point, leading our GT2 field into the off-ramp for the very first time. Big move there down the inside from the Chevy Corvette of Sean Wheeler, but it looks like he might have lost some ground to Glenn McCready's GT2 BMW.
Yeah, we had one car put their wheel off there in the off-ramp on the inside of the racetrack, but that seems to have resolved itself. Now all the cars pretty much single file here as they go through Cotton Corners up over the Grapevine and onto kind of the back straight here. We don't really call it that, but they're heading towards the dog leg. That's the little kink in the road they're going through right there. And then they come right into our living room as they head down towards Riverside for the first time. Coming through Riverside, this is typically fairly flat out. It is a fast corner. And then they come down to this left-hander to head up towards the over portion of Phil Hill, the hill portion of Phil Hill. Here comes the whole crew. That is that LMP3 car of Yellen, and he is now through there. Right behind him, Tristan Littlehale is still trying to hang on there. He's got a whole bunch of class cars. Now, those two cars, different classes, so they're not racing each other. No reason for them to battle or fight each other. Actually, if I were Tristan Littlehale, I would just let that LMP3 car drive away off into the distance.
About it. Yeah, exactly. Yep. So, interestingly, though, as we were watching Yellen come out of Phil Hill, of course, you crest over the top of the hill, the car ends up driver's left, and then you have to set up for the following left-hand turn that brings you down the Star Mazda. And so we saw Yellen, of course, he's got the advantage, a lot of aerodynamic downforce there, more than just the mechanical grip, as he basically just ripped the car over to driver's right to set up for that. And the BMW's nowhere near able to get the car all the way over like that Lump 3 was, but Littlehale's kind of hanging with them right now. We'll see how things play out as things go on. What I did notice, I think last year when we saw Yellen run in this class with this car, is that he kind of babied the thing for the first 2-3 laps until he got some heat in the tires, and that's when he kind of opened it up. So we'll see if that's still the case here.
So I think, and a question I have, I don't know the answer to, is how big of a hole is that LMP3 car punching in the air, and how much of an advantage is that for Tristan Littlehale to be able to help pull away from the rest of the GT2 field? And I just don't know how much. I know there's a lot of downforce and a lot of aero grip going on there, but I'm just curious how much of a hole that thing punches, because he's doing a really good time of keeping up with him, and he really shouldn't be.
Yeah, well, and he's already gapped our third place runner overall, John Greco, in the number 18 BMW, but I should also mention that Littlehale out-qualified Greco by 1.6 seconds. So seeing that gap there doesn't necessarily have everything to do with the pull that Littlehale might or might not be getting from that machine. McGrady currently in his Chevy Corvette running 4th overall, then Kyle Kelly, then Sean Wheeler. Those are all, once again, GT2 machines. Right now, McCready, your 3rd place GT2 car, and here they come all in a row coming out of the Sunset Bend. It's Corvette, it's Corvette, Porsche Corvette, and I think Kyle Kelly has managed to get around the 2 Corvettes, so move the 98 car up to 4th overall and 3rd in GT2.
I don't know what that Robert Yellen car has under the hood, but it sounds just spectacular when it comes flying down the main straightaway and full on. It does absolutely sound like a full on V8, which is what our director or our producer Brendan has said there. Trying to do a little bit of research while Greg's chatting to see if I can come up with the answer to that question. But very, very cool car.
And a little bit further back there, we were just looking at the red and white GT Light machine, or probably GT3 machine of Wolfgang Mackey. Mackey has opened up a bit of an advantage now over Taz Harvey's Honda Civic. Michael Lewis, your leader in GT3, though, with almost a 6-second advantage right now over Mikey and Harvey. Lewis running 8th overall behind Ollie Thordson's Chevy Corvette. But great fight there between the actually 3 Corvettes in a row, and I think we've got the RX-7 then of Michael Lewis pretty close behind as well. Here we go with Corvette, and that is McCready. Is that the Porsche there? That is McCready, Wheeler, and Thorderson. Currently running 5th, 6th, and 7th overall, 4th, 5th, and 6th in GT2. As the Porsche has now managed to kind of slip away. The Porsche we just saw there, Kyle Kelly, coming into that shot, now probably a good 20 car lengths up on the 3 Corvettes.
All right, so 2 likely options for the LMP3 car could be the 5.0 liter V8 Nissan if it's a Gen 1 car. If it's a Gen 2 car, it could be the 5.6 liter V8 Nissan. So very, very cool machinery regardless of what's under the hood, so under the bonnet. Michael Lewis, your leader right now in GT3, followed by Wolfgang Make, Taz Harvey, and Tony Rivera. That's your top 3 in GT3. GTX, of course, our leader overall is Robert Yellen. He is the 1 car in GTX. And we're looking now at Touring 1. There is 1 car there. Don Van Nortwick is the 1 car in T1. And I'm just looking at the scoring pylon like the rest of y'all folks. So Tristan Littlehale is your GT2 class leader right now, followed by Jonathan Greco, Kyle Kelly, Sean Wheeler. So that's the way it stands at the moment here with about 18 minutes left to go in this race.
Well, Brian, we don't want to give any short shrift to our American sedan racers or our many Mustangs that must be racing here today at Buttonwillow. And I think we're going to see them come up here. That is not one of them, but this coming up into our view right now, this blue Ford Mustang, that is Roger Eagleton. He is your American sedan leader. But then a good little fight here. Matt Latucci, Chris Qualls, and Vitek Harvey in the 3 Mustangs in a row. That is the battle for second in American sedan right now. Again, all in Mustangs. And I think Norm Benson currently a bit off the pace. He's about probably a good 50 car lengths back. We didn't even see him come into that shot yet. His car's been kind of off song all weekend long.
Yeah, there are other makes and models in a sedan, but we could certainly call it the Mustang Challenge this weekend. All 5 of our cars, Mustangs of various iterations, and they are putting on a pretty good show here. There is Chris Qualls moving into the lead right now. Chris Qualls is one of the cars that's always out here at Buttonwillow, and then a couple of other folks who we don't see quite so often out here with him this weekend. So 16 minutes, 55 seconds to go out front in this race, as it has been from the beginning. Robert Yellen in the Ligier LMP3 car. He's out of Woodland Hills, California, from the Valley. So if you remember the old Valley Girl days, that's exactly where he hails from, that area of LA. Just a little hails in second. Greco's in third. Kyle Kelly is in fourth, followed by Sean Wheeler, Ole Thornton, Glenn McCready. Those are all GT2 cars, position 2 through 7, all GT2 cars. And then you've got your GT3 leaders right now. That's Michael Lewis, Taz Harvey, and Wolfgang Make, your top 3 in GT3. T1, Van Nortnick, and then we were talking about the A sedan cars, Eagleton, Qualls, and Latucci. And there is, I think that's everybody, or at least the tops in all of the classes.
Yeah, indeed. So we'll see Roger Eagleton a little bit later today as well. We'll keep coming back to him as he's our American sedan leader driving that Ford Mustang. When I first met him back in 2017, he was on the board of directors for the San Francisco region, so very involved in SCCA, not only racing but club business. But he was also the 2019 Pirelli West Coast champion in the GT class in the Trans Am series, in the GT cars, as opposed to the TA2. And I believe he was running, if I remember correctly, he was running a Pontiac GTO at the time. But I've always seen him be very strong here. And again, I believe he is running the exact same car, both in American Sedan and T2. And honestly, I didn't know there was any crossover between the two classes. So definitely something new for me here as he now opens up in that class. Brian, he now has almost a 12-second advantage over Chris Qualls here with 4 laps in the books, working lap 5.
There's been such good action this weekend, Greg. I am worn out. And we still have a ton of racing to go.
We do.
We've got 2 more races left today and then 7 more tomorrow. Tomorrow we get started pretty early. We're going to have our first race of the day at about 8:40 a.m. tomorrow. And then we're going to go through and a bunch of races, 4 races before lunch. We'll take our break. Then we'll have 3 races after lunch. Longer races tomorrow, 35 minutes or 17 laps. So whatever they're doing today, they're going to have to do a little bit more tomorrow to get the big trophy. But that is what is going to be fun about tomorrow. Always enjoy the Sunday races being a little bit longer and what kind of different strategy might come into play there for this.
All right, Brian, watching a pretty neat race unfold right now, and this is the battle for second in GT Light. We've got Taz Harvey. He's in his TCR Honda Civic, or Honda Civic Type R TCR machine built by, I think, Jazz Motorsports over in Japan. And then we've got Wolfgang Mike. He is in the Toyota Paseo. And, you can't have 2 diametrically opposed cars. That little Paseo, a tube frame machine, again with a very small motor, I think a 1.5 liter Toyota motor in it, whereas the Honda has a 2 liter turbocharged motor, very much like the Honda Civic Type R does, as you would get off the showroom floor. The car, however, not anything like a typical off-the-showroom floor Honda Civic Type R. It's got a sequential transmission, carbon fiber. Most of the tub, I believe, is carbon fiber, and a very advanced machine, but much like the Paseo, front-wheel drive only.
Right. And just a quick point, GT3, not GT Light, before we get people coming in the chat.
Yes, GT3, not GT Light. Sorry. Yeah, that would be a pretty big motor for GT Light, but the other advantage that TCR has, although Wolfgang, he's closing things down on Harvey right now, that TCR, quite a bit of aerodynamic downforce to help it. It is very, very good until you get off the throttle, and then you get a lot of push out of the thing. But that Paseo definitely closing things down. The last time by, Mike was almost about 38 hundredths faster than Harvey up ahead. And so we've seen Taz Harvey here in many different types of machines over the years. Of course, Harvey, a long time back in the day, what was then known as Speed World Challenge racer, but doesn't live all that far from here. Was running an open-top Mazda Miata for a number of years. I think also in GT3 or possibly GT2, if I remember correctly. And this is the first time I've seen him out with the Civic.
All right, let's make a quick call to grid, and we're at the halfway point, and then we'll take our break and then come back for the rest of the race. Attention to the paddock. Formula X, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, P1, and P2 to the grid. Group number 6 cars to the grid for your race. Group 6 to the grid.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our Trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information. Hi, we're back here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, rounds 5 and 6 of the Hoosier Super Tour. You can see the schedule here this weekend. We are here at Buttonwillow. Then coming up in March, we're going to go to Raceway Road Atlanta. April is going to be busy with the race at Virginia International Raceway and Hallett, or as my kid likes to call it, Halle Motor Racing Circuit.
Yeah, because the Oklahomans are very French.
Very much so. Very much so.
Pronunciation, yes.
I just loved it. Well, the first time Alex said, "Are you going to Halle?" I'm like, "No, but I'm going to Hallett." May, we've got back-to-back race weekends, just like we're coming out of Portland and Mid-Ohio. That should be a ton of fun. And then we wrap up the season in June, end of May and June, with Watkins Glen and the June sprints at Road America. So still a lot of racing ahead for us, folks. We will be with you for all of those races. Greg and I will be for most of them, and we'll split it up a little bit as well. Also want to take a second here and give a big thank you to our race workers. Lots of volunteers here this weekend. You see two of them right there on the start stand. They are here on their own time helping us have fun do this. We've got flaggers and corner workers. You can see them out there in the distance standing there in white. So if you want to come out and be that close to the action, you can come and do that. We also have grid workers, tech workers, registration, stewards, sound control. I always forget somebody, and they come up at the end at the worker party. Oh, by the way, there's a worker party most weekends as well. They'll come up to me and say, "You forgot to say something about me, Brian." It's not because I forgot, because I don't love you. It's because there's a lot for us to remember. I should get a list, Greg.
You should.
But you and I don't remember if we met flagging or if we met at the auto show in D.C.
Met at the auto show.
I think that's when we first met.
Because I was racing at the time.
Many, many years ago, I was flagging at Summit Point. That was my job at that point in time. And Greg and I got together to demand the booth at the DC Auto Show. So he and I have been friends for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
Anyway, 6.5 to go, Greg, and not a ton of battling for first place on the racetrack.
Not
but
for first.
Anything can happen.
That's right, and this may not be for first, Brian, but we've got a change on the podium, or on what could be the podium in GT3, as Wolfgang Mike has gotten around Taz Harvey. So move that Toyota Paseo up to second position, and he's now opened up almost 3 seconds on the Honda. And when we went to break, we saw that gap really starting to close down. Yeah, Mike made it work.
And I do see a tow truck out and about, and I haven't heard where that tow truck is going.
Well, let's see. And we've got a local caution down at the Star Mazda turn, Brian. Yeah, so let's see if we can pick it up.
Oh, yeah,
here.
there it is, right out there in the corner. That was your race leader, Robert Yalin, and he has parked himself out there in what I'm going to guess is the mud. That is a really kind of rough stop to be for 2 reasons. One, because another car can get out there and not get too far and be a problem. But secondly, with the water and off the track right now, that might be a very, very difficult car to get out of the way of that position. And you really can't put a course truck out there in front of it because that course truck would just sink right down into the ground as well. Yeah. So this could be interesting. This could end up being the end of this race here if they need to get that car.
Yeah, as we have just a little bit under 5 minutes remaining, and there you saw the emergency services vehicle responding. So that is now going to change things up at the front of the field. That now moves Tristan Littlehale up to the top of the leaderboard. Our GT2 leader is now your overall leader. And this, depending on what we see here, may compress the field down a little bit as these drivers are having to slow down considerably for that very large emergency services vehicle there at Star Mazda.
Yep, and that gives the lead of the race to Tristan Littlehale, who has a 9-second lead over Jonathan Greco. Actually a decent battle. Oh, I was wrong. It looked like there was a decent battle for third place in GT2, but that's not the case. So keeping an eye on all of that situation down there in Star Mazda.
Yeah. You know, we had seen earlier that that 3 Corvette fight, that 3 Corvette battle between Wheeler, Thorderson, and McCready, and that has opened up a bit, but looks like Wheeler in the 07 still getting challenged just a little bit by the 122 Corvette. And here they come, actually, Brian, going into Phil Hill. The green and black Corvette, I believe that is Sean Wheeler, and then Ollie Thorderson in the 122 car. He's going to be the last in this group to come out of Phil Hill in that white and black Chevy Corvette. That is, like I said, the battle for 4th in GT2.
All right, let me make a quick call to grid here for our next group. Stand by. Attention to the paddock, Group 6 cars to the grid. Formula X, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, P1 and P2, Prototype 1 and 2, Formula Winged cars to the grid for Race Group 6. Now you can see as they're trying to get this all sorted out here and get that car to safety. 2.5 minutes to go at this point in time. They're probably just trying to figure out what to do with at the end of the race, but just to keep it as safe as possible here for the last lap. Next time by, the white flag will be out. I just got the word from race control, so we're about 1.5 laps away from being done with this thing, Greg.
All right, and Brian, the fight that we were just watching before you made that call to grid between Sean Wheeler and Ollie Thorderson, the 2 Corvettes, that black and green number 07, the white and black number 122. Ollie Thorderson has gotten around Wheeler, so move him now up into 4th position. Here they come towards us right now over at the dogleg. And Thorderson, he's gapped Wheeler by a little bit there. He's probably put, about 5 car lengths between them as they come into Phil Hill. We'll see how this, if they may compress down, as they're going to have to slow up a little bit for that emergency services team that is down at Star Mazda. Don't know if it's going to be enough. And you can see there as they come almost to a complete stop here, Brian. Thorderson able to hold things off just a little bit there, but it looks like one of our Mustangs, and I believe that was not one of the I believe that was Don Van Nortwick, the T1 car, ended up getting slowed down mightily there as white flag now in the air for our GT2 leader, Tristan Littlehill.
The good news, Greg, is that all the cars now have seen and been through that section, so they now know there's definitely something there, so they can slow down appropriately to get through that section. And the white flag being in the air, only going to have to come through there one more time before we get this thing wrapped up. And I think we might have a bit of a break because it's going to take some effort to get that car out from the situation it is. It's not going to be it's not going to be easy to pluck that car out of there. So, Littlehill, Greco, Kelly, Thorson, Sean Wheeler, Glenn McCready. That's your top 6 overall and your top 6 in GT2, followed by your leader in GT3 is Michael Lewis. And Michael Lewis, then Wolfgang Make is in second place in GT3, third place Taz Harvey. Your T1 class leader right now, Don Van Nortwick. A sedan class leader is Roger Eagleton.
And speaking of Roger Eagleton, and I know I've mentioned him a couple times, we're actually watching him right now go through Cotton Corners. Neat little, this is not a fight for class, but we've got Mike Henderson, and he's in that white GT2 Chevy Camaro TA2 car. And then we've got Eagleton, who's your American sedan leader. And Eagleton almost came right underneath the Camaro going through the off-ramp. And this is where the TA2 car is going to be able to just put the hammer down and stretch things out over Eagleton. I think he's probably got a good extra 200 horsepower or so on the Mustang behind, and definitely quite a bit more aerodynamic. As a checkered flag now in the air and taking the win, the overall win, Tristan Littlehill in his BMW M3. He is your overall and GT2 winner. And across the line, Jonathan Greco and Kyle Kelly finishing second and third in GT2. Ollie Thordarson, Sam Wheeler rounding out the top 5 in GT2.
All right.
And I think the next car to come across will be Glenn McCready, unless Michael Lewis in his Mazda RX-7 was able to get by. He was not. That is not Michael crossing the stripe yet. Still wait for Michael to come through Sunset.
Yeah, it'll be a second, folks, as we wrap this up and we wait for the next car to come across the line.
Don't drop the flag, Tom.
Here we go. And there it is, crossing the line right there.
GT cars and one of our American sedan Mustangs crossing the stripe, and oddly Michael Lewis not one of those cars. We're showing him as, actually I think that is right, is we're showing him a lap down from the GT2 cars up ahead. All right, let's do this, Brian. Let's run down. We'll break down the finishing order here by class. We'll start off with GT2 and our overall winner, Tristan Littlehill in his BMW M3 out of San Jose, California. Jonathan Greco will finish second, 13 seconds in arrears. Kyle Kelly will finish third with Ollie Thordarson and Sean Wheeler rounding out the top 5 in a 10-car class. In American sedan, Roger Eagleton takes the win over Chris Qualls. Vitek Harvey finishing in third. Matt Latucci, Norm Benson round out the 5-car class. In GT3, Michael Lewis will take the win over Wolfgang Mike. Taz Harvey will finish in third. Only 3 cars in GT3 took the green today. And taking the win in Touring 1 will be Don Van Nortwick, our sole driver in the class. He finishes 9th overall. And then Robert Yellen, who was our pole sitter, he finishes, appears to be 5 laps down, but still takes the win in GTX.
All right, that's going to do it for this race. We've got another one coming up right after this one. Formula Cars, Wings and Things are next. We might have a slight delay to get that LMP3 car out of the mud, but we'll get you back to racing action as quick as we can. Stay with us, folks. We'll be right back. Congratulations to all of our top finishers at this weekend's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Your results earn you a place in our podium celebrations with trophies and Mazda sparkling wine. Top results also earn contingency payouts. And now is the time to file. Contingencies throughout the SCCA are now digital. Visit myscca.com to begin your claim. Brands like Hawk Performance offers significant amounts to drivers and pay through fifth position. We're back here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Race number 6 about to get underway. Let's get up for the starting grids.
All right, here we go. In this group, we are going to have 2 different starts. We're going to have our Prototype and Formula Atlantic cars in the first pack. Going to have Formula Enterprises 2, Formula Continental in the second group. Let's start off with our second group. Starting in 10th, driving the number 9 Formula Continental Van Diemen, it's Gary Peterson. Starting 9th, driving the number 11 Formula Continental Van Diemen, it is Gabriel Kahn. Then we've got Tom Burt. He's going to start in 8th position. He's in the number 45 FE2 with Jerry Dutch Schultz. He is driving the number 84 Formula Continental Van Diemen. He will start 7th. Starting 6th will be Blake Pigeon. Blake is driving the number 109 FE2 with Troy Shooter starting 5th, driving the number 87 Formula Continental Van Diemen. Starting 4th, driving the number 22 Formula Enterprise 2 is John Yateman with Paul Marino starting 3rd. Also in the Formula Enterprises 2, it's the number 44 car. Tom Hope will start 2nd. He's in the number 18 FE2 with Caleb Schrader, your Group 2 and FE2 pole sitter with a qualifying time of 142.267. Let's move on to our front group. Starting 9th, he is driving the number 35 Formula Atlantic Pro Formula Mazda. It's Greg Labate. Then we've got Chris Vaughn. He starts 8th. He is in the number 49 Prototype 1 Elan. We then have John Manfroy. He starts 7th. He's in the 08 Prototype 1 Dauntless. That's actually a store chassis with Tim Day Jr. starting 6th. He's your sole racer in Prototype 2. He's in a store WF1. That is the number 8 car. Rod Rice will start 5th. He's in the number 33 P2 Mazda Elan DPO2 with Aaron Bailey starting 4th. He's in the number 15 car. That is a Prototype 1 store. Then we've got Matt Romer. Matt's going to start 3rd today. He's driving the number 29 Elan DPO2. And then we move on to the front row, starting 2nd on the outside of row number 1 with the number 23 Prototype 1 Elan DPO2. It is Jim Davenport and your pole sitter today, driving the number 62 Elan DPO2 from Lake Havasu City, Arizona, with a qualifying time of 133.133, Chip Romer.
All right, here they come onto the front straight. We've got the green flag in the air. Look at those cars fan out in the back as they head down towards the first corner for the first time here under race conditions for this prototype group. Oh, big lock up there. Hopefully that car can get it slowed down enough to get around the corner. Looks like they did. And now we'll wait to see for the next group to come around and get the green flag. I'm getting a little ahead of myself here. Here comes your Formula Winged cars as they barrel down towards turn 1 for the first time in this race. We're going to do it again tomorrow, of course, but race number 1 is underway. Here comes our FE2, Formula Atlantic, and all those other Formula cars that we have here with us in this race.
All right, a big brake lock up there from Tom Hope, who started on the outside of this group. That allows Caleb
damage
Schrader to move to the front. We've got a car that's definitely got some damage there. We've had some pieces and parts fall off the track there.
Yep.
Now, we did have towards the end of that first group, we saw going into the Sunrise turn, Chris Vaughn with all that brake lock up in his Prototype 1 store. He is now dropped back a little bit further from the field, and we can already see our first group starting to really stretch out already here. More importantly, Chip Romer, driver of the number 62 machine, he's opened up an early 4-car length advantage over Jim Davenport and Matt Romer as they head into Star Mazda for the first time into the Hawk Performance braking zone.
It looks like there's a full nose cone wing section right at the apex at off-ramp, so I'm not quite sure which car it came from, but it's one of these 10 that we're about to see come by us, and we'll probably see it here. My guess is it's one of the cars in the back because they don't work too well without that front wing section.
No, they do not. They don't turn. They don't do much of anything without the nose cone and without that front wing on the front. We'll see.
Right, so let's see if that's still there. It is still there. You can see right on the right side of their screen. Hopefully none of the cars hit it as they come around here, and it is being avoided at the moment as they all come through here. It might be just off the track, possibly. Hard to tell from this angle, but man, it looks like it's right there on the racetrack.
Well, and we've also seen all of the drivers take that very high line through the off-ramp there,
right,
as if to avoid it anyhow. So we'll see if that continues to be a problem. I'm looking at our flagtronic system, Brian, to see if we have a debris flag being displayed down there. I am showing a yellow flag in the corner station. It looks like just leading into that corner.
Right, that is the corner station for that corner. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's back offset a little bit from the corner itself here. So we will see.
At this point, most of our drivers should have seen the incident there. And I'm looking to see Blake Pigeon in the number 109 machine. I show him as not having completed a lap. Pigeon.
I was going to say, you know why that could be?
Why could that be?
Because the transponder might be at the apex in the off-ramp.
Oh, yeah, that is a possibility. Well, unfortunately, we don't have a lot of drivers in this group running the Flagtronic system inside their cars, and a lot of that just has to do with the size of the unit, and very difficult to find a good place to mount them inside the cockpit here. But Chip Romer does have the lead, and he has really started to gap Jim Davenport at this point. Well, had started to gap Davenport, but Davenport now has closed things up, I think, quite a bit on Romer. But a bit of a gap back to Bailey and Matt Romer, who I think we were just watching here. And you can see their Chip in that very dark number 62 machine. Different variations of black and red. Davenport, I think, with the much more metallic red on the nose cone. They are heading down to the front of the car, and he's opened up, about 4 car lengths. But you see right behind Aaron Bailey and Matthew Romer, only about 2 car lengths separating them as they come down into Star Mazda. We'll see if Matthew Romer is able to close that gap down, and he does under braking, closes it down considerably, Brian, as they come out of Star Mazda and go into the S's now. The gap now only half a car length separating the 15 and the 29.
All right, so our suspicions have been confirmed. The wing and nose cone in off-ramp is from Blake Pigeon's car, number 109. It got there because I think that I do know, actually, they just called it in. It was a 22 car of John Yeatman that got into it with Blake Pigeon, and apparently Pigeon got the worst end of that deal.
Yes.
So it was the 22 car of Yeatman, the 109 car of Blake Pigeon, and the nose cone's in there, right there. So, anyway, that's the story there, folks, and I'm sticking to it. Oops. 9 minutes and 19 minutes. Man, I can't read at the moment. 19 minutes and 33 seconds to go in this race group, and we've got some good stuff going on here. 1 second now, the gap between Romer and Davenport. The question I was going to ask you, Greg, I wonder if Romer and Davenport are on different tire brands or even different tire compounds. Because it does seem that Chip Romer gets out quicker, and then once Davenport maybe gets his tires up to temperature, he is able to close the gap a little bit. That is my thought process at the moment.
It is a possibility, but what I've seen is that the majority of the prototype racers are typically on a brand that is not our title sponsor for this series. I believe they are typically on Goodyear tires, and I'm not saying across the board, but I believe, and I'm using my non-photographic memory thinking back to the runoffs this year, and I think most of the P1 field is probably on the Goodyear slicks. So we'll definitely see. Now, Ryan had up for us a moment ago a pretty neat battle unfolding in Formula Continental between Dutch Schultz, Gabriel Kahn, who we saw earlier today in our small Formula car group. We saw him in a Formula F, Troy Shooter, and Gary Peterson. They were all, I think, probably within 6 car lengths of one another. We'll try and pick them up again. And yeah, actually, here they are now. These are the Continentals coming down in the Star Mazda. Kahn, I think, taking a look to the inside on Dutch Schultz, coming under braking, going in the 1, if that is indeed Kahn. And Kahn may have taken over the lead there in Continental. So move the 11 car up to the lead.
Here are those cars coming into us at Sunset there.
Actually, that second car in line, though, is actually an FE2. That was actually Paul Marino in the number 44 FE2. He gets around our Continental leader, Dutch Schultz. And then back behind Schultz, the next cars in line, Ryan, are actually another FE2 car. That's Tom Burt with Gabriel Kahn and Troy Shooter and Gary Peterson behind them. So we've got some intermixed fighting here, and I think that last car that we just saw go by was Gary Peterson in the number 9 Formula Continental.
All right, so the way it stands right now, it's Romer, Davenport, Bailey, your top 3 in P1. P2 is Tim Day in the lead there, and yep, he's the only P2 car here. FE2, Schrader, Hope, and Yeatman, your top 3 there. Marino is in 4th, and then we were just talking about Formula Continental. Jerry Dutch Schultz, your leader in Formula Continental, followed by Gabriel Kahn and Troy Shooter. 16:30 to go. A lot of time left in this race. A lot of things that can happen here. Romer's now opened up a 1.9 second gap over Davenport, so a little bit of breathing room there. And then it's a bigger gap back to Bailey, Aaron Bailey in 3rd. That's 5.2 seconds back to Aaron Bailey. You've got the Elan DPO2 in 1st and 2nd place. Bailey is driving a Store WF1. That was originally a D-Sports racer. Oh, now we've got a car I believe that car just went kaplooey. I believe that was a rapid unintended disassembly of the motor in that car. Lots of smoke coming out of the back of it, or a little bit of smoke at the time.
No SpaceX involved there. Yeah,
yes.
but a lot of smoke.
And that car is now that's actually in a pretty decent spot where it could just sit there till the end of this race. I mean, nothing's impossible. Now that I've said it, I probably have jinxed the whole process.
You have.
Oh, shamugana. And so that is Aaron Bailey is falling down through the order right now. So my guess is that is the 15 car of Aaron Bailey, who I was just talking about, the Store WF1. I believe that was the old D-Sports Racer car,
yes.
Right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. Now that's been folded into the Prototype 1 class. When we got the Street Racer classes essentially reclassified into these prototype classes to kind of get our terminology up to speed with the rest of the motorsports world, which I actually think is a really decent move to do it that way. Now almost 2 seconds of lead for Romer over Davenport as you watch Bailey slide down through the running order here. That moves Matthew Romer up into 3rd place overall, and Rod Rice is pretty far back here in 27 seconds in 4th place. So,
and of course, we still have that local caution over by Phil Hill, and I'm also showing Brian a caution, and I'm not sure if this is correct. Our Flagtronic system is also showing the local caution going down into Star Mazda as well. And I don't know if we perhaps have another vehicle there, or perhaps that flag station is actually just before where the Bailey machine pulled off, possibly. Because it's actually the corner station I'm looking at is the one actually just before was it the sweeper?
Yeah. Yeah, there could be another car off there. That's absolutely possible. That's a place where cars typically, if they have to pull off, it's a good spot to do it. Very, very safe to pull off there and not have to bring out a full course caution to get plucked out of there.
Well, yeah, we'll see, because right at the moment, Bailey is the only driver that I'm showing as being a lap down.
Right, right.
We'll see here. I know Greg Labate, our sole Formula Atlantic driver, has dropped back to 17th overall behind the Formula Enterprise 2 and Formula Continental drivers. And perhaps he is having an issue. Let me see. He's still, I mean, he's running off a little bit off the pace of the drivers ahead, but still appears to be circulating.
All right, so up front, Romer, Davenport, Romer. That's your top 3 in P1. Looking at FE2, you've got Schrader, Tom Hope, and Yeatman. Schrader, Hope, Yeatman, your top 3 there. If you look to Formula Continental, it's Dutch Schultz, Troy Shooter, and Gabriel Kahn, your top 3 in Formula Continental. Your 1 Formula Atlantic car, Greg Labate, is circulating in 17th overall, and that is one of those Elan Pro Formula Mazda cars. So.
All right, let's do this, Brian. We are just about halfway through this 25-minute timed race. Why don't we take a quick break? We'll call our next and final race group to the grid and thank some of our partners and sponsors.
Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 7 cars to the grid. Group 7 cars to the grid. STL, STU, T2, T3, and T4. T2, T3, T4, STL, STU, Group 7 car grid. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our Trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions. And welcome back, everybody, to not the Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, to Buttonwillow Raceway Park and the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are counting down the minutes here before our second open wheel race of the day finishes. And sitting at the top of the order right now is Chip Romer. He is our P1 leader, Prototype 1 leader. He just crosses the start-finish line to start lap number 11. Jim Davenport now, and Jim lost a lot of time when we went to break. He is now 3.5 seconds back from Chip Romer. Matt Romer running in third, another 3.5 seconds back from the 23 car. In FE2, our current leader is Caleb Schrader. He is pretty much led from the drop of the green flag. He now has almost a 10-second advantage over Tom Hope, with John Yateman running in third. And Dutch Schultz now starting to open things up in Formula Continental. There is just about a 4.5 second gap between each of our four drivers in Continental: Schultz, Shooter, Kahn, and Peterson. Sole driver Tim Day Jr. in Prototype 2. He is currently running 6th overall. And our sole driver in Formula Atlantic, Greg Labate. Greg is currently running 17th, and I believe he is the last driver on course still circulating.
If you want to watch the full timing and scoring, it's available at scca.com/live. I suggest putting our coverage on the big 55-inch screen in your living room and then having some sort of a tablet to watch timing and scoring with. That's the best way. That's how I would watch the race if I were watching at home. Also, Greg, just got a text from the on-site Goodyear Racing engineers. Romer and Davenport are on the same tire compounds.
That's kind of what I thought.
So that is the case there, as Chip Romer pulls away now to a 3.4 second lead. And has the gap between second and third been dropping at all, Greg? I haven't paid attention to it. Have you been watching?
As Matthew Romer just crosses the stripe, no, it's staying pretty steady at about 4 seconds. Yeah, the Last lap, actually, it's increasing slightly. Romer was about 0.4, 43 hundredths slower than Jim Davenport.
There you go. There you go. No changes up front. Caleb Schrader is doing a really nice job once again in FE2. And he's got a little buffer between himself and Tom Hope. Chris Vian in a P1 car is nestled between the two of them, which is a big help for Schrader, because Hope would have to work his way around that P1 car in order to get to Schrader. So you always want to have a buffer between you and a car behind you on the track, and in this particular case, Schrader has that buffer in the form of a big old P1 car.
Yeah. You say buffer. I was going to say I say somebody running interference for you. Not knowingly, of course. I don't think the driver is doing anything untoward there. But unless it turns wet, I would think that FE2 machine is going to have a lot of issues outpowering and sneaking by the P1 machine.
Right, and the P1 machine's not making laps faster than Caleb Schrader, so he's right there in the middle. I will say, though, that Tom Hope is about 2.5 seconds a lap faster than the P1 car. So if he can get there, he'll probably get around him, but we'll see what happens with that.
Yeah, we'll see, because Schrader just crossed the line, although he didn't turn his fastest lap of the race. He turned in a 1:44 flat, which I should add is almost a full second off of his fastest lap time here today. But Tom Hope is unfortunately running about 1.2 seconds off of that pace pretty consistently right now.
Yes,
so it's not getting easier for Tom Hope.
Well, and that 1:44, what is he? Yeah, 1:44, the fastest lap. Oh, that's his last lap. His fastest lap this weekend, or during the race, is a 1:42.9. The track record set back here in January on this particular configuration was a 1:41.9, and Schrader holds that track record. So that is the situation there. Not as fast this weekend as they were earlier. I'm guessing temperatures were a little cooler in January than they are right now.
Yeah, certainly, and it may be a question of yesterday.
Traffic.
Exactly. A lot of traffic, but also when they went out for qualifying this morning, and almost every single group this morning was faster in Q2 than they were during yesterday's Q1 session. We were getting pretty close to noontime when this group went out for qualifying. Much warmer track than it is right now, and they did run slightly faster. Again, Schrader was at a 42.2 during qualifying, but as the track temperatures, I think, have dropped a little bit, you're probably not seeing the same grip levels for these cars that they had earlier today.
Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 7 cars to the grid. Group 7 cars to the grid for our final race of the day. STL, STU, T2, T3, T4. Group 7 cars to the grid for our final race of the day.
Right,
Coming up on...
Sorry,
I was going to say 3.5 minutes to go. And you had something, I'm sure, much more compelling to say than I did.
No, absolutely not at all. I was actually just getting ready to say the exact same thing. And as our drivers here at the front of the field have been running in the 136 range, and should also mention we just talked about Caleb Schrader's fast laps. Of course, we were amazed when Chip Romer was quite a bit under the P1 track record this morning in qualifying. The P1 record having been a 134.210, he qualified at a 33.1. He has not gotten down to track record levels today. He's had a fast lap of a 134.989. But with that 134 remaining, we'll have to pick up where he is on track. Probably this lap and 2 more remaining before he takes the checkered flag, assuming he's still at the front of the field when the checkered flag is displayed.
That is true. So it's funny. I had something I was going to mention, and I cannot remember it now. Getting old stinks, people. Oh, I was going to mention, this is maybe Stephen Bedlaw says he's watching it on his 55-inch TV screen at home. So that's awesome. I love it.
And the question is, how good does it look? And did you turn the volume down?
That's too funny. And I wouldn't, I don't care how they watch it as long as they're watching it. So, good stuff here. Romer, Davenport, Romer, Rice, your top 4. John Manfrey, 5th place in P1. Then Tim Day is your P2 leader right now, the only P2 car out there. Caleb Schrader, Caleb Schrader, John Yeatman, Tom Hope, your top 3. And it looks like Yeatman just got around Tom Hope to take the 2nd spot on the podium.
And Brian, I'm trying to track if this was during this race or if it might have been in reference to our Lump 3 driver in the last race that had some mechanical issues. But regardless, I want to tip my hat to Brian Straczynski for quoting Lump by the presidents of the United States of America. Great song to pull lyrics from. Congratulations. Thank you.
I love our associate producers. And I'm just got the word that the last lap, the white flag is in the air. So we've got I know what I was going to say.
Yes.
If you can pull up, when you get a second, Ryan, if you can pull up the off-ramp camera for me real quick, I just want to show you the wing has moved. So somebody hit it over the last couple of laps. It was just a little bit on the screen, a couple of inches further to the left. We could see the whole wing there. We can no longer see the whole wing. So somebody,
now we know it was on the track surface.
Yes, or somebody put a wheel off and hit it, but it's a little further down track than we were before. So somebody has tapped that wing over the course of the last couple of laps. White flag is in the air. 16 seconds left on the clock. Trying to figure out where Chip Romer is. I think he's coming through Riverside right now. Yeah, I believe that's who that is, and going through Riverside. So he should be coming up towards Phil Hill pretty quick here, and we will check him out as he comes around for the final time to take the checkered flag and wrap us up here for our 6th race of the day. One more to go, folks. Don't go away. And also, we're going to come back and do it first thing tomorrow morning. 8:40 racing action starts tomorrow here at Buttonwillow. And now the checkered flag has been handed over to the starter while the backup starter waves the white flag to the rest of these cars. And next time by, we are going to see, hopefully, I believe Chip Romer probably coming out of the, there he is, I'm pretty certain. No, next car.
I think he's the
next car.
I think it's the third car here. Car in line.
There we go.
There's the switch of the hands and crossing the line, taking the win today in Prototype 1. It is Chip Romer. That wonderful sound when he crosses the start-finish line. I got to keep bringing Tom Jones songs into this. All right. There are a couple that probably would not be fitting.
All right.
But I know.
All right. We can go through our provisional finishing order. I don't think much is going to change here.
All right, so let's take a look. We'll start off with Prototype 1, where our top 3 drivers crossed the line, or are crossing the line 1, 2, 3. It's Romer, then Davenport, then Matt Romer, Rod Rice, John Manfroy finishing 4th and 5th, both overall and in class. Tim Day Jr., our sole driver in the class of P2. He finishes 6th overall. Caleb Schrader will take the win in Formula Enterprises 2, with John Yeatman finishing 2nd, Tom Hope finishing in 3rd. Paul Marino in the number 44 machine just crosses the start-finish line. He will finish just off the podium in 4th. Tom Burt will finish 5th. And Blake Pigeon, noseless, and I'm sure now his beautiful nose cone may be in many, many different pieces.
Possibly.
Yeah, he finishes in 6th. All right, let's move over now to Formula Continental, where Dutch Schultz finishes 12th overall, takes the win in class over Trey Shooter, who finishes 2nd. Gabriel Kahn will finish 3rd. Gary Peterson will finish in 4th. And then finally, Greg Labate, our sole driver in Formula Atlantic, finishes a lap down and 15th overall.
Quick shout out to Gabriel Kahn on the podium in Formula Continental, his first race ever in this car. So takes it to the podium there. Good job for him.
Congrats.
Absolutely. Congratulations on that. All right, let's take a break here, Greg. We've got one race left to go. Another great group, Touring 2, Touring 3, Touring 4, STL, and STU. Should be a blast. I'm seeing a whole full grid of colorful cars. That's up next. Stay with us, everybody.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
We are back at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, getting ready for our final race of the day. And we have the starting lineups. Go for it, Mr. Ginsberg.
All right, and this is Super Touring and Touring, Super Touring Under and Super Touring Light, T2, T3, and T4. 25 drivers set qualifying times. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 25th. In the number 16, Touring for Mazda Miata. That's an NC Mazda Miata. It's Kayla Etherington. Jack McEachern. Let's try this again.
McEachern.
Jack McEachern will start 24th. Thank you very much. He is in the number 21, Super Touring Light Acura Integra. Christina Etherington will start 23rd. She's driving the number 96, Touring for NC Miata, with Patrick Drinkwine starting 22nd. Patrick is driving the number 6 STL Mazda Miata. Tony Karatsus will start 21st on the field. He's in the number 36, Touring for Scion FRS, with Philip Clark starting 20th in the number 33, Touring for Subaru BRZ. Then we've got Dale Schumacher. He is in the number 52 STU Mazda MX-5, with Lynn Griffiths from Menlo Park, California, driving the Touring 3 Porsche Boxster. That's the 31 car. Izzy Sanchez is your Touring 4 pole sitter. He's driving the number 78 Toyota FRS. Michael Newmeyer starting 16th in the number 72 STL Mazda Miata. Then we've got Michael Travers. He's in the number 132 STL Mazda MX-5, with Adrian Comstock starting 14th in the 15 STL Mazda MX-5. Ryan Gutiel scheduled to start 13th. He's in the 116 STL. Say it with me, everybody. Mazda MX-5. Wesley Molno scheduled to start 12th in the number 11 STL Mazda MX-5. Ah, here's something new. Starting 11th today, he's driving the number 30 Touring 2 Ford Mustang. It's Matt Latucci. Carl Young is starting 10th, driving the number 23 STL Honda Civic SI with a VTEC Harvey. And we'll see if that young car comes out. He had some smoking issues this morning in qualifying. Starting 9th in the number 47 Touring 2 Ford Mustang, it's VTEC Harvey, with Wilson Powell starting 8th, driving the number 77 STU BMW M3. Ross Murray starting 7th. Ross is in the number 74 Touring 3 Ford Mustang, with Tazio Otis in the STU Honda Civic SI. I was going to say, Otis, he loves us. Starting 5th in the number 122 Touring 2 Chevy Corvette, we've got Ollie Thordarson, with Roger Eagleton, your pole sitter in Touring 2, starting 4th overall. He's in the number 1 Ford Mustang. Starting 3rd on the field in the number 37 STU BMW E46, it's Sean Lovett. And now your front row, starting 2nd in the number 98 STU Mazda MX-5 from Shingle Springs, California, it's Mark Hoover. And your pole sitter is Crazy K. It is the number 49 STU Honda S2000 from SoCo, California, Ryland Hazelton, with a qualifying time underneath the track record, by the way, of a 155.561.
Here comes the field. Finishing up through the S's. They're a little strung out in the back, but they're starting to get together in our traditional 2x2 starting order. And they're going to come around the Sunset corner here onto the main straight. Our pace cars already in pit lane, and we'll get them in our field of view right now. Here they come. Will we get a green flag? We will know in just a second. And the green flag is in the air as all of these. Oh, there's a couple of cars, Mustangs, coming up on the outside, on the right side of the track. We'll see how this all works out.
Throwing a lot of sixes against some inline sixes and some 4-cylinders. Surprise, surprise, Brian. But Ryland Hazelton jumps to the lead in that red Honda S2000. Tucking in right behind him. That is, I don't think that's Mark Hoover. I think that is the BMW of Sean Lovett. They're running in second. Now, I think a lot of the STL Mazda MX-5s, we may not see them take the grid today. We'll find out here in just a moment because those are some of the SMX racers. We'll see if they decide to get the extra track time in. Actually, oh, there they are. There's a whole stream of them there, Brian, going through Cotton Corners. So much for that thought.
All right, so the Tazio Otis car, that Civic, I believe that was the one that was smoking earlier this morning, and that was the car that had, we found out that car had the smoke was coming from the power steering fluid.
Are we sure that it was Otis? I thought it was Carl Young, and I'm showing that
Carl,
you're
sure.
Yeah, and I'm showing that Carl, the number 23 car, did not take the grid for today's race.
Okay, that's interesting. I saw another car smoking going into the off ramp. I thought it might have been that car. But anyway, the problem with that car earlier was power steering fluid. So maybe they have not gotten it fixed, and they can maybe get it fixed for tomorrow. So if they're not out there now. So anyway, that's what I know. I don't know much, but I know that.
All right, great fight there in T2, Brian. I was just watching with, I believe, Roger Eagleton and another one of the Mustangs. I believe that was actually the T3 Mustang of Ross Murray as they were side by side coming out of Phil Hill. We'll see how things straighten out. But right now at the front of the field, coming out of the sunset turn for the first time to complete lap number 1, I believe we've got Rylan Hazelton up at the front of the field. He is your leader with Sean Lovett running in second. And we're just now waiting for the rest of the field to cross the line as Tazio Otis in his Honda Civic. He is currently sitting in third with Wilson Powell. And then, yeah, it was the two Mustangs. It was Ross Murray in the 74 Touring 3 Mustang gets the best of Roger Eagleton, who is your Touring 2 leader. And then we've got Vitek Harvey in another Touring 2 Mustang. He is sitting right behind in 7th position. And it looks like the majority of what was the American Sedan field just a couple races ago, Brian, they're all running in Touring 2 as well this weekend.
Definitely. Don Farabach thanks us for doing the coverage in the chat. Thank you, Dean. Dean Farabach, not Don. Thank you so much for watching. Boy from New York in the chat. By the way, Boy from New York, you are our associate producer of the weekend last weekend. Shoot me a quick DM with your contact info so I can get you your awesome T-shirt from the Voodoo race.
Yeah, either that or send the email to supertourannouncers@gmail.com if that makes it any easier. Now that I've just put that out for thousands of people to hear, we're going to get inundated, with lots of great spam mail. Maybe some great photos. Who knows? Nothing but race cars, people. Nothing, no pictures except for race cars. Yeah.
Thanks, Greg. Appreciate that. All right, Rylan Hazelton is your race leader. Opened up a 0.5 of a second lead over the second place car of Sean Lovett at the line. Then you had Tazio Otis is your second car, your third car. I believe I'm hearing Sean Lovett just went a little wide, which probably will help open the gap up for Hazelton.
Well, yeah, and we're seeing him come through the S's now, about 6 or 7 car lengths now between Hazelton and Lovett as they come into Sunset and onto the front straight. So that's giving a little bit of clearance now to Rylan and his Honda S2000. Here's the second pack now coming through Sunset, and they seem to be maybe closing things down a little bit. Otis still your leader in that pack. He is running third overall, third in STU, holding off Wilson Powell for the time being. That BMW just not able to get around the Honda Civic as we see him come down into the off-ramp with the Mustang of Eagleton in tow. And it looks like Roger Eagleton, our T2 leader, has gotten back around Ross Murray, our T3 leader.
This is one of my favorite 2 camera angles we've got here this weekend. That one there, and then the sunset where you can actually see the cars going over the bumps. I just love this angle. It's just kind of shows the way that it's set up, and then a couple different ways to go through that corner, and a brake lock up now and then, as we just happen to see. Thank you. Cue the brake lock up. Yeah. Ross Murray dropped down a position on that lap from from 5th to 6th overall. Not a difference in class position for him there, although it does put Murray between Eagleton and Harvey, the T2 first and second place cars. So we talked in the race before about having to have, or wanting to have a buffer between you. So that is happy news for Roger Eagleton. He now has a buffer between him and Vitek Harvey.
All right, let's see, Director Ryan, if we can track down that whole shebang, big, huge group of Mazda MX-5 machines. And I think we may have just caught them now. Actually, I think we're coming up on them. There they are, as Wes Molno is currently your leader in STL, and he's eked out about, I think, a 5-car length or so advantage right now over Ryan Gutiel, with Travers and Comstock pretty close behind. But a good battle there in STL. Actually, I think that might be them actually coming into Sunset. Coming out of the S's going into Sunset. We'll take a look here. Coming right here. Yeah, I think that is our MX, well, I would say Spec MX5 battle. It's actually the STL battle there with Mono, Gutiel, Travers, and Comstock. And I think I saw Comstock in that orange and black number 15. The trailing car in that group, so still very tight racing there. Bit of a gap, about 25 car lengths back to Michael Newmeyer, who's running 5th in STL.
All right, so Ryan Hazelton just went purple with a 157.172. That is 0.3 of a second off of the track record for this configuration that he holds. He laid that track record time down in 2022 in our February race. That was a 156.8. So 0.3 of a second or so off the track record here, with still 18 minutes left to go in this race. So he's got some time to go after that if he wants to try. But with a 2.5 second lead over second place, 2.7 seconds, it doesn't really need to use up everything at this early stage just to get a track record.
Yeah, indeed. But we saw him under the track record during qualifying yesterday, as you mentioned, also during qualifying today, where he pretty much obliterated it. So we'll see what he does in that Honda S2000. Now, in past years, that S2000 has been, and I definitely don't want to jinx things here, it's been a little on the fragile side.
Now you've done it.
I know. Now I've totally done it.
Now you've done it.
And it's also, it's also a forced induction car. Certainly didn't come that way from the factory, and is running. And I believe he's still running the F Series motor. I know a lot of folks in a lot of other series have gone to K Series motors because they maybe handle the power a little bit better. But yeah, we'll see here. And I've seen in previous years where Hazelton has had some mechanical issues with that car. So we'll see how things play out. But for the time being, he's got now almost a 4-second advantage over the E46 M3 of Sean Lovett.
All right, so Rylan, if Greg has produced the announcer curse on you, his number is 704. No, just kidding.
It's certainly not 704. I don't have a North Carolina number. But
then it's the 571 number.
That's right. Rylan knows how to get a hold of me. I have known Rylan since late 1999, when we both bought our Honda S2000s for the first time. Rylan was one of the owners of the biggest S2000 website and forums in the U.S. called S2KI.com.
There you go.
For many, many years.
On the move right now, Wilson Powell just moved into the podium position there in STU, made the move, and is now in 3rd place in his BMW M3, and he has got a lot of work to get up to 2nd place. Probably not going to happen without any issues up front. That's a 12-second lead between those two cars. But that is the way it looks right there. Good move for him to get around Tazio Otis to move into 3rd place there. Also moving up through the order, Ollie Thornton has moved up into 2nd place in T2. Got around Vitek Harvey on the last lap, and that Chevy Corvette. So he's been able to move into 2nd place there. He also has some work to get done to get up to Eagleton in 2nd place, but again, Ross Murray is in the middle there, so that will be good news for Eagleton as we get into the closing half of this race.
All right. Okay. Yeah, and let's take a look here. These two Ford Mustangs here, I think this is the battle for 3rd in Touring 2 between Vitek Harvey and Matt Latucci, as they are now coming out of the Sunset Turn. We'll track and verify that. I'll tell you, another battle that I've been looking for is actually the battle for
Man, look at the bumps
in Touring 4. Yeah.
Oh, and there's a big car. That's a big blow up there. That's going to be over between Riverside and Phil Hill, and I am afraid that looks to me like there's going to be a ton of oil coming out of the back of that
just
car.
Close your eyes and drive right through. And by the way, it is not Rylan Hazelton's Honda S2000.
That's good news.
Yeah,
that is very good news.
For now, I'm off the hook. Yeah, we've got the car over there. We'll try and get the car number on it for you. And I was gonna say another battle. And I'm trying to track down where they are on course currently that we haven't picked up is in Touring 4. Now, Izzy Sanchez, our touring for pole sitter today in his Toyota FRS, he's really stretched things out on the rest of the field. He's got almost 20 seconds on Christina Etherington. But Etherington, Philip Clark, and Tony Karatsus were all in very close proximity. Clark and Karatsus in some of the twin Subaru BRZ, Scion FRS, Etherington in her Mazda Miata. He's still trying to track him down. I think Etherington has started to stretch that advantage out just a little bit as well. As soon as I track it down, I'll let Director Ryan know, and maybe we can go to it.
All right, let's do this. Let's take our final break of the day.
Sure.
And I can try to get some information about who that car is out there by Phil Hill. And when we come back, hopefully we'll have something for you. So we're going to take a stop, and when we come back, the rest... Oh, there's a car that decided to put a wheel off there coming out of Sunset. A lot of action going on here. Let's get to the break so we can get back to the finish.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our Trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsport obsession. Ask someone Trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Back here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, 10 minutes left in our racing action today, touring 2, 3, and 4, STL and STU, and the action is fast and furious here. Right now, the best race on the racetrack is in STL, where there's a 1.1 second lead between first place Wes Molno and Ryan Gutierrez. Another second and a half back to Michael Travers in third place. All of those, if you're shocked to hear, I'm sure, are Miata, and Miatas. So that's the best one on the track at the moment, Greg.
Yeah, indeed, but we've been tracking. There's still some podiums under contention right now, Brian. Again in T4, we've got Christina Etherington, Philip Clark, and Tony Karatsus in very close proximity. That is the battle for second in class, and then in T2. Mustang on Mustang violence, Vitek Harvey and Matt
That's
Latucci.
a big off. See if that car comes back across the racetrack here or gets back into control here. There should be a red car that is right there, got back on the racetrack.
Well, there's that STL battle we were watching, Brian.
That was absolutely a character-building moment for whoever that was.
Now, who was that? Was that Michael Travers or was that Ryan Gutierrez possibly?
I
That went for the ride. We'll know in just a moment. But it was in that battle that we were just talking about a moment ago in STL, I believe, for the podium there, because I think I saw Adrian Comstock come through afterwards. There's that battle in T4, I think, right there with we've got the Subaru and the Scion, the two twins, pretty close with Christina Etherington's Mazda in close proximity.
Now, the one thing we didn't mention is that car sitting there right at the exit of Phil Hill on the outside there. That is Kayla Etherington. That was her Mazda that went kaplooey earlier in the race. So they're just going to leave that there till the end of the weekend.
And that's the number 16 Touring 4 machine that Kayla was piloting.
All right, so the car dropping down through the order is the Mazda of Michael Travers.
That's who I thought it was.
I believe, is the one that went way off wide there at the exit of Riverside. So, but is able to keep it together and only lost a couple of positions. But that is 5 positions. It looks like.
Yeah, that's the 132 machine. Again, he was in that battle that we were just looking at, Brian, for the win in STL, and so that's going to move Ryan Gutierrez in the number 116 machine up into second. But more importantly, Adrian Comstock. Now he's pretty distant third, but that puts him into a podium position, and he's got about 10 seconds back to Newmeyer in 4th position. So unfortunate there for Travers.
Yeah, and Travers dropped all the way back to 22nd position.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if either something broke to cause him go off or if something broke when he went off, and maybe he dipped into pit lane just to see if everything's okay, or his day might be done here.
Yeah, I'm checking to see, and I am not seeing a Sector 3 from Travers, so I think he has brought that car down the pit lane.
Right. And Roger Eagleton has moved into 3rd place overall now with that Ford Mustang in T2. So now he's put himself between Sean Lovett and Wilson Powell, who's dropped to 4th place. And then Ole Thorstensen still trying to track down that competitor in T2, and he is closing the gap a little bit. It depends on the lap. Last lap, Thorstensen just put down a 2:02, and Eagleton put down a 2:01. So I guess it depends on the lap a little bit.
Yeah, because the gap is still about 10 seconds up to Eagleton there. Big margin to make up here, even with 6 minutes remaining. But we should mention that Thorstensen, who started off this race, I believe, in all the way towards the very back of the field there, now finds himself in, where is he? He is
in 5th overall.
Position. Yeah, and started off.
Up 20 overall.
Yeah.
So he started 4th place in class, and he is now in 2nd place in class. So, but 20 positions overall.
Yeah, he started tailing Charlie basically.
Exactly. So 5.5 minutes to go here. We've got our class leaders. Let's go through them real quick. Molno, Gutierrez, and Comstock. That's your top 3 in STL. STU, your top 3. Rylan Hazelton, Sean Lovett, and Wilson Powell. Looking to T2, you've got Roger Eagleton, Ollie Thorstensen, and Matt Latucci. And in T3 is Ross Murray and Lynn Griffiths, your 2 cars in T3. T4, Izzy Sanchez, Christina Etherington, and Philip Clark. Those are your top 3 in each class with 5 minutes left to go.
All right, and we see now that Rylan Hazelton starting to make his way through some slower lap traffic. He's coming down the I-5 now. And that may bring the gap to Lovett down just a little bit. So Lovett in the BMW only 2 seconds behind. Traffic may play a big part here in the end of this race, Brian. What we see here as the pack is coming down into the dogleg. The 3rd car in line, that is Rylan Hazelton, and the BMW, this white with black BMW, that is Sean Lovett. That is the battle for the lead right now in STU and overall, as Hazelton's trying to look for ways to get underneath this slower traffic there. Hazelton's going to poke to the inside, something that we saw in our very first race of the day.
There's the battle for STL. Should be going into right there, I believe.
There it is right there, Brian. Yep. Right behind that Mustang, going down into the off-ramp. And that is Molno with Gutiel. Gutiel tried to get underneath Molno, going down into the Sunrise turn into turn 1. Could not make it stick, so he's going to have to look for another way by as the clock is running down now. Less than 3.5, actually just about 3.5 minutes on the nose left in this race.
Well, and on the previous lap, Molno got into a little contact with the 47 car, that Mustang in front, and they came together. They're calling it a racing incident to the best of my knowledge, but that was, I'm guessing that was the Mustang moving through there and trying to get around the STL battle, but that now puts those first two cars in STL right close to each other, as we talked about it just a second ago.
Yeah, so lots of these classes now starting to close up as they're hitting slower traffic and having to work their way through, and a lot of cars on course, and not a ton of areas here where you've got these traditional corners where you can outbrake somebody. So now coming out of the that was coming out of Star Mazda, and that is. Well, that's actually one of our T4. I think that's the Scion of Karatsus. They're just ahead of the Mustang. Actually, is that the Mustang or is that the Boxster of Lynn Griffiths? I think that's actually one of our Mustangs trying to get around that machine.
All right, with 2 minutes and 15 seconds left to go, I'm pretty certain that next time by, Rylan Hazelton will see the white flag and we'll get our final lap underway here of the day. Don't want everyone to forget that we're going to come back and do it again tomorrow. 8:40 will be our first green flag tomorrow morning, as long as there's no fog in the area, which should not be happening
it's not
tomorrow.
Laguna Seca, Brian. Come on, this never happens.
But we have had a bit of a delay on occasion here. Yeah. So it doesn't happen often, and we didn't have it this morning. The weather should be about the same tomorrow, so I don't think that's going to be an issue. So tune on in, 8:40 Pacific time. That would be 9, 10, 11:40 for you people on the East Coast.
For those who want to sleep in.
And Erwin, I'm not going to do the math to tell you what time that is in the Netherlands.
I think add another 6 hours.
Yeah, so you guys, you'll have to figure that one on your own, Erwin. But we hope you're there as well to give us a watch there. White flag is in the air. We are on our last lap, Greg.
All right, and Rylan Hazelton, he gets around some slower lap traffic once again, goes through the Sunrise turn, and just 2 laps ago, where Sean Lovett had been closing things down, Lovett has had nothing but problems. On that last lap, he lost 5 seconds to Rylan Hazelton. The gap now 9. So Hazelton, he's got a pretty easy run, I think, coming down here. There's Lovett right now, just coming through the off-ramp onto the I-5. And so Hazelton, he's just got to put his head down, not make any mistakes, and bring the car home. That's here right. For the win in STU.
All he's got to do is keep the car between the white lines and point it in the right direction.
Sounds so easy, doesn't it?
It seems easy. It seems
right.
easy. But that's all he's got to do to take home the checkered flag here in our final race of the day. Hazelton, Lovett, Powell, there's your top 3 in STU. Roger Eagleton, Ole Thorson, and Matt Latucci, your top 3 in T2. And yeah, Ross Murray's your fast car in T3 right now as we get to the end.
Exactly. In T4, Izzy Sanchez now with almost a 25-second advantage over Christina Etherington. But the last time by at the stripe, Philip Clark closing things down on Etherington, about a second, about 5 car lengths separating them. But in STL, Gutiel with Comstock, and Comstock's been, we had something happen with Wesley Mono, who when they crossed the stripe, I think he went off You see all the dust and dirt there? I think that was Wesley Molno, Brian, who had been leading STL. He went off Ryan Gutiel with 1 lap remaining. He is your new STL leader. Adrian Comstock about 3.5 seconds back in second. Molno now currently your third place runner.
All right, checkered flag is in the air. That will do it. Rylan Hazelton is your race winner here. Our final race of the day. He takes the STU and overall lead. Sean Lovett will come across the line here pretty quickly at 14.5 seconds. That was the gap between first and second in STU.
All right, crossing the line there now and taking the checkered flag. Roger Eagleton will take the win in Touring 2. Should mention Sean Lovett crossed the line. He finishes second overall, second in STU. Wilson Powell will finish third in STU. Next driver to cross the checkered flag should be, well, the next driver on the lead lap, I believe, will be Ollie Thordarson in his Chevy Corvette. And there is the Corvette there coming out of Sunset and taking the checkered flag. Thordarson will finish second in Touring 2. Then Tazio Otis coming across the line in his Honda Civic. He will finish third in, he'll finish just off the podium in STU. He'll finish fourth in class, 7th overall. Matt Latucci crosses the line very close behind. Latucci, great run for him. Again, I think doing double duty. He's going to finish third in Touring 2 in his Ford Mustang. That means VTech Harvey will finish in fourth. Here coming across the line. And check here. That is another one of our Mustangs. But checking to see, and I think he has already taken the checker, Izzy Sanchez is your winner in Touring 4, with Christina Etherington finishing in second. And actually, here it is right now. I think this is the battle for second, Brian, coming across the line indeed in Touring 4. And Etherington holding off Philip Clark by 0.28 of a second.
Wow.
There to finish second and third in class. So I knew that had been closing up in the last couple of laps. So let's go and break down here by class. The ones we didn't call out here. So it's Sanchez, Etherington, Clark, with Karatsus finishing fourth in T4 in Touring 3. It's Ross Murray with the win over Lynn Griffiths in her Boxster. In Touring 2, Roger Eagleton takes his second win of the day. He takes the win over Thordarson and Latucci, with Harvey coming in fourth. Gutiel, Comstock, Newmeyer getting around Wes Molno on the last lap. So Newmeyer will finish third in STL. Molno, who was leading with just a lap and 1 turn to go, will finish in fourth. Patrick Drinkwine will finish in fifth. And then in STU, of course, our overall winner, Rylan Hazelton, Sean Lovett, Wilson Powell, your top 3, with Tazio Otis finishing in fourth.
All right, that's going to do it for our coverage today. Thank you, everybody involved, all the way from SCCA National right down to the good folks here at Cal Club for putting this whole thing on together this weekend. Round 6 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour tomorrow, 8:40 a.m. Pacific, 11:40 a.m. Eastern Time. Thank you all, Greg. Thank you, Greg, for being with us today. I also want to give a big thank to Ryan Bauer, who is our director, and Brendan Kazmarek, our producer, and Alex Bielanski down in pit lane for helping us out throughout the day. We'll be back here tomorrow morning. Have a great evening, everybody. See you later.